Hey, great to have you here. If you're enjoying the content, make sure to subscribe and support us by donating so we can keep delivering more exciting videos. Now, let's jump into the story of Once There Was a Demon Suppressing Past right here on GMT Recap. In the era of spirit cheese restoration, everyone has the chance to awaken their innate talent. When a person first awakens their talent, an egg will appear behind them. The lines on the egg determine the quality of the awakened one's potential. From low to high, there are a total of 9 lines that represent 9 levels. A person who can awaken all 9 lines will eventually become the pinnacle existence in the world. Yu Sheng is the male protagonist of this story. He is a sensible young man with extraordinary hidden talent. The saying goes, a son follows the father's example, but for him, his father is a mess. His father, Yu Shui, is a lecherous man. When Yu Sheng saw his father preparing to go out and pay for a woman's services, the young man quickly called the police. Afterward, he reheated his meal and began eating dinner, feeling a bit nervous because the awakening ceremony was tomorrow, and he didn't know how many lines he would unlock. Since childhood, Yu Sheng had discovered that there was always a scroll in his mind, though he didn't know how to open it. He was eagerly awaiting the day of awakening to see if there would be any response from it. Half an hour later, Yu Sheng had finished his meal, washed the dishes, and sat back down on the sofa to read. His phone rang. It was Yu Shui calling. Yu Sheng thought it might be the police calling, as they hadn't been able to catch his father doing something shady. However, as soon as he picked up the phone, the person on the other end yelled loudly. "How unlucky can I get? I don't know which bastard is messing with me. Quickly send the money to the police station for investigation." Yu Sheng coldly said, "I don't have any money." Yu Shui called him into his room to take the key under the bed, then opened the back door of Widow Wang's house next door. The money was hidden under the flower pot behind her door. Yu Sheng followed his father's instructions and found 2,000 coins. Just as he found the money, the police station called to ask if he wanted to bail out Yu Shui. As expected, no one could help. He refused to bail his father out. Who told him not to be an upstanding person and kept going out to fool around with prostitutes? If he's broken the law, he should face the consequences. I'd like to trouble you to reform him thoroughly so that he can become a useful person to society. This is the kind of positive energy that teachers always preach. We must remember to follow the law at all times. And so, Yu Shui was sent to the detention center. That night, Yu Sheng had a dream. He dreamed that he was holding the hand of a girl, running through the rain. Behind them was a group of people whose faces clearly showed they were up to no good. They kept calling Yu Sheng a bastard and even attacked the two of them. In the face of the enemy's pursuit, Yu Sheng and the girl took out their weapons. They were just 2 ordinary daggers, but they were enough to wipe out an entire gang. The rain was still pouring heavily, but all of their enemies had been eradicated. Yu Sheng then took a pass card and slowly walked out of the city gate. This wasn't some vague dream, but fragmented memories of his past. When the dream ended, Yu Sheng also woke up. It was already dawn, and he took care of everything before heading to the examination hall. There were already many people here early in the morning, all of them excited. Some even mentioned that they had been so happy the previous night that they couldn't sleep. It was no wonder, today was the highly anticipated talent awakening ceremony. Yu Sheng had no friends, so he went straight to the examination room. The class supervisor, Lu Chengfeng, announced that in an hour, the talent awakening examination would officially begin. After awakening, they would need to train even harder. When they later ventured outside to eliminate monsters and defend the city, they would earn the admiration of all people. Lu, who had mentored many generations of students, wasted no time stirring the spirits of the young ones with just a few words. Everyone was excited, swearing that after their awakening, they would dedicate themselves to protecting the prosperity of humanity and serving the people. Only Yu Sheng did not join in the cheer. Sitting at the back of the class, he muttered softly, "I wonder if it's to serve the people, or if the people are the ones being served." Lu Qingfeng could tell that Yu Sheng was opposing him, but he didn't say anything about it. Time passed quickly. An hour later, he led all the students to the awakening point. Director Lu's gaze was fixed intently on Yu Sheng. He was also eager to see how many lines of text he would awaken. The group of students, full of energy, moved toward the awakening point, all hoping to awaken as many lines of text as possible. Take Lu Wuxian, for example. Awakening 4 lines of text was already considered quite a decent natural talent. If he achieved this and gained the power of the awakening phase, he could join the police force and live a carefree life. Next up after Lu Wuxian was Yu Sheng. Before he passed through the talent test machine, Lu Qingfeng had asked him to remove all the metallic objects on him. As a result, Yu Sheng took out 7,749 weapons, to the astonishment of everyone. How does he hide so many weapons on him? Is he planning to go take someone down? The other students began to murmur. But Yu Sheng didn't care. Director Lu couldn't understand either. This kid looked so thin, yet how did he manage to hide so many weapons? After nearly having Yu Sheng stripped down entirely, he finally passed the talent test. Just like all the other students, he placed his hand on the talent checking orb. The orb displayed his current level, and it turned into the most shocking event of the day. For there, on the orb, appeared a total of 9 lines of text. This was the highest level one could achieve. The examiners in charge at the time couldn't even believe their eyes. They had lived for half a lifetime, yet this was the first time they had seen an awakened one with the innate talent of 9 paths. As for the protagonist of this shocking event, no one knew what they were thinking at that moment. All they saw was Yu Sheng pointing at the talent testing device with a scrutinizing gaze and saying, "Teacher, the machine is broken." The examiner was left bewildered. "Ha? It's not broken." As soon as he said that, Yu Sheng promptly smashed the talent testing orb. Then, he casually added, "Now it's broken." This young man certainly knew how to surprise people, one shock after another. The other teachers in charge of the test were momentarily unsure of how to handle the situation. Meanwhile, Director Lu quickly grabbed Yu Sheng's arm and told him to follow him, citing that he had damaged public property. Yu Sheng obediently agreed. Lu Qingfeng then summoned his pet beast. It was a verdant-colored phoenix. Lu Qingfeng leapt onto the creature's back first, and Yu Sheng swiftly climbed up after him. At that moment, he realized something unusual. That thing which had always been dormant in his mind was now reacting. Lu Qingfeng led Yu Sheng straight to the principal's office. The bald principal focused intently on his file. Yu Sheng, 18 years old, had only started attending school half a year ago. He looked at him with suspicion for a moment, then asked, "Are you the one who came from Zuichang?" The words Zuichang had barely left his mouth when both Lu Qingfeng and the secretary next to the principal seemed somewhat uncomfortable. However, Yu Sheng appeared unfazed, as his entire attention was now focused on the scroll that had just been unrolled. It had opened at the exact moment his talent awakened, just as Yu Sheng had predicted, but the special energy hidden within it, as well as the meaning of the symbols and drawings on the scroll, were still unclear to him. "Principal, you're talking to him," said Lu, noticing Yu Sheng was lost in thought, and gave him a light tap on the shoulder. Only then did Yu Sheng snap out of his trance. "Again?" "Yes." The bald man stared at Yu Sheng for a long time, his eyes scanning the 9 paths of writing. This was something ordinary people could never possess. Only the heaven's chosen son, revered by thousands, could have such a fate. But Yu Sheng came from Zuichang, and this was something that greatly troubled the principal. "Yu Sheng, may I ask a curious question? If one day you awaken a great talent, what would you use it for?" "To serve the people," Yu Sheng replied instantly, without hesitation, his voice ringing out with determination. The principal was stunned. He hadn't expected a child from Zuichang to possess such high ideals. He then requested that Yu Sheng prove his commitment to this ideal. Yu Sheng showed no reluctance. He immediately shared the story of how he had exposed his father for going to a brothel the previous day. The 3 people in the room were left speechless at Yu Sheng's overwhelming bluntness. The principal rubbed his head and said, "Forget it. You should go rest now." Don't rush to tell anyone about the results of this awakening. I will figure out how to arrange your studies from now on. Yu Sheng was not someone who liked to say polite words. Since the principal had given him permission to leave, he simply turned and walked away without any further conversation. The principal kept watching Yu Sheng's figure, feeling regretful. Why would a heavens chosen one with the talent of 9 paths of literature come from Zuichang? Yu Sheng returned home when it was already late. His sharp intuition told him that his house had been broken into. Inside, a young man with red hair, covered in blood, was rummaging through something. The man also sensed someone had returned, so he threw whatever he was holding into the corner and pulled out a weapon. Unfortunately, the knife in Yu Sheng's hand was quicker. The cold blade pressed against the young man's throat. Faced with an unknown person whose intentions were unclear, Yu Sheng used his most serious tone to threaten him. You better not move. The knife is very close to your carotid artery, just a slight movement more and you'll be dead. I hate having to clean the floor. The red-haired young man was so scared that he could barely stand. He quickly begged Yu Sheng to spare his life and said he had only come to ask for medicine. Yu Sheng pointed him to where he kept his medicinal alcohol, but the knife remained pressed firmly against his neck. Who the hell would dare to move with that thing at their throat? The red-haired young man dared not make a move. The two of them stood like that for a long time, and after a while, Yu Sheng, growing impatient, asked, Why aren't you going to get the medicine? Your wound seems pretty serious. Then put the knife down first. The young man's inner voice kept screaming, but he was in such a submissive position that he didn't dare to speak his mind and could only say, I feel much better now, my wound is healing, I might not need any medicine anymore. Feeling the blade brushing against his neck, he tensed up. But Yu Sheng was only threatening, with no intention to take his life. Killing someone, apart from Zuichang, was illegal. After confirming that his life was not in immediate danger, the young man finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief, though the blade was still pressing against his neck. It's good that you're not going to harm me. This time, I owe you my life. I'll repay this favor. Is there anything you need me to do for you? Yu Sheng's expression suddenly darkened. Well, since you owe me a life, how about you end it yourself? The young man, with red hair, gritted his teeth in anger. He had been spared, and now Yu Sheng was asking him to end his own life? Is this boss out of his mind? Didn't he just say he was sparing my life, but now he wants me to kill myself? Although furious, with the blade still at his throat, the young man didn't dare show any defiance. He continued to beg for his life, using his very existence as leverage. Look, I'm an assassin. I'll kill someone for you for free. If you spare my life, can you let me go? Fine. Yu Sheng answered firmly, but before the young man could even relax, Yu Sheng added, Then, please do me a favor and kill yourself. The young man had never been in such a bizarre situation before. The other person said he wasn't going to take his life, yet insisted that he end it himself. Finally, he couldn't hold it in anymore, and all his emotions exploded in an instant. We have no grudges, no conflicts. Why are you so determined to take my life? Yu Sheng replied indifferently that it was because the man had barged into his house without permission and had stained his floor. If this had happened in Zuichang, the moment the intruder stepped inside, his life would already be taken. The young man turned pale upon hearing this. Are you from Zuichang? That can't be. Zuichang only lets one person off the hook every year. A young man like you definitely couldn't be one of them. Ignoring the other man's emotions, Yu Sheng simply felt that he was too noisy and kept spouting nonsense. The young man with red hair, unable to break through the impasse, decided to close his eyes and give up. He hoped Yu Sheng would end it quickly so that in his next life, he could still be an assassin, and perhaps even the world's #1 assassin. However, even with his eyes closed, he waited for a long time and still didn't feel the blade fall. After a while, the young man dared to open his eyes. Yu Sheng was still standing there motionless. Why haven't you made your move yet? Because killing someone outside of Zhuai Chang is illegal. Yu Sheng repeated the same answer as before. The young man was speechless. He felt that Yu Sheng must be out of his mind. Right now, he neither killed him nor let him go. What exactly did he want? The man thought Yu Sheng was strange, but from start to finish, he kept obsessively repeating the two words illegal, as if he were obsessed with obeying the law. Taking advantage of this weakness, the red-haired youth shouted, "You always keep talking about breaking the law, but do you know that the way you're arresting me right now is also illegal?" As expected, this had an effect. According to Mo Ji's legal framework, a prison sentence of 3 years with a fixed term applies, and in more severe cases, the sentence can range from 5 to 8 years. How old are you? Seeing that the other party had spoken a bit more, the youth finally saw a glimmer of hope. He answered that he was 17 years old. Yu Sheng then fell into thought for a few seconds. At 17, this meant that he hadn't awakened yet, so in the end, Yu Sheng decided to release him and let him go. This sudden change left the youth stunned, as if he couldn't believe his own ears. Really? I can actually leave? Yeah, goodbye. Yu Sheng replied briefly, then turned and walked into the kitchen. Realizing the situation, the youth immediately turned and ran. He wanted to escape from this crazy person's house as fast as possible. However, just as he was about to reach the door, Yu Sheng once again grabbed him by the neck and pulled him back. The young man was thrown to the ground by Yu Sheng, feeling completely confused and unsure of what the other party intended to do. Yu Sheng told him that he had already left the room, so it couldn't be considered as restricting his freedom, let alone an illegal arrest. In truth, the youth didn't know what to say. His heart, which had just started to calm down, was once again left hanging in suspense. He thought Yu Sheng was crazy enough to torture him to death. But to his surprise, Yu Sheng only told him to sit still while he went to get some medicine. While the man was waiting, Yu Sheng threw him a bar of soap and a mop to clean up the blood on the floor. Seeing that Yu Sheng seemed to have OCD, the young man reluctantly bit his teeth and complied. But while he was diligently scrubbing the floor, Yu Sheng noticed a strong energy fluctuation. To investigate further, Yu Sheng handed him a bottle of medicine. The young man hadn't even had time to feel moved before Yu Sheng poured cold water on him by saying the medicine was expired. He was so angry he couldn't speak, but Yu Sheng had confirmed his suspicion. The young man was emitting an energy, or more precisely, the energy was being generated from the negative emotions of others. And this emotion had been created by the young man himself. After that, Yu Sheng could absorb the entire energy source through the scroll in his mind. I tricked you. The medicine is fine. Drink it quickly, or you'll bleed to death in half an hour. Although he wasn't happy with Cam, the young man had no choice but to obediently take the medicine and sit down to bandage his wounds under Yu Sheng's watchful gaze. After exchanging a few words, Yu Sheng learned that his name was Li Yihan. However, judging from Li Yihan's amateurish appearance, Yu Sheng really didn't believe he was an assassin. Don't look down on me. I only lost temporarily. Give me time, Li Yihan. I will definitely become the world's #1 assassin. Li Yihan declared fiercely. Yu Sheng didn't quite understand his ideals, he just felt that risking one's life just to become an assassin wasn't really worth it. But Li Yihan, despite his young age, wasn't afraid of death. If he had to die, he only wished to die with dignity like a true assassin. Then why didn't you strike me just now? If you had killed me, you could have escaped safely. Yu Sheng asked in confusion. I have my professional ethics. Li Yihan said, patting his chest. I only take action when entrusted by someone to eliminate a threat. That's my job, not my pleasure. I wasn't commissioned to attack you, so I couldn't make a move. Li Yihan rattled off like firing bullets. It sounded noble, but Yu Sheng knew full well that he hadn't made a move simply because he couldn't beat him. However, after this conversation, Yu Sheng began to believe that Li Yihan was indeed a real assassin, just one who hadn't yet awakened his talent. Still, who would trust him enough to give him a mission? I'll be turning 18 in half a month. I can undergo the awakening ceremony very soon. Yu Sheng let out an "oh," so this kid had deliberately lied about his age to accept missions. What he hadn't expected was that the gap between an awakened one and someone who wasn't was this vast. Li Yihan had only been attacked with a spoon, yet it resulted in a wound severe enough to be life-threatening. If it hadn't been for escaping into Yu Sheng's house, he would probably be dead by now. After hearing the story from the novice assassin, Yu Sheng showed a no-comment expression. He reminded Li Yihan, "Once you're done with the healing, don't forget to clean the floor, and while you're at it, take out the trash for me too." This also meant that he had spared Li Yihan's life. However, the debt of his life still stands. If anything happens in the future, I'll come looking for him, with the assumption that he's still alive. Yu Sheng then reminded him. Also, actually, not every awakened one is as strong as you think. About 100 years ago, when the spirit Qi was revived on this planet, the demon race rose because of the savage beasts they sent out, and their brutal attacks made humanity's survival conditions increasingly difficult. As you may know, humanity also awakened unusual abilities, known as awakened ones. Back then, the first awakened one stood up. He sacrificed his own flesh, blood, and life to forge the 4 great gates. They were the Demon Suppression Gate, the Breaking Insight Gate, the No Pinnacle Gate, and the Demon Gate. These 4 gates stand proudly in the 4 directions, each with a master of humanity stationed within to prevent the demon race from invading and to protect humanity. But recently, the 4 great passes had shown signs of weakening. The evidence was that, today, when Yu Sheng went out, he heard the news that the Demon Suppression Gate had fallen. Several monsters had entered from that direction, attacking Linhai City and causing heavy casualties among the people. This news is now everywhere on social media. Whether you want to believe it or not, you have to. Master, what are those demons doing? The situation is becoming more and more unstable. What will become of our future? In contrast to the panicked expressions of the people passing by, Yu Sheng appeared very calm. He walked towards the grocery store, but not to buy anything. The store owner seemed to have been waiting for Yu Sheng for a long time. As soon as he saw him arrive, he handed him a paper bag. "Here's your stuff. This is the final favor. From now on, neither of us owes anything to the other. All right, then. Goodbye." Yu Sheng took the items and left. As soon as he was out of sight, the store owner's expression turned twisted. "Goodbye? I'm afraid it will be a long time before we meet again." It turned out that the store owner had been eliminated a long time ago. The person Yu Sheng had just met was an imposter. It was unclear what his intentions were. Yu Sheng returned home and took the items out of the paper bag to inspect them. Inside were several demon crystals, the essence that had been condensed after the demon race consumed the blood of humanity. After checking the items, Yu Sheng began setting up traps around the house. He placed a crossbow at each entry point of the house. The mechanism to shoot arrows was coiled into a string. He then gathered all of it into one bundle and held it in his hand. This way, if anyone broke in, Yu Sheng could immediately launch an attack and subdue them. Once the preparations were complete, he sat down in the corner of the room and began activating the demon crystals. At the same time, a group of young awakened ones approached the Demon Suppression Gate. However, on their way, they encountered an elderly man with silver hair and beard, sitting in meditation. The path ahead was blocked, and the old man spoke only a few simple words, yet it seemed to carry an immense aura of power. "Senior, I am just passing through," the leading awakened one said, cupping his hands in a respectful manner. The old man then opened his eyes, his posture firm, and repeated the 4 words word for word, "This path is blocked." The face of the awakened one changed rapidly. "What if I insist on passing through today?" he sneered. He was clearly someone who didn't know his limits, daring to show such disrespect in front of such a profound and inscrutable senior. The old man remained seated, but this time, an intense killing intent surged from him. To answer the young awakened one's question, he only uttered a single word. "Die." The senior elder's staff appeared, bringing with it an overwhelming surge of energy. At the same time, dark clouds began swirling above, gathering into a storm that was ready to strike at any moment. The group of awakened ones turned pale with fear, quickly cupping their hands and bowing their heads in apology. I was just joking. Our sect has always devoted itself wholeheartedly to humanity, and we have never wavered. How could a mere junior like me dare to dispute with a senior? We will leave immediately. After a brief exchange, the group turned and began to leave, but they had barely taken 3 steps when a shout rang out. Did I allow you to leave? It was just a simple sentence, yet all the awakened ones had to turn back in unison. They were all afraid that if this senior lost his temper, their lives would be over. Do you still have any advice for us, sir? Go back and tell your divine throne to change its name to the Dark Sect, it might suit you better. People like you are not even considered humanity. A person with power really dares to say anything. His words felt like a slap to the face. The senior elder also mentioned that if he didn't need to be stationed here, he would have already taken the lives of these people. Though they were seething with anger, in order to preserve their lives, the awakened ones had to meekly thank the senior elder for his teachings before continuing on their way. It wasn't until they had walked far enough that the senior elder finally lowered his staff. A week later, Yu Shang was still sitting in his meditation position. Just as he had absorbed the last of the demon essence, his phone rang. It was Director Lu calling to inform him that people from the demon-slaying pavilion would arrive the next morning. They would conduct a thorough inspection of the reserve student team and distribute resources to the most outstanding individuals. Since this test was extremely important, and each school only had a few spots for their best students, Director Lu reminded Yu Sheng to be on time and give his best effort. By the way, why can't I make a phone call to your father? Headmaster Lu asked. It might be because they don't allow phones in prison. Yu Sheng replied nonchalantly. Headmaster Lu let out a loud sigh, almost forgetting that San Shui had gone to visit a prostitute and had been abandoned by his own son. The next morning, Yu Sheng followed the headmaster's advice and arrived at school very early. The students seemed very excited, each hoping to be selected by the demon-slaying pavilion. Not long after, Headmaster Lu arrived with a new announcement. Among the people at school today were not only those from the demon-slaying pavilion, but also individuals from the Vigilance Department and the Reserve Military. Moreover, the method of selection had changed. They would no longer assess all the students. Instead, each person would choose 4 outstanding students for the screening test. The students all looked at Headmaster Lu with eager anticipation, hoping they would be chosen. Since all the people at the school today were high-ranking officials, even if they weren't selected in the end, just having the chance to meet them was already a great opportunity. However, only one student from Headmaster Lu's class was chosen, and it was personally recommended by the principal. That student was none other than Yu Shang. When this name was announced, the classmates were so furious that they slammed the table. Why him? We're not even sure who's stronger. Definitely a favoritism thing, he's probably got some kind of backing. The loudest voice of protest came from a male student named Xiao Jing. However, before he could even finish 3 sentences, Director Lu had already scolded him as if he were being slapped in the face. It's understandable that Xiao Jing felt aggrieved, but in this world, there has never been anything called fairness. If you feel it's unfair, then endure it and improve yourself. One day, your strength will be able to eliminate the injustice in your eyes, instead of just yelling helplessly here. Lu Qingfang's voice had even more power than a loudspeaker. The students were immediately frightened into silence. Then, he called Yu Sheng to the principal's office. This time, the principal seemed to be in a better mood, even though his head was still as bald as ever. Yu Sheng, your spirits still seem to be the same today. Right? How's your father doing? The principal casually asked about his family. He's probably fine. The bread in Zuichang is really expensive, Yu Shang replied indifferently. The principal was speechless. This kid really had a knack for destroying the atmosphere. Since they couldn't have a friendly conversation, the principal decided to get straight to the point. The senior officials who are visiting this time are not just here to inspect the students but also to inspect the school. And this inspection is of great significance. This city is too small, and there are 3 schools here, so the higher-ups are considering merging all 3. However, the ownership of the school after the merger cannot be shared among all 3 parties. It will be decided mainly through an evaluation. The principal, therefore, had high hopes for Yu Shang and asked him to give his all, not allowing him to lose to another school. The principal also believed that Yu Shang would be full of enthusiasm and promised to contribute his best to the school, but unexpectedly, he only uttered 2 words. Price. The principal immediately froze, thinking that he might have misheard. To put it bluntly, Yu Shang was asking for money. The rule when he was still at Zuichang was that if you asked someone to do something, you had to pay them. If it was for free, they wouldn't do it. Yu Shang had initially thought this was just a regular test for outstanding students, but now, it directly affected the school's interests and the principal's. So, payment was a must. This was the first time the principal had encountered such a daring child. But I've already arranged for you to participate in this competition. If you win, it will be a double victory, which will also benefit you. In your understanding, you need me to compete and bring benefits to the school. Therefore, being sent to the competition is the ticket, and of course, it's the responsibility of the boss. As for the payment, that's another matter. In Zuichang, anyone who didn't follow the rules was the first to fall. Convincing Yu Shang was not easy. He kept mentioning the rules from Zuichang, which gave the principal a major headache. Although he didn't want to lose to a child, he still wanted to remain the principal of the merged school. Thus, the principal gritted his teeth and took out his wallet to pay Yu Shang 3 level 1 crystals. The price is exactly what I had in mind. Yu Shang immediately agreed, and before leaving, he asked a question that scared everyone in the room out of their wits. By the way, no need to kill anyone, right? No, please, don't take anyone's life. The principal was so frightened that he stood up abruptly, hurriedly waving his hand. He felt that after meeting Yu Shang, the few remaining hairs on his head were about to fall out. That's good then. Killing someone outside Zuichang is illegal. At that point, even 3 crystals wouldn't be enough. The principal had lived to this age, but he had never encountered such a terrifying kid like Yu Shang. He almost felt like Yu Shang could climb on top of him and sit there without any trouble. Outside, the school's car was waiting. The principal invited the young man into the car to rest, not forgetting to plead with him to ignore the other students and absolutely, under no circumstances, to harm anyone. Yu Shang was the first to get into the car, and shortly after, 3 others joined him. The blonde student, Zhao Zichang, sat beside him, and the 2 others were Li Kai and Yang Ruoxing. Out of basic courtesy, Yu Shang introduced himself. Then, Zhao Zichang casually sat next to him, as if they were long-lost brothers. He brought some insider news. This examination was organized by Imogu. However, the city of Imobe, where they lived, was just a small place, and Imogo had never paid much attention to it. Moge's elder, Sun Gu, had planned to select a few outstanding talents from the locals and nurture them into powerful masters. These young masters will have the task of becoming guardians in place of the veterans who have held their positions for many years. This means that the chosen one will join Imogo, a position of great prestige. This is a chance to rise to the top in one step. However, the other 2 remaining high schools also have many experts. Zhu Zichang intended to choose one person from the 4 of them to be the leader, with the remaining 3 providing assistance. This would slightly increase their chances of succeeding in the trial and joining Imogu. At this point, he began to feign a troubled expression. But who should be chosen as the leader now? As soon as Zhao Zicheng finished speaking, Yang Ruoxing exclaimed, "Of course, we should make Senior Zhao the leader." Li Kai also didn't hesitate to flatter and hype things up, mentioning that Zhao Zicheng's father was the director of the Public Security Bureau of Mobe City. If Zhao succeeded in getting this spot, he could simply speak to his father and bring all 3 others along. These people were working together quite seamlessly. To put it nicely, they wanted to cooperate, but to be blunt, they wanted Yu Sheng to be the stepping stone for Zhao Zicheng to easily win the trial. He also promised that if Yu Sheng joined him, he would have a brilliant future ahead. Your father is the director of the Public Security Bureau? That's right, absolutely, 100% true. There's nothing more real than that. In front of me, my father is in prison. Yu Sheng had barely spoken when Zhao Zicheng immediately guessed that he wanted to ask him to help get his father out. But Yu Sheng's intention was not like that. He wanted Zhao Zicheng to tell his father to keep Yu Sanshui locked up for a few more days. Zhao Zicheng thought he must have misheard, and the atmosphere quickly became awkward. He had to look at Yu Sheng with a different eye, guessing that there must be a deep and intense hatred between father and son for him to lock up his own father like that. Yu Sheng could clearly see the other person's expression of discomfort, unsure of what Zhao Zicheng was thinking, but it was certain that he didn't have a good opinion of him. However, unlike the previous time with Li Yihan, this time there was no negative energy radiating from Zhao Zicheng's body. Yu Sheng began to wonder if it was him causing the other person to become negative. Could this be the way to operate things? The car continued to drive, and after a while, it had already left the city limits. Although Zhao Zicheng had access to internal information, he was still quite surprised. He hadn't expected the assessment location to be outside the city, so he asked the driver to double-check the route. "Driver, are you sure we're not going the wrong way? The Linhai city just had an incident, the outskirts must not be safe." It wasn't a wrong turn. His superior had just informed him that the assessment location had temporarily been changed. The exact location was in an old factory on the outskirts, and it wasn't far now. The driver kept reassuring Zhao Zicheng that, since MOGE's people were also with them, there was no need to worry about safety. Therefore, he calmly returned to his seat and fell asleep. However, for some reason, Yu Sheng couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about the driver, especially his smile, which seemed suspicious. Not long after, the four of them were taken to their destination. It was only when Yu Sheng saw Lu Qingfeng that he momentarily lowered his guard against the driver. As Yu Sheng was scanning the area and observing the surroundings, Zhao Zicheng's gaze collided with someone Du Hu, a person known as a rare genius who had awakened the 6 paths of literature. Seeing Zhao Zicheng's serious demeanor, he even warned Yu Sheng to be cautious of Du Hu, as he was an extremely powerful expert. Yu Sheng casually responded with an MHM, but he didn't take Zhao Zicheng's words to heart. They were already wary of Du Hu just because of his 6 paths of literature. If Zhao Zicheng knew that Yu Sheng had awakened 9 paths of literature, he would probably have passed out from shock. Regardless of what the three of them thought, Yu Sheng started to distance himself from the crowd. At this moment, the suspicious driver reappeared in the frame. Or rather, to be more accurate, he had been watching the students all along. After observing for a while, the driver extinguished his cigarette and walked toward a room. Inside, another unfamiliar man was watching the students through the extensive camera system. "So, how's it going, teacher?" The driver entered, and the man asked. "Nothing much. Low alertness, very easy to be influenced by strangers, simple-minded, not worth paying attention to." After speaking, the driver pointed at the screen showing Yu Sheng's image. "However, this kid seems to be a bit interesting." This time, Director Lu appeared here as the team leader. Not only was he responsible for his own students, but he was also accountable for the students from the other 2 schools. Even Lu Qingfeng himself did not know the specific content of the assessment. All he could do was remind the students to cherish this opportunity and maintain caution and composure. Only then would their chances of success be higher than others. Although he addressed all the students, Director Lu's gaze was fixed on Yu Sheng. He was truly looking forward to seeing if Yu Sheng could bring another surprise this time. As soon as Director Lu finished speaking, the old, rusty gate of the factory creaked open, and a rugged military vehicle charged in at full speed. A burly man stepped out of the vehicle. After briefly scanning the crowd, he immediately strode over to Lu Qingfeng. "Mr. Lu, I've been looking for you for years. Where on earth have you been?" When Lu Qingfeng mentioned that he was now a teacher, the man was so shocked that he almost dropped the cigarette from his mouth. But after thinking for a moment, he realized that being a teacher wasn't such a bad thing, at least it was safer than the work he was currently doing. After catching up with his old friend, The man glanced at the group of students who had gathered together. "Are these your students?" For some reason, the uncle exuded a strange sense of intimidation. Just hearing his voice was enough to make the trio Zhao Zichang and the others feel their legs go weak. Only Yu Sheng remained calm from start to finish, with not even the slightest change in his expression. The man was quite intrigued upon seeing this and walked straight up to Yu Sheng. "Kid, aren't you afraid of me?" "Why should I be afraid?" Yu Sheng retorted with a question. The man, instead of getting angry, actually patted Yu Sheng on the shoulder and called him an interesting kid. He then introduced himself. This man's name was La Tian, the captain of the third team of the demon-slaying pavilion in Jiangbei province, and also a fifth-generation awakened one. La Tian had many achievements, but he didn't flaunt them, as they meant nothing to these kids. La Tian seemed to be a spontaneous person. When he arrived, he hadn't even thought about what the examination would entail. After puffing out half a cigarette, he suddenly came up with an idea: a direct elimination match between the students, win and move on, lose and be eliminated. The students exchanged confused glances. They hadn't expected a test that their families took so seriously to be this haphazard. In the midst of the confusion, Yu Sheng remained unfazed. This was something that Lu Qingfeng found quite satisfying. Without further ado, La Tian summoned his beast, a green dragon. The azure dragon circled in the air before drawing a circle on the ground. He used that as the fighting arena. Every two people would fight at once. The one who either surrendered or was knocked out of the arena would lose. Even the arrangement of the matches was done casually, with La Tian randomly pairing up two boys to start the fight. The two kids who had just entered the arena immediately rushed at each other and began to spar fiercely. Lu Qingfeng felt deeply embarrassed because neither of them exhibited any martial spirit. However, this situation is not really hard to understand. After all, these students all come from small cities like Imobe, and they have never been trained in martial arts or anything like that. After a fierce scuffle, the young man named Xiao Zifeng emerged victorious. Although his condition was not exactly stable, La Tian then pointed to the next two competitors, who were Yu Sheng and Du Hu. Before even stepping into the arena, Du Hu, relying on his innate talent in the 6 paths of the arts, hurriedly tried to show off in front of his opponent. "Kid, just wait and see as I crush you." Lu Qingfeng knew exactly what Du Hu was capable of, so he was feeling quite tense. Deep down, he still hoped that Yu Sheng could pull off another surprise. Yu Sheng, on the other hand, remained calm and indifferent the entire time. After stepping into the ring, he asked La Tian just one question: whether weapons were allowed. La Tian immediately agreed, but the other students all burst into laughter, mocking Yu Sheng for being a fool. He can use weapons, so can Du Hu. Isn't he just asking for Du Hu to cripple him? Despite their scornful attitude, Zhao Zichang, who I had always suspected to be the villain, was actually rooting for Yu Sheng with all his heart. I don't know what the future holds, but for now, I'll label him as a good guy. At this point, La Tian had switched to a cigar, puffing away with anticipation. He too was eagerly watching Yu Sheng. After signaling for the match to begin, he stared at him intently. Du Hu, armed with a wooden staff, stood in a very confident posture. But as soon as the command was announced, he stood frozen in place because of Yu Sheng's astonishing speed. Before Du Hu could even comprehend what was happening, his right arm had already been deeply slashed. Du Hu clutched his bleeding arm in agony, screaming continuously. Yu Sheng had only injured his opponent with a small knife. The screams of Du Hu echoed so loudly that even half the world could hear them clearly. Yu Sheng had no intention of letting him rest. He grabbed the opponent's head with his left hand, forcefully pressing it down to the ground, while his right hand already had a dagger ready. Du Hu was terrified, his soul shaken, and immediately begged, "This is just a martial arts competition, please don't take my life." Yu Sheng's gaze was as cold as the blade in his hand. Despite the opponent's pleading, Yu Sheng was determined to drive the tip of the knife down. Of course, he had no intention of taking his life, he just wanted to scare him a little. The blade plunged into the ground, pulling a few strands of Du Hu's hair with it, and he screamed in panic, tears and mucus flowing freely. Are you playing with me? Du Hu screamed. This was perhaps the first time he had ever found himself in such a miserable situation. The image of the martial artist he once had was completely shattered. La Tian laughed loudly, but before he could even offer praise, he saw Yu Sheng forcefully clamp Du Hu's mouth shut and then reached inside. A pile of question marks appeared above La Tian's head. What are you doing? Yu Sheng said nothing. He immediately yanked out one of Du Hu's molars. His move was truly unexpected. He had just removed his opponent's tooth, yet Yu Sheng's face remained as calm as ever. Why was that? Could it be that he's hiding it somewhere else? La Tian couldn't understand what this kid was thinking. Out of nowhere, he pulled his opponent's tooth to search for poison. After finding no poison in the tooth, he started rummaging through his opponent's body. Maybe the guy didn't hide the poison after all. Impossible. If he were captured by the enemy and had no means of ending his own life, he'd be tortured to the point of wishing for death. Seeing Yu Sheng so certain, La Tian was even more at a loss for words. This kid wasn't approaching the situation with a you live, I die mindset, but rather with I live, you die one. At this moment, Du Hu was still crying his eyes out. It was then that he realized he should have hidden poison in his teeth. Only then could he have ended things on his own terms in such a miserable situation. Noticing Yu Sheng's strange behavior, La Tian raised a question. You're from Zui Chang, aren't you? Yes, Yu Sheng immediately admitted. Did you really not hide poison on you while outside of Zui Chang? It turned out that everyone from Zui Chang did this, so Yu Sheng assumed that people outside would do the same. He only wanted to find the poison to prevent Du Hu from ending things himself. La Tian felt a headache coming on. He turned to Lu Qingfeng, asking if he knew about Yu Sheng's origins from Zui Chang. Of course, Director Lu knew, but besides being from Zui Chang, Yu Sheng was also an awakened one with a rare talent in the 9 paths of writing. Therefore, Lu Qingfeng felt the need to protect Yu Sheng at all costs. Where is he from? Does it have anything to do with him being my student? According to the rules, regardless of whether someone had committed heinous crimes in the past, once they leave Zui Chang, it would no longer be taken into account, unless they commit murder again. Instructor Lu affirmed, as long as Yu Sheng does not make any mistakes, he will still be my student. Seeing the determination in his demeanor, La Tian refrained from probing further into his identity. After all, these matters had nothing to do with him. The enemy of Lu Qingfeng was the demons, not humans. However, after learning that Yu Sheng was from Zui Chang, La Tian lost the interest to continue the examination. He dismissed the students and reminded them that the test would continue tomorrow. Before leaving, La Tian attempted to invite Lu Qingfeng for a drink, as they hadn't seen each other for years, but Instructor Lu declined, citing his responsibility toward the students here. This response left La Tian feeling quite deflated. He was always so rigid, it was really frustrating. However, the student from Zui Chang, perhaps he would get somewhere. Since the examination would resume the next day, the students had no choice but to stay in the dilapidated factory. The place was shabby, dirty, and messy. Many of them didn't even want to sit down, let alone lie down. Lu Qingfeng had found a quiet corner to settle, but before he could even get comfortable, he saw Zhao Zicheng walking toward him. Teacher, I have a question I don't understand. Go ahead. His mood wasn't great, as today's examination had shaken Zhao Zicheng's worldview. He had always believed that a higher number of literary paths represented a brighter future. However, today when La Tian arrived here, it seemed that their talent didn't matter at all. The department he belonged to seemed to be mocking them, which made Zhao Zicheng begin to doubt the professionalism of this assessment. Lu Qingfeng could understand the feelings of these young people. After all, having great talent but not being respected was something that could make anyone feel dejected. Talent is the most important factor in achieving greatness. This is true, but geniuses are not scarce in this world. Director Lu responded calmly, humanity is so vast, and it's normal for new geniuses to emerge every year. But if we say that just having great talent alone can bring one to the pinnacle of the world, that's not correct. Otherwise, humanity would have long since subdued the demon race. Lu Qingfeng continued, I've met many geniuses with extraordinary talent, but very few have actually reached the top. I've encountered countless people who claimed to have innate talent, called themselves masters, and were incredibly arrogant, only to fail miserably in the end. I've also met people from prestigious schools, born as heaven's chosen ones, but when they stepped onto the Demon Slayer platform, they were so frightened they trembled all over, and before they could even harm the enemy, their heads had already fallen from their necks. Geniuses are the least rare thing in this world, and Mogu could gather a group of people with talent far stronger than yours. But is that worth it? You've never been to the 4 great passes of humanity. There, everyone is like trash, not even worth a sip of water or a slice of bread. Lu Qingfeng knew these kids had never been to the passes, nor had they ever faced a monster on their own. Saying these words, not knowing how much they understood, but he wanted them to know that survival was not only determined by talent, but also by one's temperament and fate. If one has great talent but lacks determination, courage to move forward, a calm mind in times of crisis, or sufficient vigilance, then even high talent will eventually become nothing more than a joke. Having said so much, Lu Qingfeng wasn't sure how much his students understood, but he was starting to feel tired. He slowly sat down again and told them to find a place to rest. However, Zhao Zichang, who had been born with a silver spoon in his mouth, had never spent a night in such a filthy place, and seemed to be disgusted. This only made Lu Qingfeng even more displeased. Is this dirty for you already? Have you ever had to sleep in a pile of severed limbs? Do you know that each time you sleep, there's a chance you might never open your eyes again? Do you understand what that feeling is like? At this point, some of the students began to vaguely understand the meaning behind the change of location for the assessment. The officers not only wanted to test their talents but also wanted to see their willpower. Sit down for me. When you reach the 4 great passes in the future, you'll see how good the conditions are there. Lu Qingfeng shouted loudly, and the students hurriedly sat down. He then pointed at Yu Shang, who was sitting quietly in a corner, using him as an example. After the earlier match, where Yu Shang defeated Du Hu, it had already been enough to turn heads, but he was not arrogant at all. As soon as he entered, he found a quiet corner and sat down. All eyes were on Yu Shang. Just as he opened his eyes and saw everyone staring at him, it was hard not to be startled. After a moment, Yu Shang sluggishly stood up. Where are you going? Zhao Zichang called after him. To the bathroom, Yu Shang replied briefly. The more he interacted with Zhao, the more he found the young master of the Zhao family to be the most bothersome chatterbox in the world. By now, it was getting a bit dark outside the workshop. After leaving the resting area, Yu Shang quietly circled around the workshop. When he reached the main entrance, he stopped. He cautiously hid behind a large wall, his face showing a hint of deep thought. After a while, Yu Shang peeked his head out to survey his surroundings. Sure enough, he spotted a sophisticated surveillance camera above him, monitoring every move of those entering and leaving the workshop. Yu Shang furrowed his brows, contemplating the situation. This must be the last camera, but what exactly was inside the workshop? From what Yu Shang observed, the entire workshop was filled with surveillance cameras, except for one secluded area. After thinking for a long time, he speculated that the answer he was looking for might be hidden there. With that thought, Yu Shang waited for about 3 seconds before silently turning around and leaving. Yu Shang kept himself well hidden in the shadows, successfully avoiding the camera and moving toward another room. However, there were still cameras inside, though they weren't aimed at him. Seizing this opportunity, Yu Shang continued to run in the darkness, skillfully avoiding the blind spots of the cameras. A moment later, Yu Shang stopped in front of a door to a room, the outer door already rusted. Yu Shang initially intended to push the door open and enter, but suddenly stopped because he heard voices coming from inside. Yu Shang leaned against the wall, adjusting his breathing, pressing his ear closer. Someone inside asked, "Have you investigated Lu Qingfeng's information?" The other person replied, "No." Then the other person spoke again, considering the conversation with that fool earlier, he's probably also from the Demon Suppression Gate, a qualified teacher, but not valued here. As soon as the words left their mouth, the person across from him nodded in agreement. He wants to suggest to the higher-ups that he should be transferred to a more senior level. His educational methods are very meaningful. Yu Sheng felt that this conversation was pointless, so he turned to leave, but his figure was spotted by a supervisor. He couldn't help but remark, "You're truly a little demon, aren't you?" On the other side, Yu Sheng followed the same path back, quickly arriving at the break room. He calmly pushed the door open and entered, returning as if nothing had happened, finding a seat to sit down. However, Lu Qingfeng seemed to have noticed his return and suddenly spoke up, "Are you prepared to become a lone wolf?" Yu Sheng ignored his words, directly sitting down and resting casually. For a moment, the room fell silent. But at that moment, a strange shadow suddenly appeared outside the workshop, followed by a low growl. Though the sound was faint, both Yu Sheng and Lu Qingfeng noticed it. Their eyes, previously closed, snapped open, their brows furrowing tightly. Yu Sheng did not hesitate for even a moment as he drew his bow and prepared to fight, but Lu Qingfeng remained indifferent. He simply sat there, shaking his head as if to show that it had nothing to do with him. Yu Sheng paid no attention to whether Lu Qingfeng was joining or not. He walked past him and left. Lu Qingfeng watched his back, unable to stop himself from sighing. The fate of a lone wolf was always tragic. At the same time, outside, La Tian stood with a huge dog beside him. He soon wore a wicked smile and looked into the distance. It's time to let those little friends inside see what an awakened one has to face. They're still daring to sleep in this desolate place, how brave. As soon as he finished speaking, La Tian immediately released the chain in his hand, leisurely lit a cigarette, and said, "Let those little friends get ready to welcome the crazy joy." The moment the dog was freed, it immediately lunged towards the factory. In an instant, La Tian's dog entered the factory, and before long, it was spotted by the guards, causing their faces to turn pale in shock. Why is there a demon? What does La Tian want? Does he intend to let those students who haven't even left the gates yet go and slay the monsters? At once, two guards, in panic, turned to the man who was lazily lying on the chair and urgently called for him to wake up. However, the man remained completely calm, reassuring them that there was no need to panic and telling them to sit down. Then he finally stood up from his chair, sneering as he said, "What can a little demon cause? He thinks this is good enough." In the classroom, even reading a book couldn't yield anything, letting the students see a bit of blood wouldn't be bad. Hearing these words, one of the supervisors immediately became furious and asked if he had ever thought about the consequences if something really happened. This was playing with people's lives. The driver couldn't help but smile sarcastically and said indifferently, "As long as he's here." With that, he took off his coat, revealing a merit badge on the sleeve of his shirt, then curled his lips and said, "Is there any problem? If he says it's fine, then it's fine." As soon as the supervisor saw his medal, he immediately suppressed his anger, a trace of respect appearing in his eyes as he nodded. The driver leisurely lit a cigarette and casually said, "A little activity isn't bad." He wants to see how strange those students are. At that moment, the request from La Tian had been fulfilled, and someone had rushed to the resting place of the students. The door was violently smashed open. The roar of the demon woke the students from their stupor, and they hurriedly screamed and ran away. They had no idea why a demon was here, nor were there many unanswered questions addressed. The demon, with bloodshot eyes, was attacking a slow-moving male student who couldn't escape in time, causing him to scream for help. Before the demon could sink its sharp teeth into the student and kill him, a wooden stick appeared out of nowhere, striking the demon, making it retreat in pain. El Duhu acted, standing in front of the male student, his eyes filled with determination as he reassured the student, telling him not to be afraid, he would protect him. The demon, caught off guard by the sudden attack, was enraged, its eyes turning even redder and fiercer, sending a chill through everyone. It growled at Duhu. Immediately, the demon launched an aggressive attack, using its large mouth and sharp fangs to bite toward Duhu. Duhu was bitten, and fresh blood began to drip onto the floor. At that moment, a foot from the side kicked toward the demon. Unaware of the person beside it, the demon was knocked back once again. Zhao Zicheng glanced at his teammate behind him and reassured, they don't need to be afraid. As long as we stay united, the demon won't be able to harm them. However, the students, who had never seen blood before, couldn't remain as calm. They looked around, searching for Lu Qingfeng. Unfortunately, they couldn't find him, and then they began to cry loudly, wanting to go home. Seizing the opportunity while the students were in chaos, Lu Qingfeng stepped outside, leaning against the wall. He squinted at the camera in front of him and asked in a low voice, "Do those people really think this is a good thing for the students?" Meanwhile, in the surveillance room, the driver had witnessed everything, from Duhu's actions to Zhao Zicheng's, and couldn't help but chuckle, admiring their sense of courage, though a bit foolish. The hardest part of the dog demon was its head, yet they still went for it. Still, their full energy wasn't bad at all. At this point, he scratched his head in frustration, blaming Yusheng, making it clear he was uncomfortable with the situation. "You, the one monitoring, also chimed in and asked where he was, didn't you?" However, at that moment, the driver suddenly walked to the door, directly grabbed the doorknob, and opened it, while continuously sneering, "Those two don't need to search anymore. If they could find it, they wouldn't be working as clerks." By the time he opened the door, Yusheng had appeared at this place, though it was unclear when exactly he had arrived. He wasn't surprised at all and calmly invited him to sit in the room. Without any hesitation, Yusheng entered, and the two supervisors looked at him in astonishment, asking how he had found this place. Yusheng casually replied, "By the footprints." As soon as the supervisor heard this, his face instantly revealed a trace of shock. How could someone track the trail to this place just by such footprints? Could it be that the people from Zhuai Chang were all this abnormal? At that moment, the driver suddenly asked him why he didn't go help his classmate. Yusheng, still leisurely sitting in the chair, shrugged indifferently and said, "They won't die." As soon as he said that, the driver couldn't help but furrow his brows and questioned him. If he didn't step in, they would definitely die. But Yusheng remained calm, not a single ripple in his eyes. That dog demon was clearly very effective. Even if the driver didn't intervene, they wouldn't die. The driver grew more and more anxious, angrily asking, "What if the strength of that dog suddenly increases?" Yusheng shook his head, "It won't." Upon hearing this, the driver immediately declared that he would make it stronger. Yusheng finally lifted his eyelids to glance at him and without hesitation, told him that would be considered indirect murder. Even attempted murder. According to Article 75 of the Mogu Code, the punishment could be more than 3 years in prison, or even the death penalty. The driver fell silent upon hearing this. This guy knows the law so well, yet he still won't let it go. He continued asking, if he wants to kill those students, would Yusheng intervene? The two guards behind them couldn't help but break into a cold sweat at the scene. This guy is really in a rush. However, after hearing this, Yusheng still firmly affirmed that he wouldn't intervene. Seeing Yusheng's indifferent attitude, the driver couldn't help but get angry and questioned him. "They are all your friends, why would you just stand by and watch them die? Is this kid really this selfish?" Yusheng didn't care at all and calmly replied, "If I can't beat them, how can I save them? Should I die with them? It's better to take practical action, call the police, and get some compensation." Yusheng honestly explained the law to him. According to the latest policy, if someone dies while on duty during training, the family can receive a compensation of 30,000 to 50,000. As a witness, you also get a reward. Killing 11 students is a major crime, and Yusheng could earn around 100,000. After finishing, Yusheng raised an eyebrow and looked at the driver. "So, is he going to kill them?" Hearing Yusheng explain the reasons and consequences so clearly, the driver didn't know how to respond and fell silent, staring at him. At the same time, in the outskirts, a few middle-aged men dressed unusually looked toward the distant factory, then began shouting loudly. The man in the suit tilted his head back to look at the sky, his eyes filled with faith as he muttered, "Today, the celestial light shines upon us, the gods are watching over us." Then, he looked up at the sky again and shouted passionately, "If we successfully complete the plan this time, they will have the chance to be promoted to divine servants." This was a great favor. As soon as the words left his mouth, his expression suddenly changed, and his eyes were once again filled with murderous intent. Tonight, the students with the best talents in Mo-Bay City would face their fate. As soon as he spoke, the other two also shouted loudly and continuously, "They're dead." A second later, the three of them clasped their hands in front of their chests and closed their eyes to pray. Even if they had to pay with their lives, the gods would save them. After completing the ritual, the man in the suit eagerly gave the order to proceed with the plan. They would take action at midnight. Meanwhile, in another part of Mogubai Chun City, in the office of the Vice Pavilion Master, a man was working. This man was the master of the Lin Pavilion. As he worked, his phone suddenly rang, startling him. He stopped his actions and slowly picked up the phone. On the other end of the line, the person got straight to the point, wanting to make a deal with the master of the Lin Pavilion. The master of the Lin Pavilion frowned slightly, seemingly pondering something. After a few seconds, he calmly told the person to speak. The hoarse voice on the other end spoke again, this time with a very calm tone. "I just need to borrow a path. 10 minutes from now, a convoy from the North City will be entering South City. I hope the guards won't cause any trouble." Hearing this, the master of the Lin Pavilion's expression didn't change, and he asked, "People from the dark sect?" The hoarse voice on the other end quickly explained, "It's the cult of 10,000 gods." The master of the Lin Pavilion muted the speaker, casually placed the phone on the table, one hand processing documents while the other asked him how much he was willing to pay. Upon hearing this, the other person seemed to recount the situation as if it were nothing out of the ordinary. The master of the Lin Pavilion had just conducted an examination for students far from the city, and the results for the Mo-Bay City assessment had not yet been decided. A total of 12 students' lives were at stake. How did the master of the Lin Pavilion feel about this? The master of the Lin Pavilion fell silent for a few seconds, then continued, "Transactions must be backed by guarantees. They always say one thing but do another. There's nothing I can do about it." The phone rang again, and a soft laugh was heard. "You have no right to negotiate, but if the master of the Lin Pavilion wants to abandon those students, he can do so without a word." These words were clearly a warning. The master of the Lin Pavilion took a deep breath, his gaze slightly colder as he agreed. But if Mo-Bay City were to lose a person? He paused for a moment before continuing in a voice full of anger, "In the next 6 months, Jiangbei Province will launch a crackdown on the dark sect." He meant what he said, but the voice on the other end quickly corrected him, "It's the cult of 10,000 gods," and then hung up. At the same time, in the surveillance room, Yu Shang was still educating the driver about the law, which made him fall into deep thought, a trace of regret hidden in his eyes. How much had he already spent? 30,000 per person, totaling 300,000. While he was still pondering this issue, Yu Sheng suddenly pointed to the surveillance camera and asked, "Can you provide me with a copy?" The driver, suspicious, asked, "What do you want to do?" Yu Sheng did not hide anything and honestly explained his purpose. During the examination period, he didn't know the answers to the test. Lam thought this was the truth. He saved someone and could receive a reward for helping 12 people, 360,000. As soon as he said this, the driver immediately shouted angrily, cursing Yu Sheng for being audacious. "This is unfair to the other students. I will report you to Mo for eliminating pests like you." The two supervisors behind him, seeing his strong attitude, couldn't help but sigh, admiring his accomplishments and respectability. However, Yu Sheng didn't care at all about the driver's words. He directly proposed splitting the reward with him and then pushed the door open, disappearing from the room. The driver was slightly stunned upon hearing this but quickly smiled and agreed. "I'll take care of this matter." The two supervisors were left feeling embarrassed by the scene. Meanwhile, in the students' resting room, Du Hu and Zhao Zichang were leaning against each other, battling the dog demon. Zhao Zichang asked Du Hu anxiously, "Can you still hold on?" Du Hu shook his head and said, "It's fine, I haven't forgotten to admire Yu Sheng's far-sightedness." As soon as Yu Sheng's name was mentioned, Zhao Zichang's face showed some dissatisfaction. He wondered where he had gone off to. "If he comes back now, he'll call you father." However, just after speaking, Zhao Zicheng's expression immediately turned to one of surprise, while Du Hu, on the other hand, was delighted. The person they had been waiting for had appeared. Yu Sheng had returned. Remembering what he had just said, Zhao Zicheng's face became a little unpleasant, but he still opened his mouth to call out, "Tea." Upon hearing this, Yu Sheng was startled and looked at him, saying, "That's not quite appropriate." Zhao Zicheng, enraged, scolded him, "This is not the time for such nonsense. Where have you been all this time?" Yu Sheng scratched his head lightly and said that he had just been to the bathroom, but Zhao Zicheng didn't believe him and scolded him for lying. "With such a loud noise, how could you not have heard anything?" Yu Sheng's lie was exposed, and he honestly admitted that he wasn't good at lying. The two of them, Zhao Zicheng and Du Hu, suddenly fell silent, caught off guard by Yu Sheng's words. They didn't know how to respond. At this moment, Yu Sheng paid no attention to the fierce glare from the demon dog and directly passed by, as if it didn't even exist. Seeing this, Du Hu asked in surprise, "Why are you walking like that? Can't you see the dog demon right there?" Yu Sheng didn't respond and went straight to where the two of them were. Du Hu sensed something was off, hurriedly backed away, and whispered to Zhao Zicheng next to him, "I don't know why, but I feel safer when he's near the dog demon." At that moment, Yu Sheng suddenly hesitated and looked at the two of them. A trace of confusion appeared in his eyes, followed by a hint of embarrassment. Seeing his attitude, Du Hu became even more uneasy. After a while, Yu Sheng, still somewhat embarrassed, cautiously asked, "I'm not sure. But could you two be seriously injured?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Du Hu instinctively shifted his body, distancing himself from Yu Sheng, while Zhao Zicheng seemed at a loss for words. Zhao Zicheng stared intensely at Yu Sheng, hesitating for a while. After that, he suddenly collapsed to his knees, clutching his chest and groaning in pain. Du Hu and Yu Sheng looked at each other for a long time before he sighed helplessly. He didn't understand why Yu Sheng had asked that, but he didn't argue. Instead, he followed Zhao Zicheng and rolled around on the ground a few times, causing the students nearby to stare in astonishment. Immediately after that, he began clutching his back, groaning in pain. Yu Sheng nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the two of them, then turned to the surveillance camera, letting out a gentle sigh. His expression then became serious as he glared at the dog demon, speaking with conviction, "Yet another brutal demon is oppressing my people." Under MOG's leadership, fighting for humanity, willing to die to protect, Yu Sheng hadn't finished his words when, 1 second later, the dog demon finally lost its temper, becoming completely enraged. Its eyes turned bloodshot, full of viciousness, and it snarled as it charged toward Yu Sheng. At the same time, in the surveillance room, the driver watched the scene of Yu Sheng and couldn't help but stroke his chin, chuckling as he said, "Huh? When Emoga sees him, he'll be moved enough to take out money. It's just that I can't read any emotions from him, but that's not a big problem." The two surveillance operators behind him silently observed the driver, unable to find the right words. He was already feeling regretful, thinking that if he had known they could control the dog demon, he should have given Yu Sheng more space to act. Perhaps they could even cooperate in the future. But at that very moment, a shocking image appeared on the screen, causing the supervisor to panic. He quickly slapped the driver on the shoulder, urging him to look at the screen, startling the driver to glance up. What they saw was Yu Sheng, now using his bare hands to punch the dog demon, muttering continuously, "Protect the people, justice cannot be compromised. The flame of humanity will burn forever." The driver's face turned pale as cold sweat dripped from him, his eyes wide in shock as he exclaimed, "It can be played like this?" Yu Sheng only stepped back after a while, pretending to pant heavily and saying, "How could there be such a ruthless demon? If I hadn't arrived in time." The driver in the surveillance room watched Yu Sheng's fake performance, feeling a bit panicked, then angrily cursed, "Don't ruin the big plan to make money." After a lengthy monologue, Yu Sheng finally turned towards the surveillance camera in the corner. The students saw the dog demon, beaten by Yu Sheng and covered in blood, lying motionless on the ground, somewhat dazed. At this moment, Zhu Zicheng no longer pretended, frowning and asking, "Is this the end?" On the contrary, Du Hu felt somewhat emotional towards Yu Sheng. "We're all students, but the gap between you and them is so vast. Could they really be useless?" At that moment, he felt deeply inferior to himself. While they were sighing in relief, suddenly a sound accompanying a divine presence came from the door, making them jump and look towards it. Immediately, a beggar rushed in, locking his gaze onto the students before him. Above his head, a manifestation appeared, a broken bowl with a crystal embedded in it, and he kept shouting loudly, "Offer new souls to the god." Zhao Zichang, seeing the pure light radiating from the bowl, couldn't help but be startled. This person had awakened to level 1. At this moment, they looked ahead in astonishment. People from the dark sect, how could they appear here? He didn't say a word, but just smiled at him and summoned something. Zhao Zichang looked towards it, pondering. He had heard that the teacher's followers were all people who committed endless evil. Could this be part of the examination? The awakened one at level 1 is much stronger than required. Now, our people can only rely on this. After speaking, all eyes turned towards Yu Sheng with anticipation. At this moment, they immediately began to pretend in front of him. "My wound hurts so much, I can't fight anymore," Zhao Zicheng said, playing along with a smile. "Aren't we being very considerate?" Yu Sheng, feeling helpless, stepped forward and looked at them. Harming others is a crime. But since he was the first to speak, the dark sect member had already determined that he would be the target. "Since you talk too much, you will be the first." As fast as a flash of lightning, Yu Sheng immediately dodged the dangerous attack. This caught the attacker by surprise. "Not bad, I like this." Just after speaking, everyone immediately noticed that he had disappeared. Another person, holding a crossbow, aimed it in the direction where the target had been. When he saw that his target had vanished, he lowered the crossbow. The dark sect member had somehow appeared behind Yu Sheng's companions. "Harming others, why is that a crime?" "Then I will send you all down to the endless springs. Follow me, and my light will be eternal." But before he could finish his incantation, Yu Sheng appeared from behind, quickly performing a move to place something on the attacker's body, then swiftly passed through his body like a bolt of lightning. The item Yu Sheng had placed on the attacker caused a deep wound to appear on the dark sect member's arm. But he didn't take advantage of this to continue advancing and attacking, instead, he retreated. With an extremely cautious look in his eyes, he stared at the person in front of him. That man acted as if nothing had happened and continued charging straight at him. Along with that came a series of razor-sharp attacks aimed directly at his heart. But no matter how hard he tried, it seemed that his skill and reaction speed were still far inferior to Yu Sheng's, so he couldn't land a hit. At that moment, the spectators outside began to see the young man in a different light. Impressive. Why is the dark sect here? The sudden appearance of the dark sect during the trial was unexpected, and someone from the dark sect had already been dealt with. Someone nearby then reminded Yu Sheng, "Anyone from the dark sect can be eliminated." Lu Qingfeng watched him continue to evade and was puzzled. This kid. So he called out again, "Yu Sheng, eliminating someone from the dark sect is not illegal. First level awakening, reward, 100,000. Upon hearing that defeating the man in front of him would earn a reward, he immediately grabbed the man's arm tightly, then looked at him with eyes full of killing intent. He easily used his blade to create a long cut across the man's neck. And just like that, in an instant, the man had completely lost his life. The others who witnessed this were all stunned. What just happened? Isn't this supposed to be a trial? Isn't that way too ruthless? Yu Sheng didn't look at them. Instead, he turned and asked Lu Qingfeng. "The American policy you mentioned, why have I never heard of it?" He sighed at that moment, for this was a rule that could only be known after one truly became an awakened one. Du Hu took a distant look at Yu Sheng and shouted, "After all, he's still human." Lu Qingfeng glanced at him and shook his head. "Is this your first time seeing someone sacrifice themselves? Do you think Yu Sheng is too ruthless? Why must he destroy that person? But do you know, if Yu Sheng hadn't stopped him, then the one lying here would have been all of you. I've observed all of you for a day, and honestly, your performance is very disappointing. Now, each of you must sit next to that corpse, look at his wounds, look into his eyes, and you won't stop until you've conquered the fear in the deepest part of your heart. At this point, Zhao Zicheng stepped forward. I'm not afraid, my father is the director of the guard bureau. Hearing this, even though their bodies were trembling, the others still tried to shout loudly, if Zifeng isn't afraid, then neither are we. Lu Qingfeng looked at them, sighing. Perhaps, for you, an ordinary person is the best outcome. Tomorrow morning, you can return to school. After saying that, he turned to Yu Sheng and reminded him, You, come out here with me. Once the two of them were outside the house, Lu Qingfeng looked at the distant sky. Have you ever taken a life before? Anyway, from what I saw, your methods are quite skillful. Come on, when was the first time you did it? Yu Sheng, at this point, recalled, I think it was when I was about 6 or 5 years old, I don't even remember clearly. Hearing the indifferent tone in his voice when mentioning that matter, Lu Qingfeng sighed, this kid. In the midst of the silence, Yu Sheng suddenly thought of something. He quickly turned his gaze toward his teacher. Master, if I eliminate someone on the wanted list without breaking the law, would that be all right? Lu Qingfeng shook his head. Of course not. To be honest, you're the most outstanding person I've ever met. It won't be long before you can fully unleash your talents and become the hero of this generation. I won't speak of your past, but as your teacher, I hope that in the future, you will be a virtuous person, never turning your weapons against your own people. Do you agree? Yu Sheng looked at him. I'll try. However, his answer left Lu Qingfeng puzzled. What do you mean by try? Lu Qingfeng asked. Yu Sheng answered, Today, consider it as me doing a righteous act, even though I don't expect a reward. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingfeng nodded. That's only natural. When you save someone without taking money, I will give you something in return. Yu Sheng, at this moment, took out a knife. A demon isn't really worth much, right? I'll dissect it and sell the meat for money. Lu Qingfeng immediately reminded him, this newly transformed demon isn't worth much, plus its flesh is still very bitter. Upon hearing this, Yu Sheng immediately turned and walked back. At this moment, a man approached Lu Qingfeng. Surprisingly, I've taken care of it. Hearing this, Lu Qingfeng looked at him. Can I rely on you a bit? The person smiled, Don't delay this kid's test reward, or he'll get angry. If he thinks you're embezzling his property, then. Lu Qingfeng nodded, looking towards Yu Sheng's back. This really needs to be done quickly. If this ruthless person comes here a few years later, if we don't do it well, he'll seriously strip me of everything. At this moment, Yu Sheng had already arrived at his residence. He quickly opened the door and entered, only to find someone waiting for him. Little brother, come on, let's get to know each other a bit. My name is Wang Wenxian, and we've handled things properly today. Actually, you've saved the person twice. I'll make a separate video. Let's double our earnings. Yu Sheng shook his head. No. This can't be counted as double. The job of the employer is to protect them, and cutting them out to ask for money is against the rules. People who don't follow the rules will leave quickly. Wang Wenxian heard this and pondered. I didn't expect him to be so honest about this, knowing he couldn't be convinced, so he smiled. Alright, when there's cooperation next time, just call me old brother, and I'll always have your back. Anyone who stops us from making money will be immediately dealt with. Yu Sheng looked at him seriously. I've already said that doing such things is illegal. If you still want me to deal with someone else, I will report it. Wang Wenxian smiled on the outside, but inwardly he was displeased. Next time we cooperate, we might consider switching to someone else. The third rule of survival in Zhuai Chang, never get too close to a fool, whether they are an enemy or a friend. The next morning, things quickly moved forward. Yu Sheng's friends were still sitting beside the corpse of the dark sect member, having stayed up the whole night. Wang Wenxian, who was outside at that moment, came in to remind them, you can all go home now. Hearing this, they became very happy, as they no longer had to look at the corpse. After a tiring night, they finally got into the car to head back. At this point, Zhao Zichang, who was nearby, called out to Yu Shang. He looked at him and reminded him, "I'll help you with that as soon as we get back home." Upon hearing this, Yu Shang remembered his previous request. Knowing that Zhao Zichang had agreed, he immediately placed his hand on his friend's shoulder. "Good buddy," just these 3 words have made Zhao Zichang's eyes shine like torches. "Does this mean I've been recognized now?" As the two of them were about to show their affection, another hand landed on Yu Shang's shoulder. Du Hu looked at him and said, "I want to follow you for a while, could you teach me the method to eliminate others?" Yu Shang looked at them, puzzled. "You guys have such heavy murderous intent. Why do you all want to harm others? Isn't that illegal?" Du Hu smiled upon hearing this. "I'm not good with words, what I mean is that I just want to become stronger." Yu Shang looked him up and down, then smiled playfully. "If you shave your head, you might become stronger." And so, their journey in Zuichang came to an end. Wang Wenxian was still trailing behind, bothering Yu Shang. Little brother, do you think we've rested enough?" Yu Shang looked at him seriously. "I've just gotten off the car." After finishing his words, he quickly went with the man to a room to assign the task. The man looked at him and said, "I've heard about it, but after all, the results of the assessment are not yet out, and the specific ranking hasn't been decided. If this is a transaction, let's wait until we see the result." Yu Shang turned his head to look at Wang Wenxian and asked, "What do you think? What rank will I get?" He's very confident, of course, it's going to be first place. Then Yu Shang looked at the old man. "Now, I'm already in first place." At this point, the old man still felt a bit stunned. "What do you mean you're already in first place? You just asked some random person on the street." After saying that, the old man immediately pointed to Wang Wenxian and asked, "Excuse me, is this Yu Shang?" Before he could get an answer, the old man quickly brushed past Yu Shang, walked up to shake hands with the man in front of him. It turned out he was a leader from the province. What a rude awakening! No wonder he was a provincial leader, young, talented, and also very handsome. In a small place like ours, where we have no money, no resources, we can only passively watch talented individuals suffer because of the lack of resources. I wonder which department the leader is from. When he heard the old man praising him like that, he immediately felt embarrassed. The 3 words "reserve army" were firmly embedded in the old man's eyes. He immediately snatched the tea from Wang Wenxian's hand, his attitude completely different from before, now showing a very unpleasant demeanor, a 180-degree turn. Then, you returned to your seat with a colder attitude. "You're just a reserve soldier, why didn't you say that earlier?" Yu Shang paid no attention to his attitude and instead inquired about the things he should have received after completing his mission. The old man gave him an annoyed glance but eventually provided what he needed. With these items in hand, Yu Shang immediately smiled, knowing they would help him grow further. After that, both of them quickly left his office. At this moment, Yu Shang suddenly received a notification on his phone. He quickly picked it up to check the message. It was a call from Zhao Zichang. He smiled. "You brother, your old man is really a pervert. I went to visit him today, but he wasn't in his cell. Turns out, he was reading poems for the policewoman. Truly admirable." He paused for a moment before continuing, "But, you brother, we're so clever under my leadership. He has successfully become a sexual harassment criminal. At least it'll be another year before he gets out." Hearing that his request had been fulfilled, Yu Shang was very satisfied. After that, he quickly headed to the Mogo lobby with Wang Wenxian. He looked ahead and reminded, "Look, over there is the Mogo department from the provincial capital. The atmosphere is really something, isn't it? Don't you want to take a photo to commemorate this?" However, Yu Shang was captivated by the lively atmosphere around them. At this moment, a stewardess saw Wang Wenxian appear and immediately showed an unhappy expression. "Why is he here again?" she thought to herself. With no other option, she quickly made a phone call. That guy is here again, everyone, gather quickly. The others, upon hearing this, became agitated, sensing the urgency. And so, all the service temporarily suspended signs were quickly put up. Other customers, noticing this, asked, "What's going on? Everything was going fine, why did it suddenly stop?" Wang Wenxian, hearing the commotion from the crowd, seemed to have guessed what was happening. At that moment, Yu Sheng also looked at the man beside him and sighed. People who talk too much really can't be relied upon. Zui Chang wasn't lying to me. Just then, an Xin suddenly appeared at the reception desk, her eyes full of tears. She asked the receptionist if she could carry out her duties. The boss is still in the hospital from a serious injury while carrying out a mission. You want to take the reward for saving them? In an instant, the receptionist quickly put away the temporary service suspension sign, then asked, "What's going on? Tell me, please." Hearing this, an Xin became even more sorrowful. She hurriedly explained the situation with the dark sect and how saving someone would grant her a reward. He fought for humanity. After saying this, she became even more miserable. When Yuan, hearing this, furrowed her brows, then told an Xin to wait a moment. She would help her check the policy. Immediately, when Yuan opened a thick policy book to see. A moment later, when Yuan murmured to herself in slight confusion, "There really is such a regulation, but who would be so free as to record it?" However, just as when Yuan finished speaking, an Xin pulled out a USB and placed it on the table. When Yuan flinched slightly, someone had actually recorded it. She quickly regained her composure, hurried over, and plugged the USB into the computer to check. The footage of the rescue operation appeared almost immediately. After editing, the intense combat situation was clearly visible. Every move was executed with exquisite skill. The entire video radiated a grim and solemn atmosphere. The final scenes showed several severely injured individuals, their expressions solemn, their silhouettes resolute as they walked away. At this moment, an Xin disregarded her image and began crying loudly, pleading with Wen Yuan for help. "If we delay any longer, her captain will really die." When Yuan heard this and found herself in a difficult position, she didn't have the authority. But right after saying that, she stood up abruptly from her chair, turned around, and ran off, saying she would go find a superior to discuss it. At the same time, outside, Wang Wenxian had witnessed all of an Xian's actions and couldn't help but widen his eyes in amazement. That actually worked? An Xian really has her ways. Yu Sheng glanced at an Xian, then at Wang Wenxian beside him, and let out a sigh. Now that's what I call professional. You really did pick the right two partners. At that moment, Wang Wenxian suddenly gritted his teeth and said, "Whatever it takes. For money, who cares about pride?" Right after that, Wang Wenxian hurriedly tousled his hair to make it look as though he had just returned from a battle. He staggered and ran toward the counter. A man spoke, crying uncontrollably, his sobs filled with sorrow, "Sister, please save me, my boss is about to die, he's lost both his arms and legs, all that's left is his head hanging limply." Yu Sheng, who was watching from behind, found himself at a loss for words. Wang Wenyuan continued to stand at the counter, becoming more and more agitated as he said, "If Wenyuan doesn't give me money, then it would be equivalent to attempting to murder the backup security team of Baichun City." He even frantically signaled with his eyes, urging Yu Sheng to come and help him cooperate in obtaining the money. Yu Sheng remained silent, quietly observing Wang Wenxian's performance without uttering a word. At that moment, a tall figure suddenly appeared behind Wang Wenxian, who was crying pitifully, exuding an intimidating aura. Upon seeing this person, Yu Sheng's eyes showed a trace of pity. After a while, he finally spoke, "If I'm not mistaken, the person behind you, he is the boss he's been talking about." In an instant, Wang Wenxian's face immediately turned ugly. At that moment, Wang Wenxian felt a cold chill on his back, as if a fierce, predatory beast was staring at him like prey. His body involuntarily trembled. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead, and he struggled to swallow a mouthful of saliva. He quickly retracted the sorrowful expression he had earlier and began to praise his boss, claiming that the man could kill anyone in 10 steps and that there was no way he could die. When Yuan looked at Wang Wenxian, who now resembled a madman, and angrily glared at him, shouting, "Are you out of your mind?" Then, he called the next person forward. But behind him, Wang Wenxian suddenly heard a sound that was full of contemplation. From what he had just said earlier, the boss wasn't him, so was it only the head that barely survived? Wang Wenxian's body instantly stiffened. He trembled and turned to look at the giant figure behind him, forcing a strained smile. Such a coincidence, boss. The person in front of him was Chen Emo, Wang Wenxian's boss. In response to Wang Wenxian, there was only a cold smile, but Wang Wenxian knew exactly what awaited him. Immediately, he grabbed Chen Emo's hand and decisively said, "Please let me explain." Chen Emo didn't budge. With no other choice, Wang Wenxian stood on tiptoe, leaned into Chen Emo's ear, and whispered a few words. After hearing, Chen Emo asked in surprise, "Yu Sheng, is that impressive?" Wang Wenxian nodded firmly, "He's also a major backer." Hearing this, Chen Emo forcefully shoved Wang Wenxian's hand away, then turned to look at Yu Sheng, his face starting to contort. The more Yu Sheng looked, the more confused he became. Soon after, Chen Emo walked over to Yu Sheng, introduced himself, and Wang Wenxian finally learned Chen Emo's real name. He couldn't help but sigh, the name was so elegant. Chen Emo patted Yu Sheng on the shoulder twice, his tone gentle as he said, "You junior brother, if anyone bullies you in Baichun City in the future, just tell me, I'll send soldiers from the military camp to handle it." Yu Sheng looked at Chen Emo's face, unable to comprehend. It seemed a bit frightening. Calmly, he took a step back and said, "I don't like fighting. I only like making money." When Chen Emo heard these words, he immediately became sincere, fiercely pounded his chest, and resolutely said, "Today, if this money can't be taken out, I will follow Yu Sheng's family." However, after hearing this, Yu Sheng felt increasingly incredulous. As soon as Chen Emo finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the counter, confidently declaring that with him involved, there was nothing that couldn't be done. And Xin, upon seeing him, couldn't help but frown, silently hoping that this fool wouldn't ruin her plans. At the same time, that when Yuan woman finally returned, she was accompanied by a bespectacled leader, the master of the Lin Pavilion. As soon as Chen Emo arrived, he shoved an Xin aside, then arrogantly ordered the two people to serve him first. Not hearing any response from the subordinates, he said, "Do you only have a dying head left?" The two who had just arrived could not help but fall silent upon hearing this. Clearly, he was the type of hero who bled for his people and made great achievements for his nation, yet here he was, repeatedly running to this place like a useless fool. The master of the Lin Pavilion looked somewhat awkwardly at Chen Emo, then told him to wait a moment so he could handle official matters first. He then turned to Wen Yuan and asked her where the person she mentioned was. Wen Yuan immediately pointed to an Xin. As soon as the master of the Lin Pavilion saw an Xin's face, his expression grew even darker, and in a somewhat impatient tone, he muttered, "So it's the crouching dragon and the phoenix seal appearing together." The master of the Lin Pavilion took a deep breath, forced himself to calm his emotions, and then began to scold Wen Yuan, making a note that both of these faces should be added to the blacklist, as they were clearly deceiving him for money. The employee, a little flustered, hurriedly nodded. The master of the Lin Pavilion sighed after speaking, then lowered his face and said, "Both of you are incapable of handling your duties, please forgive me for not seeing you off." Chen Emo, hearing these words, angrily cursed at him. Chen Emo shouted loudly, then casually threw his arm around Yu Sheng's shoulder and asked, "Do you know who this is?" Upon hearing this, the master of the Lin Pavilion hesitated, turned his head, and asked in confusion, "Who is Yu Sheng?" Chen Emo replied, "Chen Emo is the prime minister of the Jiangbei province reserve team, a 6th-level awakened one. Who, pray tell, could have a higher status than him?" Chen Emo blared fiercely and introduced, "This is my good little brother, who bleeds for humanity, who kills demons for humanity." Yu Sheng, standing beside him, could only helplessly sigh when he heard this. After listening, the master of the Lin Pavilion grew even more silent. What nonsense is this scoundrel spouting here? Then he began to grow angry, tugging at his robe, gritting his teeth and snarling, "Chen Emo, every day you indulge these brats, isn't Moge's looting still not finished?" Shen Emo, unafraid, boldly replied, "Come on, let's see what you can do to me." Immediately after, the two locked eyes and fell into a standoff, neither willing to back down, the tension between them escalating. At this moment, Yu Shang, watching the two of them, could no longer hold back and coughed twice, helplessly speaking up, "Let me say something." Yu Shang didn't try to mediate between the two, his tone was more like a machine reciting laws in accordance with Moge's rule, as it had been outlined in the Awakening chapter. Fighting without cause in the city results in temporary banishment for 15 days, with a fine of 10,000 coins. Individuals with greater influence may be temporarily banished for 10 years, with a public safety fine of 100,000 coins. As soon as these words were spoken, Shen Emo immediately changed his attitude. His face became slightly unpleasant as he said, 100,000 is just wanting to take your life. The atmosphere instantly became quiet. Yu Shang was very satisfied, then continued, "I want to request a business resolution. If there is any unnecessary delay or lack of service, you have the right to protect your legal interests." He then began to sit down and handle the business with 1 yuan. Seeing this scene, Chen Emo couldn't help but whisper to Wang Wenxian, "Isn't he crazy?" Wang Wenxian also vaguely shook his head, unsure himself. Yu Shang quickly took out a USB and handed it to 1 yuan. 1 yuan looked a bit helpless as he glanced toward the master of the Lin Pavilion behind him. The man was almost on the verge of collapse, weakly saying, "Why are you looking at me? Go handle the business for Yu Shang." Upon hearing this, 1 yuan couldn't help but sigh. She then began to seriously review the video Yu Shang provided. The scene of Yu Shang fighting with the people from the dark sect played out. There was no blood seal verdict, no dramatic emotional reading or expressive sound, just the sound of echoes. After watching for a while, 1 yuan hesitated and said to Yu Shang, "This video has traces of editing." Yu Shang, however, was not flustered. He calmly admitted that the video had indeed been edited, but she could arrange for experts to analyze the situation on the field. The strength of both sides was imbalanced, and the students would lose, so the act of doing what was right had been set up. Once Yu Shang said this, he wanted to impart more knowledge to 1 yuan. The master of the Lin Pavilion, who had been observing from afar, suddenly spoke, telling Yu Shang to pass through the door and receive the full reward according to the standard. 1 yuan was initially a bit confused, but she quickly nodded in agreement and skillfully operated the computer. After a moment, she smiled at Yu Shang and informed him, "The application has been submitted, and it will arrive within 3 business days." Yu Shang thanked her, then stood up, looking toward the master of the Lin Pavilion who was standing, and asked, "Could you tell me the reason?" The leader did not answer his question, instead asking in return, "Have you ever considered working for the Shadow Sect?" Yu Shang pondered for 2 seconds before shaking his head and replying, "I don't have any plans for that at the moment." The master of the Lin Pavilion did not press him further, handing him a business card and introducing himself, "My surname is Lin, and I am the vice pavilion master of the Amogo branch in Jiangbei province." He also promised him, "Once you join the Shadow Sect, your income will not be limited to what it is now." Shen Emo, who had been watching this scene, became anxious and quickly ran over to block Yu Shang from accepting the business card, continuously scolding, "You old bastard! This is a member of my reserve team. It's not easy to find someone smart after all these years." However, the master of the Lin Pavilion only smiled at him, showing no reaction, and directly turned around to head upstairs. Shen Emo stood there, angry but powerless. He snorted coldly, then changed his tone and smiled at Yu Shang. "This time was an accident, but his strength is unquestionable. Next time, if you want to make money, just come to me. I'll help you." With that, he immediately grabbed Wang Wenxian, who was still in a daze behind him, and left without showing any face to wait further. Wang Wenxian hurriedly said, "I haven't even taken the money yet." Shen Emo immediately exploded, cursing at him for having the face to ask for money. Wang Wenxian, witnessing this, wisely kept quiet and followed Shen Emo as she left. On the other side, after leaving Imogu, Yu Shang returned to school. As soon as he reached the entrance, Zhong spotted Zhao Zichang waiting there. Zhao Zichang couldn't help but feel overjoyed when he saw him. He hurriedly ran up to him, grabbing his hand while crying, without you here, the school is about to fall into chaos. They passed the exam, and there are 2 students who've been messing around every day, causing trouble. Yu Sheng looked at him vaguely, saying nothing in reply. Zhao Zicheng continued rambling beside him. It'll be easier for you to return now. If they all go together, it's bound to turn into complete chaos. Yu Sheng frowned when he heard this and hesitated before asking, is he in charge? Zhao Zicheng's hand froze mid-air. He wanted to argue but couldn't think of anything to say, so he changed the subject. Lu Qingfeng is looking for you. He's waiting at the restaurant next door. Yu Sheng furrowed his brows in doubt. Why is he looking for me? With suspicion in mind, Yu Sheng went to the restaurant to find Lu Qingfeng. Sure enough, as soon as he arrived, he saw him sitting and waiting. Yu Sheng asked what he wanted, but Lu Qingfeng didn't answer. Instead, he pointed to an older man carrying food and asked, have you seen this person before? Yu Sheng observed him for a moment, then nodded, saying he had seen him before. He had heard his classmates refer to the man as Wang Ke. Lu Qingfeng casually took a sip of water, then asked him, what do you think? Yu Sheng was a little confused, as if he didn't understand why Lu Qingfeng was asking such a question. He casually pointed at his eyes and said, I saw with my eyes. Lu Qingfeng smiled and shook his head, I really shouldn't have asked you. Then, Lu Qingfeng suddenly changed his tone and said thoughtfully, this person was once a member of the reserve team, training for 2 years. Due to insufficient data collection, he had to go to Breaking Insight Gate. On the 3rd day, the demon race launched a night attack, and his leg was broken, forcing him to return here. 2 years of training, and less than 3 days on the battlefield. As he spoke, Yu Sheng, who had been quietly listening, noticed Lu Qingfeng pause for a moment before continuing. His purpose was to make it clear to the boy that humanity was not at all as he perceived it now. Lu Qingfeng raised his head and stared intently at Yu Sheng, who stood before him, and asked, in this brutal war, if someone like Wang Ke were in danger right in front of you, would you save them? Yu Sheng fell into deep thought for a long time before finally speaking, I don't know. After a while, he slowly lifted his head, his expression confused, and said, I once saw someone who was saved turn around and stab their benefactor with a knife. I've also seen 3 lives lost over a blood-soaked baozi. So, my compassion for saving others has long been shaken. Hearing this, Lu Qingfeng suddenly felt a pang of heartache. He then stood up and sighed helplessly, perhaps it's not meant to be. After all, this world has never protected you. Lu Qingfeng walked in front of Yu Sheng, a bitter smile tugging at the corner of his mouth, and said, I'm relying on my head and asking you to protect the world. As he spoke, he reached out, seemingly intending to pat the boy's head. However, at that moment, Lu Qingfeng's expression suddenly turned alarmed, and he quickly withdrew his hand. This was because he saw Yu Sheng instinctively tilt his head to avoid the touch, and there was even a blade hidden in his hand. For a moment, Lu Qingfeng felt a complicated mix of emotions, and then he stepped aside from Yu Sheng, changing the subject. Lu Qingfeng let out a sigh of relief, took out a cigarette, put it in his mouth, and asked, do you have a girlfriend? At this moment, Yu Sheng had returned to his usual state and calmly replied, yes, but she's in Zuichang. She has 307 days left until she gets out. Lu Qingfeng nodded slightly, then asked again, what would you do if she were being hunted? Without much hesitation, Yu Sheng replied coldly, I would eliminate whoever is after her. Lu Qingfeng glanced at him and asked, what if the whole world wanted her dead? Yu Sheng once again responded firmly, without a hint of hesitation, I would eliminate everyone in the world. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingfeng frowned slightly, then shifted his gaze toward Wang Ke, who was sitting off to the side, and said, he did the same thing as you. The only difference is, what he protected was the world. Yu Sheng seemed to be deep in thought. Was this what it meant to protect? At that moment, Lu Qingfeng flicked away the cigarette but in his hand and suggested that Yu Sheng follow him somewhere. Yu Sheng did not resist and followed behind him. A while later, the two of them arrived at the veterans' camp. There were many elderly people there, all wounded in different ways, some had broken arms, some were in wheelchairs, some had no eyes and walked with canes, a diverse and scattered group. Seeing Lu Qingfeng's figure, an old man suddenly stepped forward and asked, do you take this place for a zoo? You come here every few days, and now you're bringing someone with you? Lu Qingfeng calmly explained that Yu Sheng was his student. And at that moment, something that should not have been seen suddenly slipped out of the man's coat pocket. It fell into Yu Sheng's eyes. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in surprise. Is it possible to play this thing? The old soldier walked over to him, observing Yu Sheng for a while, before speaking in a low voice. You don't seem so bad. Yu Sheng squinted at the man in front of him, then calmly began to educate him. According to civil law, the public consumption of illegal goods could lead to a detention of 15 days and a fine of 2,000 coins. The man looked at him with fear, trembling as he asked, "What do you mean?" However, Yu Sheng didn't answer. Instead, he casually raised 3 fingers and said, "This is enough." The man grew increasingly confused as he looked at Yu Sheng. What exactly was he talking about? The man turned his head, his sharp gaze settling on teacher Lu Qingfeng, asking him to wait a moment as he needed to speak with his student privately. After saying this, he pulled Yu Sheng to a secluded corner. The man looked at Yu Sheng with a probing expression and mentioned the number 300, implying that the figure made him feel as though his life was in danger. However, in the face of Yu Sheng's determination, the man felt uneasy. Yu Sheng's words were unwavering as he confirmed that the number might be correct or might not be. His firmness only made the man angrier. He reacted strongly, believing that Yu Sheng's offer was unreasonably high, and expressed that even if he sold both plates, he would only receive exactly that amount, making him feel deeply unjust. But Yu Sheng showed no signs of worry or dissatisfaction. Instead, he continued to analyze clearly, pointing out that such plates could be bought in Mo Bay City at a store called CD and DVD Brown. Zhong Yushu was shaken by the sharpness of Yu Sheng's words. Everything Yu Sheng said was accurate, and that made him feel uneasy. Although he didn't show it outwardly, Yu Sheng could detect the slight awkwardness in the other's demeanor. Yu Sheng continued to explain that the purchase price was only 1 coin each, meaning Zhong Yushu could easily make 800 from this deal. This made Zhong Yushu's anger flare up even more. He retorted, insisting that 200 was the maximum price he was willing to pay. If Yu Sheng disagrees, he will report it to Zhou Lu and is willing to sacrifice his dignity to maintain his position. However, Yu Sheng remained calm, unaffected by the threat from the other side. He responded coldly, "If you report it, the value could reach 5,000. This made Zhong Yushu hesitate, as he knew very well that involving the authorities would complicate things considerably. Thus, he explained, in the underworld, involving the Quan family is not a wise choice. Furthermore, I just want to earn a little money to cover the cost of my teaching. Without this, I would have no face left." At that moment, Yu Sheng pointed to Zhong Yushu's phone and informed him that his call was still ongoing. Surprised, Zhong Yushu hurriedly looked at his phone and realized that the line on the other end was still open. Just then, a stern voice came from the phone, asking, "Is the person he is speaking to Zhong Yushu?" Old Zhong realized the disadvantageous situation and quickly reacted, denying his identity and insisting that he was not Zhong Yushu. He hastily ended the call, feigning innocence, and reaffirmed that he was merely joking around. Then, he shifted his attention back to Yu Sheng and agreed with him that the figure of 300 was reasonable. However, he still emphasized that initially, he had only been negotiating, while Yu Sheng refused to bargain, immediately scolding him and making a decision. As the story progressed, Zhong Yushu did not forget to boast about his past, proudly declaring that he had defended the demon suppression gate for 30 bloody years for humanity, and he considered himself a hero in the human world. After saying this, he roughly shoved money into Yu Sheng's hand, but could not hide his admiration for the calmness and composure of the young man. From a distance, teacher Lu Qingfeng quietly observed, his heart filled with surprise at the relationship between Zhong Yushu and his student. He silently thought, old Zhong really seems to care for Yu Sheng. The cleverness and wisdom of Yu Sheng have clearly pleased and made him proud. Zhong Yushu also did not forget to compliment Lu Qingfeng, believing that the teacher had taught an exceptionally talented student. In response to the compliment, Lu Qingfeng could only awkwardly scratch his head and express his modesty, while promising to continue making efforts. Zhong Yushu thought to himself, people from the reserves are all fools. It's no surprise that they don't understand the subtly implied warnings. At this moment, Yu Sheng calmly spoke up, offering the suggestion that Zhong Yushu could completely change his business model. He proposed that if the content of the CD were replaced with anti-fraud videos, they would not have to worry about being reported. Moreover, by promoting anti-fraud content, they could even make their brand stronger. Thinking about Yu Sheng's suggestion, Zhong Yushu saw potential in his words. He thought that Yu Sheng not only had the ability but also a realistic view on making money. However, instead of immediately praising him, Zhong Yushu wanted to test Yu Sheng once more, asking whether he had awakened yet. Yu Sheng responded, "The awakening process will take a week." Upon hearing this, Zhong Yushu smiled slyly and continued to ask a few casual questions, but received no answers. Yu Sheng remained silent, showing his vigilance and not revealing too much information. Finally, Zhong Yushu burst into laughter, feeling satisfied with Yu Sheng's caution. He admitted that although Yu Sheng was too cold, it was also a necessary trait in this situation. However, he also advised him that in the future, both of them should learn to trust those around them more, as trust was sometimes a crucial factor in life. Teacher Lu Qingfeng and Yu Sheng stood silently before the four simple yet dignified graves. The teacher's gaze slowly swept over each grave, his expression deep with contemplation. He stood there in silence for a long while before speaking, his voice low, carrying the respect and weight of the past. He explained to Yu Sheng, "These graves belong to the parents and child of Zhong Yushu, the person you met earlier." The teacher took a step forward and pointed to the empty grave at the end of the row. The grave had not yet been filled with earth, as if waiting for the arrival of another life. The teacher explained that this empty grave was where Zhong Yushu had prepared for himself, a final resting place after a life of solitude, exchanged for the lives of the two beloved figures he had sacrificed to protect humanity. Yu Sheng silently followed the direction of his teacher's pointed hand. That tomb not only symbolized death but also encompassed the loneliness, pain, and sacrifice that Zhong Yushu had endured throughout his life. The teacher continued speaking, his voice gentle yet filled with meaning. "I do not criticize the path Yu Sheng has chosen, but I understand that everyone has the right to make their own decisions. However, I cannot hide my concern for the future of humanity." With an encouraging tone, he emphasized, humanity needs powerful individuals strong enough to protect them from external forces. Yu Sheng stood beside him, silently listening to his teacher's words, as if carrying the expectations from the previous generation to the next. Teacher Lu Qingfeng gently raised his hand to pat Yu Sheng's head. His gaze was filled with affection and profound hope. He didn't need to say much, but in every word he spoke, there was a deep faith in his student, and he hoped that the person he could place his trust in to protect humanity in the future was none other than Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng did not respond immediately. He subtly glanced at his teacher, his eyes showing a bit of determination, but also mixed with a sense of quietness. He didn't need to speak, but just through that look, the teacher understood his thoughts. Yu Sheng's hand unconsciously clenched, as if trying to hide his emotions and determination. And that small gesture did not escape the keen gaze of his teacher. Lu Qingfeng glanced at his student's hand and silently thought to himself, "This kid doesn't reveal his blade, even when he holds the strength." Yet Yu Sheng maintained his composure and restraint, showing no signs of revealing the powerful nature within him. The two of them silently looked up at the sky, their eyes directed towards the distant horizon where Zuicheng had become just a small dot in the vast world. The sky that day was deep blue, carrying gentle breezes that seemed to carry their eyes beyond the limits of this place. Lu Qingfeng spoke up, his voice warm and filled with the wisdom of life. "Zuicheng is just Zuicheng, the world is vast. You must go, listen, look, and feel. My advice is not only about specific actions but also about experiencing life, exploring the world out there, to understand more about yourself, about humanity, and your responsibility." Yu Sheng stood there, quietly agreeing. From afar, the sound of footsteps approached, and Zhong Yushu appeared. He had been observing this scene. From a distance, seeing the two of them standing before his family's grave, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. He shouted loudly, breaking the silence of the cemetery with his coarse, theatrical voice, both humorous and a bit reproachful, "Stop being so sentimental here, damn it, this is my family's grave, not a zoo." His words echoed through the stillness of the space, unashamed and blunt, reflecting his straightforward personality. Lu Qingfeng and Yusheng were startled, embarrassed by Zhang Yushu's shout. They immediately turned to look at each other, both letting out a soft laugh, their eyes filled with a hint of awkwardness. They both reached up to scratch their heads, smiling gently as if to brush away the awkwardness of the moment. In an office, the light from the desk lamp cast a dim, hazy glow, creating a somber and heavy atmosphere. A man, his face concealed by a black shawl, sat before the desk, holding a phone. His eyes sparkled with determination as he listened to the voice on the other end, where someone was urging, "The plan must be carried out soon." The man furrowed his brow, gripping his phone tightly, feeling the pressure from the request. He admitted that the influence from Jiangbei province had recently grown too large, to the point that the Exorcise Evil sect had also joined in the sweeping plan, leading to significant losses for the organization. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the map spread out in front of him, where several signs pointed to an increase in activity that he could not ignore. On the other end of the line, the anger was evident in the voice, emphasizing that the timing of the test was when Jiangbei province was most vulnerable. Acting during this period would seriously impact the overall plan. The man in the office felt a heaviness in his chest, trying to remain calm in the face of the opposition. He assured that there was no issue with the plan. But sensing the unease within, at that moment, he couldn't help but think that the divine envoy was personally overseeing everything. This made him wonder if there was a plan that he had not been made aware of. His eyes were fixed on the map, with the complex symbols dancing before him. He understood that every decision going forward would not only affect himself but would have a significant impact on the fate of many within the organization. In the principal's office, a quiet atmosphere filled the room. Yusheng stood before the principal's desk, his gaze thoughtfully fixed on the neatly arranged documents. He pondered his own capabilities, telling himself that his awakening object was the staff. Now, its power had tripled, and its speed had doubled. He realized that his overall combat strength had nearly increased tenfold, leaving only the task of addressing the remaining shortcomings. As these thoughts pulled him deeper into his own world, a snap of the principal's fingers broke his concentration, causing Yusheng to startle. The teacher looked at him with a serious expression and asked, "Do you feel confident about making it into the top 10 provinces in this upcoming graduation exam?" Yusheng hesitated for a moment before replying, "I don't know." This response surprised the principal, as he thought the student was usually very confident and would be discussing the awards he might receive. Yusheng, however, could sense the expectation in the principal's eyes but also remembered that one should never show confidence in oneself unless the situation was absolutely certain. If there was no certainty, one should not accept the result prematurely. The principal, with patience, looked at Yusheng and said, "Before, whenever you scored a perfect 100, I would give you an additional reward." He cleared his throat to ensure clarity and then continued, "Each time you rank up, you will get an extra 100, and if you achieve first place, the reward will be 10,000. Upon hearing the principal's promising reward, Yusheng didn't hesitate to turn around and firmly said, "I must take my leave." This action made the principal angry. He stood up abruptly, left his desk, and chased after Yusheng, hoping to keep him from leaving. As Yusheng approached the door, the principal blocked his path and, with a stern face, said, "I will report to the Department of Education. I will tell them that if Er Zhong makes it into the top 3 at the provincial level, I will ask them to grant us a reward. At that point, we will split it 37. Yusheng coldly replied, "Achieving a high rank and getting a sum of money is great, but I don't understand why you wouldn't want to earn something extra." This unexpected question left the principal stunned, and he exclaimed. Yusheng didn't turn back, continuing to walk in and emphasized, "The plan should be altered a bit. I propose 3 scenarios where we could design the uniform ourselves, obtain approval from the leadership, and then advertise it on the uniforms. You continue to sketch out your idea and say, if students achieve a good ranking and wear the uniform, they will be interviewed, and that will be the mobile advertisement." Yusheng affirms. In this way, both publicity and uniform payment will be achieved, and they will definitely be very willing. The principal is confused by the intelligence and sharpness of his student, secretly thinking about the final money-making plan. He also says with determination, "This is reliable. Don't worry, the director of the Mo Bay City Education Department is an old comrade of mine. Teacher Su will make everything clear. Yu Sheng suddenly asks curiously. Are you a member of the reserve army? The principal confirms but also wonders. Why are you asking that? Yu Sheng simply answers. Nothing. But in his heart, he feels skeptical and recalls Zhong Yashu's words that all reserve army members are fools. In the principal's office, a serious atmosphere surrounds them. The principal sits behind the desk, his gaze focused on Yu Sheng as he begins to ask about the ratio they had discussed earlier. He doesn't forget to emphasize. I've generously given you a 6, which I think is enough to make Yu Sheng feel satisfied and content. However, Yu Sheng doesn't respond but remains silent, staring at the principal. His silence makes the principal feel irritated, with a sense of anger. He raises his voice and says, Yu Sheng will get 7, along with the title of Outstanding Graduate Student of the school. He emphasizes. To achieve this, I have spent money to build relationships. This shows that I'm not intending to make things easy. In response to the principal's frustration, Yu Sheng finally speaks up with a brief sentence. The deal is done. The principal immediately brightened up upon hearing this, and Su teacher agreed to go to work. The contract was promptly signed, ensuring that all terms would be clearly outlined on paper to protect the interests of both parties in the transaction. However, just as the principal was about to stand up to fulfill his promise, Yu Sheng blocked his way and asserted that a contract was unnecessary. Because you've already recorded our conversation, Yu Sheng said, raising his phone to show the principal that he had specific proof in his hands. After saying this, he walked out and closed the door, leaving the principal stunned. The principal's eyes were filled with surprise and confusion. Upon hearing this, the principal stood frozen, a sense of shock and anxiety overwhelming his mind. He wondered whether Yu Sheng was truly willing to use the recording to report on him. Time passed quickly, and only a week had gone by since the conversation between Yu Sheng and the principal. At school, Yu Sheng was holding and admiring the new uniform issued to the students. The uniform stood out with its bright colors, giving him a sense of excitement and pride as he looked at the back of the shirt. The surprise was clearly visible on his face. There, scattered across the back of the shirt, were numerous printed advertisements, rich and varied, with bold letters like Investment Unlocks Opportunities, Unlock the King, and Unlock Professionalism, all neatly arranged. The images not only caught the eye but also clearly demonstrated the creativity and effort the principal had invested to bring benefits to the school. Yu Sheng felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. He silently admired the principal's intelligence and talent. Nearby, in the cramped training room, the sounds of punches colliding and the labored breathing of the two boys echoed continuously. With a serious expression, Yu Sheng was focused on delivering blows to the punching bag. Meanwhile, Zhao Zichang stood beside him, his face covered in injuries, tears streaming down his cheeks as he anxiously pleaded, "Stop hitting me, Yu Sheng. Please, just stop." Zhao Zichang begged, but Yu Sheng had no intention of stopping. He took a deep breath, then focused on throwing a powerful punch at the bag hanging in front of him. The sound of his punch echoed through the room like a thunderclap. Zhao Zichang, terrified by Yu Sheng's strength, immediately cried out, "Even though it hurts so much, I still feel exhilarated." But why does it hurt this much? Meanwhile, from a corner of the room, the class teacher Lu Qingfeng observed the situation with a contemplative look. He thought to himself that since he had just transferred to Erzhong, he couldn't stand there uselessly. He also needed to participate in the confrontations to improve his own skills. Seeing Zhao Zichang continue to suffer at Yu Sheng's hands, Lu Qingfeng decided he could not stand by any longer. He felt the need to get involved and quickly rushed toward the two boys, determined to join the confrontation. As soon as he arrived, a chaotic brawl broke out. Both Zhao Zichang and Lu Qingfeng felt the pain of Yu Sheng's relentless punches and kicks. The two of them tumbled to the ground, no longer distinguishing between human and demon, gasping for breath in the midst of their panic. After a while, Zhao Zichang, with his bruised face, whispered, "Finally, it's over. The exhaustion and pain are clearly visible on my face." Outside the training room, Yu Sheng stood alone, his face pensive as if lost in his own thoughts. Lu Qingfeng saw Yu Sheng standing alone, approached him, and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Yu Sheng slowly turned to him, his gaze still pensive. He sighed and expressed his concerns. "What if the examination requires us to fight? I don't know how to fight." Yu Sheng's voice clearly showed his worry, not just for himself, but also for the upcoming examination. He understood that the upcoming tests could be extremely harsh, and he wasn't ready to face them. Lu Qingfeng listened to Yu Sheng's words and felt the need to encourage and support him in the days to come. After thinking for a moment, he decided to speak up. "Maybe you could take the arrowhead off the bow or dull the dagger a little." But Yu Sheng immediately shook his head, showing his disagreement. He stated firmly, "That won't do. One can never intentionally damage their weapon." Yu Sheng's question made Lu Qingfeng pause in thought. The young man wondered, why is it illegal to kill people here? Lu Qingfeng could sense the seriousness in Yu Sheng's voice. He moved closer, gave Yu Sheng a light pat on the shoulder, and affectionately called him kid. He noticed Yu Sheng leaning against the wall, his hands in his pockets, looking somewhat introspective. Lu Qingfeng ruffled Yu Sheng's hair, showing his fondness and warmth. He then asked him about the old soldier at the store this morning, and Yu Sheng nodded in confirmation. The teacher continued, "Tomorrow, the old soldier has to go to the veterans' camp because his only son has also been recruited into the reserve army." A brief silence passed as Lu Qingfeng thought about what he was about to say next. He then added, "Recently, Mo Gu has been urging me, saying that I'm getting old and have no children, so I need to go to the veterans' camp to report." He hesitated slightly, as if trying to find the right way to express the thoughts in his mind. But then, Lu Qingfeng decided to make his intentions clear. He wanted to add that Yu Sheng was his disciple, and although he had no children of his own, he could not avoid reporting this. Before he could finish his sentence, Yu Sheng responded firmly, "I will go." Yu Sheng's decisiveness surprised Lu Qingfeng, but the smile on his face showed his satisfaction. He looked at Yu Sheng with a warm gaze, feeling the deep bond between teacher and disciple in that moment. Trust and hope filled the air, as if both of them sensed that no matter what difficulties lay ahead, they would no longer be alone on the path to come. Outside the Mo city gate, the atmosphere was tense and filled with anticipation as Yu Sheng and Lu Qingfeng stood there, preparing for the important exam ahead. Lu Qingfeng's eyes sparkled with concern but also pride as he looked at his disciple. He gently turned to Yu Sheng and advised, "Be careful during the exam, rely on your temperament. I believe it won't be a big problem." The words of encouragement from his teacher felt like a warm breeze, giving Yu Sheng strength in this decisive moment. As they entered to register, Yu Sheng felt a bit nervous. The examiner sat behind the desk, his stern gaze focused as he began asking the necessary questions. Yu Sheng took a deep breath to calm himself, introducing himself with his full name and age. He stated that his name was Yu Sheng, 18 years old, and he answered the subsequent questions about his identity, his parents' names, and the person accompanying him with seriousness. The invigilator, after making notes, turned towards Lu Qingfeng and asked Yu Sheng, "Is the person accompanying you your father?" At this moment, Yu Sheng felt a heavier weight in his chest. He hesitated for a moment, his gaze dropping to the ground before he reluctantly answered, "My father didn't come." Seeing his student's hesitation, Lu Qingfeng decided to stand up in defense of Yu Sheng. He requested the invigilator to write his name on the list, affirming that he was Yu Sheng's teacher and an elder. His voice was firm and resolute, which reassured those around him. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out from the building across the street, as though a bomb had just gone off, causing everyone around to jump in shock and panic, all turning to look. The crowd was in turmoil, and questions began to fill the air. Anxiety spread among the crowd, and many faces clearly displayed fear. Lu Qingfeng, with the calmness of an experienced individual, recognized the tense situation. He deduced that the explosion had come from somewhere near the school, or perhaps even within the school itself. The invigilator, realizing the gravity of the situation, spoke up, trying to reassure everyone, "The dark sect is causing trouble, and Mo Gu has sent people to handle the situation. Don't worry, you can continue as usual." But those words couldn't dispel the anxiety in people's hearts. Lu Qingfeng turned to Yu Shang, his gaze full of encouragement and support, and said to him, "I was first place in the last exam, and I will wait for you." Yu Shang felt the pressure but also a sense of determination. He nodded, filled with hope and confidence, then bade farewell to his teacher and stepped inside to prepare for the exam. When Lu Qingfeng approached the school, he was suddenly stopped. A supervisor stood in front of him and said that there was danger in the city, so he could not enter. Unable to restrain his anger, he declared, "I am a reserve soldier of Jiangbei Province, batch 308. I have guarded the demon suppression gate for 2 years. Protecting humanity is my responsibility." He emphasized further, "As a teacher, protecting the students is also my responsibility." Among those present, another person spoke up to introduce himself, "I am a reserve soldier of Jiangbei Province, batch 305. I participated in the Breaking Insight Gate during the era of Dawning Light in 141. Another person, not wanting to be outdone, also introduced himself, "I am a reserve soldier of Jiangbei Province, batch 309. I went to the Demon Gate during the era of Dawning Light in 145. Together, they shouted in unison. Their voices blended together, creating an atmosphere filled with power and fighting spirit. "Protecting humanity is our responsibility," they chorused. The air grew tense, yet also full of passion. In that moment, everyone realized that in difficult situations, unity and determination were the keys to overcoming all challenges. Their gazes intertwined with both worry and resolve. Everyone was ready to stand up for what they believed in, to protect each other in the darkest of times. The supervisor saw the determination in the eyes of the soldiers and teacher Lu. Lu Qingfeng asserted, "This mission will be tough, but I will be here waiting for everyone." His words showed support for those preparing to face danger. Lu Qingfeng responded briefly but powerfully, "Return victorious." The phrase sounded like a slogan, promising that everyone would fight for the noble cause and not give up until success was achieved. The overseer in his heart thought and realized that it was the resilience and determination of people like Lu Qingfeng and others that had kept humanity standing until now. Despite the invasion of the demon race, he felt proud of these brave warriors, who not only protected themselves but also fought for the safety of all of humanity. At the school, the atmosphere was as tense as a taut string, with anxiety and fear hanging over everyone. Wang Wenxian, his face flushed with anger and determination, could not contain his emotions and loudly declared, "Those from the dark sector so bold, daring to attack." Within the school, these words not only expressed his fury but also highlighted the heavy responsibility he felt in this dire situation. Amid the chaos, 2 girls standing nearby, their eyes glowing with intensity and determination, spoke up with passion. One girl, with fair skin and long, flowing hair, suggested, "We need to fight quickly and with the highest efficiency." The other girl, with a voice full of confidence, quickly agreed and added, "We should risk everything to achieve our goal as quickly as possible." These ideas ignited the courage within everyone, awakening their fighting spirit. Before the crowd from the dark sect that was erupting, Wang Wenxian showed no fear and boldly declared the identities of the divine servants from different cities as a powerful challenge to the enemy. Wang Wenxian confidently proclaimed, "I am the divine servant of the cult of 10,000 gods from Mo Bay City." Next was the divine servant from the cult of 10,000 gods of Hanhai City, and finally, the divine servant from the cult of 10,000 gods of Changchun City. He emphasized that Imoga was not present here, and their reserve troops would be the key to winning the battle. He instructed that the war would begin immediately, and within 5 minutes, anyone who disobeyed orders, regardless of life or death, would be executed. Suddenly, a different voice echoed amidst the chaos, tinged with sarcasm, "Are the reserve troops still this cowardly?" The speaker was none other than Lu Qingfeng. He appeared with a confident expression, his eyes glowing like fire, seemingly unaffected by the surrounding circumstances. He was highly confident in his presence in this battle. A person beside Lu Qingfeng, with a half smile, recalled old memories. They spoke of how Lu Qingfeng, when he was a rookie, had been beaten to the point of crying every day. Now, he had grown stronger and more mature. Wang Wenxian, upon hearing this, could only scratch his head, smile awkwardly, and feel old memories flooding back. Lu Qingfeng, with his stern demeanor and authoritative bearing, ordered that Wang Wenxian's military command be revoked. He emphasized that they were old, not dead, and still had the responsibility to protect the school. They could not allow the younger generation to rush into battle. His words were not only an order but also a lesson in humility and responsibility, reminding everyone that war was no game and life and death should never be taken lightly. As the atmosphere remained tense, a member of the dark sect suddenly charged forward, kicking Wang Wenxian. Wenxian fell backward onto the ground. This action only escalated the chaos, leaving everyone unprepared. Seeing this, Lu Qingfeng could not sit idly by. He noticed Wang Wenxian's lack of vigilance and did not hesitate to criticize, still distracted while fighting? Truly useless. He immediately drew his sword. The light glinting off the blade reflected the strong determination in his heart. He declared, "The battlefield is now under my command." Then he instructed others to block the city's gates to prevent major casualties, and he would lead a group to the school to protect the students. With that, he took the lead and courageously charged forward, plunging into battle with the dark sect. The sounds of slashes, clashing swords, and shouts created a chaotic yet valiant scene. The young people, though inexperienced, did not hesitate. They all understood that this fight was not only against the dark sect but also to protect the future and safety of the students who were terrified in the school. Elsewhere, a peaceful atmosphere enveloped the lakeside. Old Zhong was leisurely fishing. Lin Feng approached from behind, pleading for him to come out of retirement and help in the urgent situation unfolding outside, hoping that he would take action to resolve the matter. Old Zhong was startled when he heard footsteps behind him, thinking that someone had discovered him. Hastily, he ordered Lin Feng to leave at once without hesitation. He said, "With my current health, even a light breeze could blow away my frail body, so I cannot participate." Lin Feng seriously reported the situation, saying, "Since the recovery of spirit qi, the first and second generations of the ancestors have been mostly absent from the battlefield. There is no one left to hold the front lines like before. On the current battlefield, the remaining leaders were all from the third generation." Lin Feng earnestly begged old Zhong to go and guard the demon suppression gate to protect everyone, but he still refused, unmoved. Lin Feng took a small, old box from his pocket, inside of which was a precious pill, and offered it to old Zhong, hoping that he would accept it and come out of retirement to protect humanity. Old Zhong held the pill in his hand and said that if he took it, his body would return to its former state, restored to the vitality of his youth. He sighed, remarking that they had already expended much effort. Lin Feng pleaded earnestly, stating that the city of Mo Bay was in chaos, both internally and externally. If old Zhong did not take action, everyone would suffer a tragic fate. Old Zhong's voice turned grave as he seriously asked, "Are you threatening me with the lives of innocent people, forcing me to join this battle?" Lin Feng trembled so much that his legs nearly gave way, but he still managed to respond firmly, "At this point, there is no other way to save humanity." Old Zhong stood up, thought for a moment, and finally accepted the pill from Lin Feng's hand, deciding to give it one last try. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed from afar, asking whether humanity's spine had been prepared to emerge from the mountains one last time. The sound reverberated throughout the space. It was the group of divine messengers from the Luotian sect. At the forefront was a figure completely cloaked in a mysterious black robe, causing everyone who saw him to feel a sense of dread. Lin Feng looked at them, skeptically asking, "The dark sect only brought 2 people, do they really think that's enough to deal with old Zhong?" His face held a provocative expression. The leader of the group smirked coldly and said, "If old Zhong takes this pill, then within 3 days, the demon race will launch a full-scale war to attack the demon suppression gate." Old Zhong heard this but didn't pay the slightest attention to their words, considering them to be nothing more than meaningless threats. Calmly, he picked up the pill. A powerful wave of energy spread throughout the surrounding space as he placed the pill in his mouth and swallowed it, creating a scene filled with authority. Immediately behind old Zhong, a massive spear materialized, adorned with 8 radiant gems that emitted a mystical glow full of strength. The leader of the dark sect couldn't hide his panic upon witnessing the appearance of the octagon. He thought that if old Zhong were merely healing his wounds, he should have only reached the level of the septagon. The divine envoy was startled, not understanding how old Zhong had foreseen his scheme, his eyes filled with suspicion. But before he could say anything further, he was instantly overwhelmed by the terrifying aura of the elder. Finishing his sentence, old Jean made a powerful move with his hand. A gigantic silver arm suddenly appeared, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. The arm reached out and grabbed the majestic spear. With incredible force, the arm swung the spear, delivering a mighty strike that tore through the air, heading straight for the members of the Luotian sect standing far away, showing no mercy. In an instant, they were struck with a fatal blow, their bodies cleaved in two, like brittle bamboo sticks snapped effortlessly in an instant, unable to resist. The divine envoy, struck by the attack, immediately spat out blood, collapsing to the ground, his body trembling from the power far exceeding his expectations. Lying on the ground, gasping for breath, he spoke to old Jean, asking that before he died, the elder answer the lingering question that still haunted his mind. But old Jean coldly refused to waste words with someone about to die. After he finished speaking, his body went limp, collapsing to the ground, no longer showing any signs of life, and the light in his eyes gradually faded away in an instant. Old Jean then ordered Lin Feng to immediately call Chen Emo and relay that he should proceed with the plan to gather the nets as originally intended, without delay. At this moment, Lin Feng still didn't fully understand what was going on, his mind filled with questions, but under old Jean's urging, he had no choice but to quickly pick up the phone and make the call as instructed. Lin Feng dialed EMO and relayed the exact message from old Jean. On the other end of the line, Shen Emo didn't say much, simply beginning to carry out the plan that had been prepared. It was only then that Lin Feng came to his senses, realizing that it was all part of a carefully set trap designed to lure and completely wipe out the members of the Luotian sect. Old Jean looked at Lin Feng, chuckled lightly, and mocked that the people from Ling Nian Academy were a bunch of fools, unable to comprehend the sophistication of the entire plan. He looked at Lin Feng and, in a low voice, said, "It's time to settle old scores, the matters from the past need to be dealt with now." A few young men suddenly appeared behind Lin Feng, shouting at old Jean, "This time, if you leave, don't ever come back." It seems like they've endured a lot of suffering recently. Upon hearing their shout, old Jean paused for a moment, then said that if a skeleton like him could still achieve something for humanity, it would be worth it. After speaking, he did not turn back, continuing to walk under the bright sunlight. His figure gradually faded into the distance, but it was filled with determination and dignity. Elsewhere, at the site of the grand examination, Yu Shang, holding a pickaxe, walked through the dense forest, his eyes carefully observing each of his steps. Suddenly, he discovered two large demons resting under the canopy, their breathing steady as if they were completely relaxed. Yu Shang thought to himself, with the powerful defense of these demons, using a regular bow and arrow won't be able to quickly eliminate them. I need to come up with another plan. He summoned his special weapon, a gleaming gemstone attached to it, wondering if he had awakened his own strength once again. At that moment, the cold, sharp eyes of one of the demons suddenly opened wide. It had sensed Yu Shang's presence and immediately charged toward him with terrifying speed. The staff in Yu Shang's hand activated a stunning strike. His entire body emitted a powerful purple glow. This move quickly affected the demon charging toward him at lightning speed. The demon, which had pounced with fierce aggression, was immediately stunned, its body frozen for a split second. Yu Shang seized the opportunity and immediately drew his sword, rushing forward to attack decisively. With a swift and precise thrust, he ended the demon's life. In the blink of an eye, its blood splattered everywhere, staining the ground around them. Yu Shang thought to himself, the stunning strike of this staff is indeed incredibly useful. It can easily stun an opponent instantly, providing a great opportunity for a successful attack. At the same time, the remaining demons, advancing toward Yu Shang, were also affected by the power of the staff's attack, causing them to stagger and lose their direction. Without hesitation, Yu Shang swiftly leaped into the air, delivering a flurry of swift sword strikes toward the demon horde, cutting through them left and right, causing them to fall like dominoes. In a short period of time, the dense demon horde that had once filled the area was no more, every single one wiped out completely. Yu Shang stood tall amid the scattered demon corpses that littered the ground. Suddenly, a demon resembling a large bird flew toward him at high speed, screeching loudly as though issuing orders to the other demons. Immediately, a swarm of flying demons appeared in the sky, charging toward Yu Shang to attack, forcing him to quickly assume a defensive stance, ready to face them. With a single, powerful slash, Yu Sheng sent many of the flying demons spiraling into the sky, transforming them into lost souls, plunging the sky into chaos. Far from Yu Sheng's battlefield, a judge stood high, observing the entire situation. In his heart, he thought, in just 15 minutes, so many spirit beasts have fallen. The judge opened a map and noticed that one participant had reached the final point of the competition. He was greatly surprised to find that it was Yu Sheng. He silently mused, after all these years in Jiangbei province, a genius like Yu Sheng, with such extraordinary potential, has finally emerged. Meanwhile, Yu Sheng was still dashing through the dense forest at full speed. In his mind, he thought he had to go even faster to outpace all the other competitors. Suddenly, in front of him, a huge demon tiger appeared, its entire body emitting a brilliant orange light, full of power, as if warning of its strength. Yu Sheng's expression darkened. He couldn't help but curse in his mind, this damn demon is such a hassle, but he knew he had to deal with it carefully. Yu Sheng opened his cloak, revealing numerous sharp acupuncture needles hidden inside. Without hesitation, he launched all of them toward the demon tiger, hoping to inflict some damage. However, the needles not only failed to cause any harm to the demon, but were also deflected. This made the demon tiger even more ferocious and enraged. Yu Sheng's face remained unchanged in the face of this situation. Calmly, mysterious threads suddenly appeared in his hands, preparing for a new attack. Yu Sheng pulled the bowstring, shooting an arrow directly toward the massive demon tiger charging at him. The sharp arrow flew like lightning, piercing through the demon's neck, making it howl in pain and writhe in agony. The demon relentlessly leaped toward Yu Sheng with insane strength, but Yu Sheng was no less formidable. He jumped high into the air, confronting the demon fiercely and decisively, without a hint of hesitation. The threads wound around his fingers, tightening around the demon tiger's neck. Each loop tightened, choking it. He pulled it toward him with overwhelming strength. The demon was completely subdued, its enormous body crashing to the ground with a loud thud, ending the brutal battle in the blink of an eye, lifeless. Yu Sheng calmly stepped forward, entering the mysterious spatial gate that had just appeared in front of him. He silently thought to himself that, finally, everything had come to an end, and he could rest for a while. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder whether, when he stepped outside, his respected teacher Lu would still be alive or if he had perished in the brutal battle that had just taken place. Outside, the judges were monitoring the situation through the screen when suddenly they saw a figure emerge from the gate. One of them quickly jumped to his feet, exclaiming in surprise, "Only 20 minutes have passed, and someone is already out." Yu Sheng stepped out, his expression cold and indifferent to the judge's surprise. He simply asked, "What position did I place in this competition?" He was eager to know his results. After checking the outcome, the judge announced that Yu Sheng had placed first in the entire province and even claimed the top spot in the city of Mo Bay, something no one had expected. Upon hearing this, Yu Sheng said nothing more and turned to leave. The judge, astonished, asked, "Where do you think you're going after just completing such an important mission?" Yu Sheng firmly replied, "I want to go into the city, where the bloody battle is taking place." Without hesitation, not even for a second. The judge quickly ran over, blocking his path, arms outstretched, and spoke with deep concern, "The city is extremely dangerous right now, and you're still injured. You need to tend to your wounds immediately." Yu Sheng immediately aimed his crossbow directly at the judge, without hesitation, warning, "If you try to stop me again, I won't hesitate to kill you right here." The judge stood frozen, unable to react. However, despite the threats, the judge remained determined to stop Yu Sheng. He said, "Even if you kill me, you still won't be able to enter the city, because I must be responsible for your life until the very end." In his heart, the judge silently wondered, was Yu Sheng not afraid of death, or were all these actions merely a performance in front of him to test his resolve? Yu Sheng's finger was already on the crossbow trigger, ready to fire at any moment. The judge thought to himself that he wasn't prepared to bear such a heavy cost. Each bolt was fired suddenly, but it only stopped near the judge's feet, as a final warning from Yu Sheng that he should not interfere any further. He stepped past the judge and calmly said, "I will take responsibility for my own life." Please step aside and do not interfere with my decisions any longer. Inside the city, a fierce battle was unfolding. Blood was spilling everywhere, and screams echoed in the air. Relentless waves of attacks from both sides, neither willing to yield. Xing Yi, with a cold expression, conjured a sharp shard of ice and threw it directly at the enemy's neck. It pierced through like a knife, causing the opponent to collapse immediately. She then created another ice shard, without hesitation, plunging it into the enemy in front of her, ending the battle swiftly with her exquisite technique. In another corner of the battlefield, the enemy was being sent flying by powerful blows. Wang Wenxian glanced around and realized it was Lin Xiaoxiao, wreaking havoc on the enemy's formation with her extraordinary strength. After devastating the enemy ranks, Lin Xiaoxiao paused for a moment, turned around, and shouted to her teammates, "Can we continue fighting after this brutal battle?" Without further thought, her two teammates immediately shouted out strongly that they would continue and never stop in the face of any difficulty, ready to fight to the end. Wang Wenxian created a large golden axe with a shout full of determination. He charged straight at the enemy in front of him, aiming to land a fatal blow and end things quickly. However, the axe was too heavy and slow, allowing the opponent to easily dodge his attack, causing the strike to fail in an instant. Immediately after, the enemy counterattacked with a powerful kick aimed directly at Wang Wenxian's chest, sending him flying far away, tumbling on the ground in pain. Fortunately, Xing Yi appeared just in time to offer support. She quickly jumped into the air, using the sharp ice shard in her hand to strike the enemy, piercing through his body decisively. After taking down the enemy, she turned back to tell Wang Wenxian that he needed to get up immediately and continue fighting, not to give up in such a dangerous situation. Wang Wenxian felt frustrated. As a man, he had allowed Xing Yi, a girl, to save his life in the midst of the fierce battle. He sighed and told Xing Yi that the enemy forces were too numerous, and their own side was about to be unable to hold on any longer. But he still hoped that the students and civilians in the city would remain safe. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the enemy forces, even larger in number, continued to advance like a raging wave, loudly chanting slogans in unison with the god, creating a dangerously fanatical atmosphere. The principal stood in the midst of the battlefield, silently thinking that the city gate had been breached and could no longer be stopped, but he still maintained his composure in the tense situation. Lu Qingfeng stood beside the principal, having made up his mind to hold the line until reinforcements arrived, not allowing the enemy to cause any more destruction. Many enemy soldiers rushed forward, heading straight for Lu Qingfeng, but he remained unfazed, gripping his green greatsword tightly and swiftly dispatching them with decisive strikes. Meanwhile, many students were hiding in a nearby building, watching the battle with fearful expressions, anxiously wondering what their fate would be in this violent conflict. The principal turned to look at the students and spoke to them in a serious tone. "Today, I will teach you a valuable lesson in courage. Whoever dares to violate humanity, no matter how far they are, will be destroyed without mercy." With that, a bright red sword, sharp as a flame, suddenly appeared behind the principal. He continued, "Many years ago, I too fought at the demon suppression gate to protect humanity from the devastation of monsters." He drew the sword from behind him and immediately charged straight at the enemy, a disdainful smile on his face as he mocked the insignificant enemies. "Those who dare to attack my students will pay the price." Lu Qingfeng laughed heartily, saying, "It's been so long since I felt such exhilaration in such a fierce battle, it reminds me of my glorious years." The principal responded with a powerful voice, "Bringing down the dark sect and safeguarding the future of humanity made me feel like I was returning to the peak of my glory from over a decade ago." Suddenly, a mocking laugh erupted from behind, followed by an arrogant declaration that protecting the future of humanity was laughably delusional and unreal. It was the demon with blazing red wings on his back. He laughed as he spoke, "I am carrying out the purification of the world's sins, striving to build a new order for humanity. But through a cruel and merciless method." The headmaster spat in contempt at his words, condemning the dark sect. "You are abominations who defy the moral principles of mankind. It is you who are deceiving everyone with your wicked lies." The demon did not stop there, he continued preaching the vile and evil doctrines worshipped by his sect, as if spreading a philosophy of world annihilation. Lu Qingfeng wasted no words. He charged straight into battle, determined not to let this vile creature utter another foolish word. The demon sneered and said, "I like your directness and resolve, Master Lu," then instantly shot forward toward Lu Qingfeng, leaving a crimson trail in his wake. His fiery red wings grew more rigid. He slashed his wings directly at Lu Qingfeng, but the master had already raised his sword in time to block the blow, saying, "This sword is called Demon's Burial. It possesses the power to vanquish demons. However, today it shall be used to strike down a man." With that, he unleashed a powerful slash toward the demon, forcing him to leap back swiftly to dodge the attack. The demon burst into loud laughter, jeering, "Humans are nothing but trash upon the earth, unworthy of this world." Then he shouted the slogan of the Luotian sect, his wings spreading wide as he soared into the sky. Lu Qingfeng quickly realized that he was targeting the students. He shouted loudly to the others to signal, saying, "Let everyone else handle this battle. I need to protect the children." On the schoolyard, the fight between Lu Qingfeng and the demon continued. In the sky, the demon was still flying, while Lu Qingfeng remained in a ready stance. As soon as he saw an opportunity and noticed the demon was behind him, he swiftly swung his sword. With a firm warning, he said, "Don't even think about getting close to the school again." However, the demon had already anticipated this. Lu Qingfeng gathered all his strength and struck fiercely toward the demon. The demon, seeing this, spread his wings forward to defend. However, due to the overwhelming force of the strike, the demon was still thrown to the ground, the power causing the earth and rocks around to shatter. After taking the blow, the demon flipped over, seemingly wounded in his pride, his face darkening and grinding his teeth. He praised Lu Qingfeng for successfully provoking him. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingfeng not only felt no fear, but he was even more enraged by the demon's arrogance. He wondered why he should care about the thoughts of such an evil creature. Truly, this beast was full of pointless chatter. Then, he immediately gathered his energy, leaped into the air, and swung his sword to attack again. The demon, accustomed to Lu Qingfeng's attacks, tried to dodge the strike while preparing to counterattack. Lu Qingfeng was taken aback by the unexpected power, as the demon's wings suddenly shot out hundreds of sharp, feathered spikes. As he gathered his energy, the demon cursed, saying, "After you die, you will join the gods." Lu Qingfeng was suddenly bombarded by a shower of sharp blades, his face filled with shock, as if he hadn't expected such power. He immediately used his sword to shield himself, quickly halting the onslaught of the sharp blades. Feeling that there was no room for further concession, Lu Qingfeng thought it was time to bring things to an end here. Defending himself against the dangerous hail of razor-sharp needles, Lu Qingfeng was covered in injuries. The demon, seeing this, became extremely excited. Once again, he gathered his internal energy, transforming his wings into a large sword. The deep crimson color of his wings made the scene appear incredibly menacing as he charged straight ahead. Lu Qingfeng refused to back down, seizing the opportunity this would be the final blow to the demon. Now was the time. As the demon's wings came barreling toward him at an incredibly high speed, Lu Qingfeng threw his mirror straight ahead. Two beams of light shot out, terrifying in their intensity. Although Lu Qingfeng managed to dodge, it was not by much. The sword of light flew straight toward the demon's chest, striking with lethal precision. Unprepared for such an attack, the demon's face remained stunned as he was struck. Blood began to gush from his wound, and he couldn't believe Lu Qingfeng had resorted to such a move, groaning in pain. "Why you? How could you?" The two immense forces dissipated, leaving behind a battlefield filled with injuries and dust. Lu Qingfeng, covered in wounds, still held his ground. Anyone who dared to harm the future of his people was a villain deserving of death, he declared loudly. After the fierce battle, the defeated demon vanished. Teacher Lu Qingfeng, his body riddled with wounds, sank to the ground, leaning on his sword as he had no strength left. Suddenly, he cried out, "Yu Shang!" His eyes flickered as he could no longer keep them open, his face growing darker with exhaustion. After the battle, Yu Shang suddenly appeared here. The teacher thought that perhaps he was about to die, and his mind was playing tricks on him. However, it wasn't an illusion. Yu Shang had truly appeared. Lu Qingfeng was filled with panic, wondering why this student was here. Yu Shang slowly approached his teacher, gently sitting down, and began earnestly telling him about the recent achievements he had attained. He had won first place, the top spot in Mo Bay City. However, he still hadn't received results at the provincial level. Hearing this, Lu Qingfeng, though utterly exhausted, still felt a great sense of pride for his brilliant student. He softly praised him, saying, "You have always been the most outstanding genius in my eyes." His words were not delivered smoothly, a clear sign of how much pain he was in. Seeing his teacher in such a condition, Yu Sheng became worried. The student had succeeded, but his teacher was dying. With a heavy heart, he said, "Teacher, you can't leave like this." Seeing Yu Sheng's distress, the teacher, unable to calm his own mind, immediately comforted him as well as himself. Sometimes death is a kind of release. I don't want my departure to be in vain. Lu Qingfeng took out a token from his pocket and calmly handed it to Yu Sheng, as if to pass on a final message. It was the pride of his entire life. Taking this proves that Yu Sheng is a family member of a martyr. You looked carefully at the symbol on your hand, and it broke your heart. Lu Qingfeng continued, "Born from Zuichang, I will stop them for you." Yu Sheng was truly in pain and sorrow, using his last bit of strength. Teacher Feng tried to stretch his hands. However, because of his severe injuries, it was really difficult. Yu Sheng saw this and approached. Finally, the teacher was able to pat his obedient student's head. As a final instruction, the teacher wanted to remind Yu Sheng, no one has the right to ask you to change anything. You will always be you. Do what you want to do. Yu Sheng stood silently beside him, listening intently. Lu Qingfeng struggled to speak again. For the rest of his life, Yu Sheng must shine brightly. Upon hearing these words, Teacher Feng officially collapsed. Yu Sheng suddenly uttered two words, "Shine." The light that illuminated Lu Qingfeng also faded away with him. Yu Sheng, standing beside him, could not hold back his tears. Hatred reached its peak. Yu Sheng gritted his teeth and growled, "You bastards deserve to die." His eyes seemed to want to burn every evil soul to the ground. Grabbing his sword, Yu Sheng, as if drawing on every last bit of his life force, charged at the demons, striking relentlessly. The sword slashed with incredible speed, each strike aimed with fiery determination. His gaze burned as he locked onto each target. He kept delivering precise blows, risking his life to strike directly. At the same time, everyone else managed to arrive at the scene. They were all in a panic, not understanding why Yu Sheng had become so merciless. Wang Wenxian, seeing this, asked, "Yu Sheng, what's going on?" It seemed as though he had realized something. Everyone turned to look at Lu Qingfeng, who was sitting calmly among the demons. Zhong Yishu became furious upon witnessing the scene, his rage slowly transforming into strength, channeling it into the tip of his long sword. He cursed out loud, unflinching, "You vile beasts." The old man drove his spear straight into the ground with such force that it seemed ready to explode, his eyes burning with wrath. He shouted, "Mr. Lu, today I will avenge you." Immediately afterward, Zhong Yishu seized the spear, unleashing a mighty strike. The force of it sent the surrounding demons flying back, overwhelmed. Light split across the sky. Sensing trouble, Whitesnake finally revealed himself. He was the mastermind behind all of this. His eyes burned red with wicked intent, gleaming with provocation directed at Zhong Yishu. Who would have thought it was this old man? Whitesnake began to assert his dominance, leaping from the thicket and letting out a roar that tore through space itself. Wang Wenxian and I, watching from below, suddenly felt so small. Yet not a trace of fear remained in us, as our fury had already consumed it. Wang Wenxian began to expose the villains' schemes. It turned out they had planned everything from the start, deliberately sending low-tier troops first to sap the enemy's strength. The Demon King pulling the strings from behind was clearly reaping all the benefits. Zhong Yishu, unfazed, met Whitesnake's challenge head-on. A 6-star demon is just a welcome gift for his return, so there's no loss at all. He curled his lips into a sneer, full of contempt for the evil ones. Whitesnake, having walked into the trap, erupted into a storm of rage and shouted back at Zhong Yishu, "Old man, just because you managed to cut down the Demon King back then doesn't mean you can kill me now." I remained calm as if I were listening to a funny story and continued speaking to White Snake, "Stop wasting your breath. Those who harm humanity must pay with blood 100-fold." Having said that, without wasting any time, Zhongyushu leaped into the air, aiming his spear straight at the White Snake. He charged straight towards the monster's front. Truly impressive were the strength and recklessness of this move. White Snake looked at him coldly and said, "After all these years, Zhongyushu, is this the only skill you have?" The monster began to retaliate. Seeing this, the old man immediately seized the opportunity to dodge. Just as he safely landed, White Snake swiftly charged toward him. However, Zhongyushu was already ready to strike back, gripping his spear tightly, and as he charged, he shouted, "Go down there and keep company with the Demon King who has long been defeated." With those words, he shot upwards with the spear brimming with terrifying power. The speed was too fast, and White Snake, with its massive body, couldn't keep up with Zhongyushu's position. Meanwhile, Zhongyushu had already surpassed the monster. Right after that, when he was in a favorable position, he thrust his spear downwards. Indeed, with his vast experience, the spear's tip pierced White Snake's abdomen at the speed of light, causing the monster to scream in pain, tearing through the air. Its body immediately collapsed from the excruciating pain. After this strike, Zhongyushu, drenched in sweat, declared, "Only by exterminating the entire demon race will you have no shame before the thousands of heroic souls that have fallen." Down below, Yu Sheng was still seething with anger, relentlessly executing each evil demon. When he finally stopped, the ground beneath his feet was littered with corpses. His eyes were still filled with killing intent, as if he could tear each demon apart. Zhongyushu, seeing this, immediately approached and gently comforted, "Good child, it's over now." Yu Sheng heard this and turned around. Zhongyushu also felt deeply for his friend. However, he needed to remain composed to comfort these children. He encouraged Yu Sheng, "Your teacher, up in heaven, will surely feel much comforted." His eyes were filled with sorrow. Yu Sheng no longer wished to listen. He walked straight past Zhongyushu and made his way to teacher Lu Qingfeng. He tried to support his teacher, who had no sign of life left, attempting to walk. Yu Sheng still managed to glance back at Zhongyushu and said, "You've killed a total of 23 members of the dark sect, remember to pay up. The school has cameras." With that, he left without another word. Zhongyushu stayed behind, and the sky, as though mourning the scene, darkened and heavy rain began to fall. Zhongyushu looked up at the sky, letting the rain fall on him, as if it were a reflection of his sorrow. After the battle, he still couldn't fully accept the situation. Through the scope of binoculars, the scene unfolded. Yu Sheng was helping his teacher, and Zhongyushu remained where he stood. The owner of the binoculars, furious, threw them aside. The man, standing on the bridge's railing, cursed angrily, "Damn it, the target is Zhongyushu again, are they trying to use me as bait? Their intentions are still unclear." The man scorned the dark sect, a group of fools who thought they could kill Zhongyushu. After saying this, he immediately left, seemingly needing to continue lying in wait. 3 days later, on a clear, sunny day with the sunlight streaming through, teacher Lu Qingfeng could finally rest in peace. A flower was placed on his grave. Yu Sheng bowed respectfully to his teacher. "You came here once again to report your achievements to teacher Lu, just as you had done before. As usual, you already had your results, first place in the entire province. You remain teacher Lu's brilliant student." You gazed silently at the teacher's insignia before leaving. You gripped it tightly, pinning it to your shirt as a reminder of the beautiful memories from the past. You bowed respectfully to bid farewell to your teacher once more, and then you left. Upon entering the city, Zhongyushu was already waiting for you. He immediately asked you about teacher Lu's funeral arrangements. Yu Sheng did not respond and simply walked past. Zhongyushu was puzzled, watching Yu Sheng leave, unsure if he should ask whether you were angry with him. Hearing this, Yu Sheng turned around and replied, "Why would I blame you?" Zhongyushu seemed to need an explanation. He believed that the dark sect's target was him, not Lu Qingfeng. He fought in his place, but if he had been just a little faster, he could have saved his friend. Yu Sheng listened and then said, "Isn't it normal not to be able to save someone?" Zhong Yushu was suddenly at a loss for words. He couldn't say anything more. Instead, he spoke about recommending Yu Sheng to the secret academy. Because you are Lu Qingfeng's pride, he hopes you can live up to this medal. Yu Sheng didn't argue any further and simply agreed before walking away. When you arrived home, before you could even rest, someone knocked on the door. You looked out and saw Li Yihan. He had come to inform you that he had received an invitation from the military assessment leader and asked whom you wanted to kill, as his missions would change drastically once he returned to school. Helping you kill people won't be as convenient as before. It seems like he's quite dedicated. Yu Sheng then asked again, "How did Li Yihan rank?" Li Yihan proudly replied, "Ninth place." Yu Sheng asked again, "Ninth place in Jiangbei province?" Li Yihan gently said, "Ninth place in Mo-Bei city." Upon hearing this, Yu Sheng suddenly felt helpless, unable to understand how the military academy could have selected this kid. Li Yihan, however, remained determined. "Ninth place in Mo-Bei city isn't that bad, Yu Sheng. Please point out someone for me to take care of." Yu Sheng thought for a moment, his expression darkened as he recalled painful memories. He said, "I really hate the people of the dark sect. Please, for the right price, kill one of them for me." Li Yihan showed no fear. "The dark sect? No problem." He turned and began walking, seemingly preparing for the task. However, just as he was about to leave, Yu Sheng called him back. He instructed, "After killing someone from the dark sect, there will be a reward. Since Li Yihan is helping me, the reward will still be yours." Li Yihan, helpless, didn't care for the reward. He agreed to the request. Li Yihan stepped out of Yu Sheng's house, walking while searching for how much the reward was for killing a member of the dark sect. He was proud of himself, seeing himself as the future #1 in the assassin world. Why would he be interested in such a small amount? However, the result of his search made him change his mind immediately. 30,000? Li Yihan panicked and jumped up. He no longer wanted to be an assassin, he wanted to become a great hero to kill the dark sect, earn a fortune, and gain a good reputation. At that moment, Zhao Zichang, who was searching for Yu Sheng, saw Li Yihan jumping in the middle of the street and thought to himself that this guy must be sick. Ignoring this, Zhao Zichang went to Yu Sheng's house to deliver some good news. Yu Sheng, confused, asked, "Why are so many people bothering me today?" Zhao Zichang, eager, announced, "The secret academy has sent him an invitation to take the entrance exam." Yu Sheng, puzzled, asked, "Is that all? Why do you have to be so excited?" Zhao Zicheng disagreed, "This is something to be excited about. The secret academy is the supreme academy founded by Mo Gu. How could you not be happy? They only accept 3 students a year, and every graduate becomes renowned." While Zhao Zicheng was excited, Yu Sheng started to recall where he had heard the name of the secret academy before. Zhao Zicheng, still proud, said, "This time, he's truly honored his ancestors. Soon, the entire nation will know the name of Zhao Zicheng." As the two continued talking, a man approached, looking somewhat familiar, and asked Zhao Zicheng for his identity. The man began to blame Zhao Zicheng for causing him to suffer miserably. Zhao Zicheng looked at the man in front of him, startled, and asked, "May I ask who you are?" The man angrily lunged forward and grabbed his shirt collar. "I'm the scoundrel you accused of harassing women, who ended up in prison because of you." Yu Sanshui, realizing the identity of the man, made Zhao Zicheng's head spin. "Oh my god, this world is really small." On the other hand, Yu Sanshui was not as pleased. "If it weren't for my old friend bailing me out, I wouldn't have been able to repay him so quickly. The kid, I'm just reading poems, and I get reported for that? Let's see if I'll beat the little brat up or not." Zhao Zicheng glanced at him, cautiously. "Uncle, don't bully the poor teenager, I'll get my revenge." Yu Sansheng glared at him, annoyed, meddling in things that weren't his business. "Do you really think of the city police as your home?" But after learning the kid's identity, he became frightened. "Oh my god, do I really have to go back in there for a few more days?" After settling his personal matters, he turned his attention to his son. So, how's the competition been lately? How did you do? Are you getting along well with your classmates? But the son wasn't concerned, just brushing past his father. I'm going out for a bit. He glanced at him awkwardly. Be careful, then. Call your classmates over for a meal sometime. But all he got in response was the sound of the door slamming shut. After Yusheng left, he let out a long sigh in the room. Suddenly, his phone began to ring. And as usual, he didn't change his ways. Hello, Xiaoli, right? I've been dealing with some personal matters recently. It's not that I've been ignoring you. I was wondering if your husband will be home tonight? Meanwhile, Yusheng quickly used his key to open the door to a different place. This was Lu Qingfeng's dormitory. He decided he'd sleep here tonight. Looking at the sofa, he immediately plopped down to rest. But at that moment, he suddenly remembered the past. Lu Qingfeng had handed him an item with a final word. This is the pride of my life, it can prove that you are a family member of a martyr. Remembering those parting words, his mood immediately darkened. Shortly after, he thought of his phone, picked it up, and dialed someone. I am Yusheng. I want to earn a medal, but I don't know where the people from the dark sect are. The other person asked. Is it worth wasting the favor I owe you over such a trivial matter? Yusheng immediately nodded. Of course, it's worth it. The other person, upon hearing this, replied without hesitation. I'll send you a message before 7 p.m. tonight. There's not much I can investigate, but it will be enough for you to get the medal. Hearing this, Yusheng seemed very satisfied, quickly agreed, and then subconsciously touched the badge Lu Qingfeng had given him, smiling to himself. The pride of a lifetime, then I might as well take a little more. At that moment, the principal stood at the podium and said, there will come a day when you will become tall trees, supporting the sky of humanity. The students below looked at him with admiration. Only Yusheng, standing apart, was lost in thought, finally realizing that he had graduated. Seeing his demeanor, Zhao Zicheng, who was behind him, asked, Boss, why do you seem so different today? Although I don't know what it is exactly, I still feel that you are very different from usual. At this point, it seemed like he had remembered something. Right, Mr. Yu, you also received an invitation from the Secret Academy, didn't you? When are we setting off? I'll go buy the tickets. Yusheng reminded him, no need, we'll drive ourselves. The Secret Academy is in Gangchang, and along the way, there are many hideouts of the dark sect. I've already planned the route. Zhao Zicheng nodded, I understand, boss, you're planning to eliminate the dark sect to avenge Master Lu, right? Leave this to me. After saying that, he prepared a very luxurious car. It turned out that this kid had chosen the car from his father and wanted to secretly go with his boss at night. Zhao Zicheng smiled at him, hurry up, Mr. Yu. My father absolutely refuses to let me go to the Secret Academy, we have to move quickly. Then, he used the key he had taken from his father to open the door. Yusheng looked at him, puzzled, do you really know how to drive? Zhao Zicheng immediately showed off his skills, quickly stepping on the gas, and the car sped down the road with a remark, of course not. I'm just a young man with a sword, ready to be bold and embrace the world. Damn dark sect, we definitely need to show them some manners. At this moment, Yusheng looked at the badge in his hand, striving for some goal. Is this the meaning of life? Returning to the Shadow Cliff, the others quickly welcomed Xing Yi, along with the master of the Lin Pavilion, as they left. The master of the Lin Pavilion glanced at the young man and inquired, do you really have to go to Gangchang? You could clearly stay here at Shadow Cliff. Xing Yi shook her head, what's so scary about sacrificing for the Haoxian people? Besides, I also need to go for some training. Afterward, the two of them made their way to an area. After a while, Xing Yi was taken by surprise when the master of the Lin Pavilion looked at her confidently, yet with caution, and said, don't worry, I was just forced by old Zhong to go to the demon suppression gate. Meanwhile, on a rooftop, Latian was talking with a girl. The girl smiled. The school has given a new assessment task, to go to Gangchang. Upon hearing this, Latian furrowed his brow. Gangchang, huh? It's fine. A person like you shouldn't stubbornly stay in such a small place. Go ahead, your future path is still long. Turning to the other side, he then proceeded to Gangchang to handle 2 students from the academy. I'll submit a promotion request for you to the higher-ups. After giving his instructions, she quickly hung up. The one who had received the task was already thinking about how to carry it out. The academy's secret students were all monsters. A normal level 4 awakened one like herself would be walking to her death if she went there. It seems that this time, she would only be able to deal with the new students. Turning back towards Yu Sheng and Zhao Zichang, they were still on their way to the academy. Feeling that his car was starting to give out, Zhao Zichang grew angry. This damn car just barely ran a few kilometers and it broke down already. Not knowing what else to do, Yu Sheng immediately offered an idea that made Zhao Zichang's eyes light up. So his method is very simple. Just call the police and say that the guy in front doesn't have a license but still wants to drive, and he'll get the money for a ticket to Gangchang. Hearing this, Zhao Zichang became furious. Then what am I supposed to do? Wait, boss, don't really call the police. Please, give me another chance, I have a way. At this moment, a quick phone call came in. Yu Sheng, haven't I already sent you the news? Upon hearing that his boss was talking to someone else, Zhao Zichang felt relieved that it wasn't actually a police report. At that moment, Yu Sheng quickly stated his request. I need a car right now. In exchange, I'll provide some information, the identity of the person who ran out of Zuichang. I can use this intel to strike a deal with you. The person on the other end of the line immediately became angry. Do you take me for a fool? That person is your 5-star maid, who doesn't know when she's out and about. Yu Sheng then continued. Then I'll have no choice but to report that you're operating in the black market and using the reward to buy a car. However, the other party remained very firm. Look, people like us will be intimidated by threats. If you have the ability, what can you do? Hearing the man's attitude, Yu Sheng understood that it seemed like this transaction was going to fail. He immediately ended the call, which surprised Zhao Zichang greatly. At that moment, the phone rang again, but Yu Sheng resolutely turned it off. He looked at Zhao Zichang and reminded him. The rules of Zuichang require that the transaction must offer a price that both sides are satisfied with. I don't have the leverage to negotiate with him. However, for the 3rd time, the phone rang again. The man's voice was now much more urgent. Don't hang up, don't report it, I'm serious. I've arranged a free ride for you, just give me a heads up when I need something from you in the future, as long as it doesn't affect your interests. And so, with the agreement between both sides, the transaction was quickly pushed forward and completed. A car was swiftly sent to the designated location. The old man stepped outside, still looking around but seeing no one. He waited there for a while, but couldn't find them because the 2 of them had hidden to observe from the side. Yu Sheng was very afraid of encountering the old man because he had killed his wife. After the old man left, the 2 of them immediately stepped out to take the car. After checking the map, Yu Sheng immediately pointed straight ahead. That workshop over there, drive quickly and head in that direction. However, the door to the workshop was locked, and it seemed like they couldn't get in. Yu Sheng was very frustrated and shouted. Ram the door down. Although Zhao Zichang was heartbroken, he had no choice but to follow his boss's orders. The people inside, upon seeing the enemy intruders, immediately became alert and surrounded them. Zhao Zichang, worried, said, "Oh my god, there are so many of them, is the boss alright?" The group, upon seeing Yu Sheng's face, became furious. Damn it, how did that suicidal bastard end up here? Catch him and interrogate him slowly. However, as soon as his words ended, it was also the moment his head was severed from his body. Yu Sheng appeared from behind them, his gaze cold. Anyone I harm today, Yu Sheng will make sure justice is served. Another person saw an opening on Yu Sheng's side and lunged to attack, but Yu Sheng effortlessly dodged every move. Then, from his arm, a sharp blue blade shot out, piercing the man's chin and taking his life in an instant. Zhao Zicheng sat in the car, filming and reading aloud. Look at this, our classmate Yu Sheng is working hard to eliminate the dark sect, or is it divine justice? After dealing with the remaining enemies, Yu Sheng asked, is the recording done? Zhao Zicheng nodded. It's all saved on my phone, boss. You don't know, you looked so cool back there. By the way, boss, next time, can you leave one for me to handle? I also want to be a famous hero. Hearing this, Yu Sheng thought it made sense. That's right, you should practice a bit too. And so, he let a group of dark sect members armed with weapons chase Zhao Zicheng from behind, causing him to run for his life in fear. While running, he shouted, "Boss, hurry up and save me." Yu Sheng, however, didn't pay any attention. I am at residential building number 2825, east of the city of Yuling. Turning back towards Qing Yi and the master of the Lin Pavilion, she looked ahead and wondered, "Master, why aren't we taking the car?" He smiled, clearly because it was to train her. Although supernatural abilities are powerful, the strength of the physical body cannot be ignored. Look at Miss Qiao, she barely walked a few steps and was already exhausted. So, this is the purpose of this trip, it's not that I don't have a car. But in that case, I think your training is enough for now. Next, we will eliminate a few dark sect strongholds and that will mark the end of the training. After all, I was once the deputy leader, and I still have some information about them. I learned a trick from Kid Yu Sheng, eliminate them for the reward. Then we'll have money to buy bus tickets, right? There are 1 or 2 dark sect members ahead. But as they entered, the master of the Lin Pavilion was stunned. The dark sect members inside had already been wiped out by someone. It felt as though the sky had collapsed. Has someone stolen my love already? Along with that, hot headlines appeared in the news, shocking. The young prodigy annihilates dark sect, leading the wave of rewards for their destruction. Zhao Zicheng looked at his phone, smiling with joy. Boss, look at this, we've made a huge profit. Now, everyone in humanity is learning, and we are hunting dark sect members to collect rewards. Yu Sheng reminded him, you don't need to take action recently. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zicheng asked, why? You must know that my favorite thing to do is to wipe out the dark sect. If I don't eliminate a villain in a day, I get itchy all over. Yu Sheng glanced at him without saying anything, but thinking about how Zhao Zicheng groaned and moaned upon seeing the corpses of dark sect members, he too felt helpless. Right now, he reminded him, our progress is relatively slow. We've eliminated so many people, and the dark sect will definitely retaliate. If we keep going, we're highly likely to fall into an ambush. So, our goal for this mission is to head straight to Gangchang. At the dark sect's hideout, the members gathered together to discuss Yu Sheng's audacity in publicly declaring the annihilation of their group on social media. Now, they had assembled to ambush him. Upon hearing sounds from outside, they immediately heightened their vigilance. But unexpectedly, the ones arriving were not Yu Sheng, but Lin Auspicious Lord and Qing Yi. Seeing the two of them, they realized they had caught the wrong fish. However, they still didn't care and charged forward together, aiming to eliminate both of them at once. Although Lin Auspicious Lord was elderly, his mind remained sharp. He immediately displayed his strength. With the power of an awakened one at level 6, he easily summoned a whirlwind that swept away the people in front of him. Gangchang was more bustling than ever, with only 3 days left until the academy's entrance exam began. Yu Sheng's car glided past the hotel gates, attracting the attention of everyone around. Every gaze was fixed on the car, with curiosity and surprise impossible to hide. Zhao Zicheng sat inside the car, faintly smiling and clearly feeling the crowd's attention. He was somewhat smug, believing that he was being recognized as a rising star. However, his thoughts did not disturb Yu Sheng. With his usual cold expression, Yu Sheng showed no sign of surprise. Instead, he sensed that a situation might arise. Indeed, if Zhao Zicheng's thoughts are spread, the forces of the dark sect won't hesitate to act and try to eliminate him in order to establish their own power, Yu Sheng thought to himself. Zhao Zicheng was hardly concerned by this possibility, thinking that if the danger became that severe, he could enter the secret academy and stay there for a year without coming out. His confidence led him to believe that no one would be bold enough to storm the academy just to kill him. Yu Sheng looked at him and nodded, reminding him, keep pushing forward, despite the hidden dangers that could strike at any moment. Outside, a group of reporters had already gathered. The flashes of cameras went off continuously, capturing moment after moment, all ready for tonight's breaking news. Articles were already taking shape, with headlines focusing on the strong strategies Yu Sheng and Zhao Zicheng possessed, along with their predicted success rate for the upcoming Secret Academy exam. At the same time, at the gates of the Secret Academy, a young, muscular man, carrying a large tombstone on his back, quietly made his way forward, his steps slow but steady, exuding a sense of determination. However, the young man did not get far before being stopped by another youth. This one wore a purple robe, looked at the young man with disdain, and did not hesitate to mock him, claiming that he was not mature enough to be accepted into the academy. The young man carrying the gravestone remained calm and immediately replied, "The opponent is not my match." The purple-robed youth did not believe that and insisted that a test of strength would be the best way to verify the claim. As soon as he lunged forward to attack, the young man reacted instantly. He swung the gravestone on his shoulder with decisive and powerful force, knocking the opponent unconscious on the spot. At that moment, the young man coldly repeated what he had warned. "The opponent is not my match." The incident quickly spread everywhere. News of the young man carrying a gravestone, who had awakened for the second time, became a hot topic of discussion. People began speculating about his terrifying strategy, and his chances of success in the Secret Academy exam were predicted to be 50-50. As night fell, and the excitement had yet to subside, an unexpected event occurred near the city gate. A group of people screamed in panic, announcing the appearance of a demon. The situation grew even more tense when it was discovered to be a second-tier demon. Many in the group immediately suggested seeking help from the Secret Academy. Amid the chaos, a young girl appeared. Her petite figure stood in stark contrast to the tension around her. She quickly assessed the situation and stepped forward, ordering her demon, Great White, to stop. She quickly explained to everyone that Great White was her awakened object and that it was all just a misunderstanding. At the same time, she bowed her head and apologized for causing trouble to everyone. As soon as she finished speaking, her gaze suddenly turned to Great White, slightly reproachful for secretly eating her hawthorn candy. The scene gradually eased the tension in the crowd around her. Many people smiled at her cuteness, and no one added any further punishment. This incident quickly became a topic of discussion. News about Lin Xiaoxiao, the girl who had awakened for the second time, with an unclear strategy and a passing rate of 1 in 0.3 for the Secret Academy exam, began to spread. From a distance, another young man stood watching the Secret Academy. His eyes shone brightly in the dark, observing everything that was happening. Every event of that day was carefully etched into his mind. With sharp instincts, he had grasped nearly all the details about the newcomers about to take the Academy's entrance exam. In his mind, he quietly calculated and waited for the right moment to begin executing his plan. When the recruitment exam ended, that would be the moment he would take action, no longer lurking in the shadows. On the quiet street, a black car swiftly passed by, its engine purring smoothly but powerfully, like a fierce beast ready to break free at any moment. Only one day remained until the Secret Academy exam officially began, and the tension was palpable in every corner of the city. Inside the car, the girl sat in the passenger seat, her gaze fixed ahead. Something unusual caught her eye, causing her to immediately lean toward the man in the driver's seat and inform him. The city gate ahead shows signs of preparing to close. The man, known as the master of the Lin Pavilion, showed no sign of concern. His face remained calm as he instructed the girl to hold on tightly, as he was about to accelerate. Without hesitation, the car sped forward with an unexpected force. The sudden increase in speed turned the outside scenery into streaks of light, as though the sky itself was being torn apart. However, as they neared the gate, the master of the Lin Pavilion suddenly slammed on the brakes, causing the car to halt abruptly with a loud screech that echoed in the stillness. Both of them got out of the car to assess the situation. The atmosphere grew somewhat tense as they faced the scene before them. A group of people had gathered in front of the gate, looking determined yet clearly anxious. The girl glanced around curiously, her eyes filled with questions, then turned to ask the master of the Lin Pavilion. "Why did you stop so suddenly?" The master of the Lin Pavilion, with a sharp gaze and a slight furrow of his brow, answered coldly. "He's wondering who dares to close the gate without prior notice. He's certain that whoever does so will pay the price." At the top of the tall wall near the city gate, a young man sat quietly with a distant but arrogant expression. He observed the scene below with a smug smile before speaking in a mocking tone. "The people beneath the gate are just fools who don't realize that the Academy's exam hasn't officially begun yet. Currently, it is just the stage of sending out the invitation letters for the examination." One person from the crowd below could not hide his dissatisfaction and spoke out to question. "Why did the Academy summon us here, but then block us at the gate?" The young man sitting on the wall was not at all moved by this reproach. He coldly responded. "The words of the secret academy are the principles. And if the gate is closed, it means no one is allowed to enter anymore. Therefore, those gathered outside better return." His words only fueled the anger of a young man with blue hair standing below. His face was full of sharpness, and he quickly picked up a large stone, preparing to use force to break through the barrier. The young man sitting on the wall was slightly surprised by this bold action but merely sighed and commented, "There is indeed something unusual today." The young man with blue hair needed no more words. He swung his arm and forcefully struck the stone against the wall. Each strike echoed heavily and powerfully. After a series of continuous blows, a large hole finally appeared in the wall. Looking up at the person sitting high above, the young man with blue hair gave a challenging glare and asked, "Will this action cause any problems?" The young man on the wall remained indifferent, responding flatly, "There is nothing to worry about." The master of the Lin Pavilion, after witnessing the entire event, remained calm. He turned to the girl and explained, "This is the rule of the secret academy. What seems unreasonable contains authority and order, the very essence of this place." Meanwhile, from within the city, Yusheng cautiously peeked his head out, observing the chaotic scene outside. The atmosphere in front of the academy gate, usually quiet and peaceful, had now become unusually lively. Yusheng silently slung the large bag over his shoulder, his eyes glowing with caution. After making sure there were no cameras monitoring him, he swiftly jumped over the city gate and disappeared into the night, leaving the area secretly and discreetly. Just a few minutes later, a young man sitting on a nearby rooftop noticed Yusheng's actions. A fleeting thought passed through his mind, and a cold smile appeared on his face as he mockingly remarked, "Sneaking into the school before even enrolling to arrange sleeping pills. This year's students seem rather interesting." In a quiet room, the pale morning light filtered through the window gaps, creating a cozy and relaxed atmosphere. Yusheng and Zhao Zichang were sound asleep, their bodies relaxed on the bed. Suddenly, a feeling of restlessness overtook Yusheng. He sprang up, his gaze dazed, then quickly regained his composure. Looking around, Yusheng knew he had to prepare immediately. Once he had everything ready for the exam, he turned to look at Zhao Zichang, who was still sleeping soundly like a child. His face was peaceful, yet Yusheng felt uneasy inside. He wondered to himself how Zhao Zichang could sleep so deeply. Deciding not to wake him up again, Yusheng reached for a small bag containing a foul odor. He tossed it onto Zhao Zichang's body as a way to rouse him. Afterward, Yusheng turned and walked out of the room, not wanting to look back at his friend's reaction. In just a second, the foul smell from the bag began to spread through the air, quickly rousing Zhao Zichang from his sleep. Waking up in a panic from the unbearable stench, Zhao Zichang frowned, unable to control his anger. He screamed in distress, unable to tolerate the rancid smell assaulting his nose. In a state of confusion, he rushed out of bed, jumping to his feet with impatience, and hurried after Yusheng, shouting incessantly about his actions. Yu Sheng showed no sign of concern, calmly turning his head to reply, "We need to prepare for the exam." Zhao Zichang, still not backing down, continued to chase after him and retorted, "It's only 6 in the morning, and there are still 2 hours until it starts. I'm sure, with both of our abilities, we'll definitely be selected. There's no need to leave so early." Yu Sheng, hearing this, casually responded, "You can go back to sleep for another 2 hours. However, Zhao Zichang refused to stop and continued running after him, determined not to let Yu Sheng leave alone. The two quickly reached the entrance of the secret academy, where many other candidates had already gathered. The atmosphere there was tense, anxious, and filled with worry. All eyes were focused on the grand, imposing gate, which had been opened to welcome the candidates for the exam. The sound of the gate creaking caught everyone's attention. A tall, middle-aged man with sharp eyes and a composed demeanor stepped out from behind the gate. That is Su Yuancheng, the teacher of the academy. When Su Yuancheng appeared, everyone in the crowd turned to look at him, waiting for the important information he was about to announce. With a lazy voice, Su Yuancheng introduced himself. He paused for a moment to observe everyone's reaction, then continued to explain that although he was a teacher, he preferred being a boss. Therefore, he encouraged everyone to call him Mr. Su. After the introduction, Su Yuancheng ordered everyone to enter. Upon hearing his command, the candidates began to jostle and hurriedly make their way through the gates. Su Yuancheng stood by, muttering to himself as he counted the number of candidates, 37, 38, 42, 43. The hustle and bustle of the crowd only intensified the tension in the air. However, when the next group of candidates was about to enter, Su Yuancheng suddenly raised his hand to stop them and coldly announced that they were disqualified. Whispers and anger immediately erupted among the candidates. A young man in the group couldn't hold back his frustration and shouted angrily, "Teacher, you have to give a reason for disqualifying us." The atmosphere grew even more tense as another candidate also refused to back down, questioning the teacher for disqualifying them without any clear explanation. In that moment, a brave young man stepped forward, holding up a glittering black card, explaining that the card contained 500,000 of his spending money for the month. Su Yuancheng's eyes immediately lit up, and the young man continued, saying that he agreed to invest in Mr. Su's company for free without receiving any commission. Upon hearing the amount of money, Su Yuancheng couldn't help but be moved. He quickly asked for the card's pin. The young man flashed a smug smile and revealed that the first 3 digits were 147, while the last 3 digits would be disclosed after he passed the exam. Xian Yuancheng smiled with satisfaction and asked more about the young man's form of address. Upon learning his name was Sunwon, the candidates around him immediately eagerly congratulated him, inviting him to join their academy and hoping that he would have an enjoyable time studying there. They also took the opportunity to discuss their company's development plans and continually emphasized the promising cooperation in the future. However, not everyone agreed with this action. One of the candidates angrily spoke out, declaring that these people were cheating in the examination. They insisted on filing a complaint with the Department of Education and vowed to expose the academy's unjust actions. Meanwhile, Sunwon stood in the center of the crowd, his commanding presence making everyone respect him. Those surrounding him dared not be impolite, stepping aside and inviting him to take his place at the front, even though this caused a slight disadvantage to themselves. Yu Sheng observed everything from afar, silently amused. He thought back to yesterday when the building had closed earlier than expected, and those with sharp eyes would have definitely realized they needed to arrive early today. Seeing the crowd behind him being eliminated so foolishly, Yu Sheng couldn't help but mock them, wondering if they were so clueless that they didn't notice it. His mind then briefly turned to Sunwon. This person seemed to be very quick-witted when it came to using money to solve problems. He wondered if it was this flexibility in thinking that allowed Sunwon to enter the academy, or if it was simply because of the wealth he possessed. As he glanced towards Xiang Yuanqing, Yu Sheng couldn't help but recall yesterday when the man joyfully held the card in his hand, his face full of delight. While his thoughts were still hanging in the air, suddenly a young man in the crowd grew angry, expressing his indignation about the tuition fees and the fact that the secret academy was only worth 500,000. This man loudly criticized, saying that people had always believed the secret academy was a place of absolute fairness, but now, with that price, they couldn't help but feel disappointed. Xiang Yuancheng heard those words, sneered disdainfully, and calmly asked the young man if he had 500,000. The young man immediately replied that he did not have it at the moment, but in the future, when he reached Xiang Yuancheng's age, that amount would be insignificant, and even his children wouldn't care about it. Upon hearing that confident response, Xiang Yuancheng merely curled his lips into a mocking smile. In his heart, the young man's answer held no weight at all. He bid the young man farewell sarcastically, and without hesitation, ordered him to be escorted out. He even deducted a point from him as a light punishment, yet one that was deeply humiliating. At that moment, a shadow swiftly dashed in from behind. It was a woman with quick reflexes, who suddenly appeared and landed a strong blow to the young man's head. The hit left him dazed, unable to react. The woman said nonchalantly, "If Xiang Yuancheng has any business, remember to call me, and we can split the points earned." Her words were both a mockery and a calculation. As the crowd continued to murmur about what had just happened, a voice rang out from within the crowd. It was mentioned that the person who had just been hit was Lu Yu, the one who had once ranked first in the calming town. This person could not help but exclaim about how Lu Yu now had to bow his head over such a trivial matter. At the same time, another person interjected, rebutting, asserting that Lu Yu was not as weak as he appeared. His skill just moments ago, though brief, had shown that he could reach the 4th stage, or even the 5th sense. And all of that had happened after just one short year. Amid the noisy scene, Xiang Yuancheng remained confident, stepping forward, his eyes scanning the crowd as he challengingly asked if anyone else was still eager to show off. He wanted to take this opportunity to filter out a few more people to avoid wasting time. Xiang Yuancheng's words silenced the crowd, no one daring to respond. In the tense atmosphere, Du stepped forward, looking straight into Xiang Yuancheng's eyes, and asked if he could be directly enrolled into the academy without going through the usual assessments. Xiang Yuancheng glanced at Yu Sheng with a sharp gaze, but then quickly smiled and confirmed that Yu Sheng, from Zuichang, had officially been accepted as a student of the secret academy. Zhao Zichang, who was standing nearby, couldn't hide his surprise upon hearing this. He couldn't believe that Yu Sheng had been accepted just through a few words. His mind was filled with questions about whether he could achieve the same thing. Before he could finish his thoughts, another young man rushed out from the crowd, confidently declaring that he too had the ability to be promoted directly. Xiang Yuancheng didn't hesitate for a moment, immediately dismissing this young man from the line, even telling him to leave right away. He then turned back to Yu Sheng, his face turning serious. He said that within the academy grounds, at least 6 pounds of explosives had been planted, and if he rejected Yu Sheng's offer, the academy would explode, and everyone here would be buried with it. Yu Sheng, with a calm gaze, showed no signs of fear. He explained that through observation, he had realized that the secret academy had many similarities with Zuichang. Therefore, he believed that as long as the detonator was not triggered, nothing would happen. Yu Sheng's words made Su Yuancheng ponder deeply. An idea began to form in his mind. Perhaps next year, he should consider training more talents from Zuichang, as those coming from there seemed to possess far superior potential compared to those who only knew how to talk big here. Curiosity prompted Su Yuancheng to ask Yu Sheng, "If I had refused your request earlier, would you have triggered the detonator?" Yu Sheng calmly responded, "I wouldn't have done that, because the prerequisite for triggering the detonator is that the explosives must actually be capable of exploding." This statement stunned Su Yuancheng. He couldn't believe that the explosives were fake, as he had clearly smelled the scent of gunpowder from it. Yu Sheng went on to explain, according to the laws of Emogu, stockpiling firearms and dangerous items like explosives is a serious crime, which can result in a sentence of 5 to 10 years in prison, or even life imprisonment. Therefore, instead of carrying real explosives, I only brought some fireworks and sprinkled them on the surface to create the illusion of explosives. As soon as Yu Sheng finished speaking, an announcement came from the loudspeaker, informing that Su Yuancheng had been deducted 50 points for ineffective supervision. Su Yuancheng could not contain his anger and cursed at Yu Sheng furiously. But Yu Sheng remained as composed as ever, merely curling his lips into a faint smile and responding, "If Su Yuancheng hadn't asked me twice, I wouldn't have bothered explaining." Standing in the middle of the yard, Su Yuanqing looked at Yu Shang with a cold, sharp gaze, which only provoked a sarcastic, knowing smile from Yu Shang. He had remembered the name of this student and did not forget to remind him that he hoped Yu Shang would be able to live comfortably in the secret academy over the next 3 years. Su Yuanqing emphasized that Yu Shang's future here could be full of promise, but those words contained a biting sarcasm. He could not forget the 50-point grudge and told himself that he would slowly settle the score with him. Yu Shang, upon hearing this, merely bowed his head slightly and replied in a calm voice, "Thank you, Su teacher, for the kind wishes." But behind that calm exterior, he understood that this competition would not be simple. Su Yuanqing did not waste any time, turning to the crowd and declaring the start of the first exam. He spoke with confidence, almost as if to assert his authority. He further emphasized that everyone should trust him, for his identity was that of a poor man who had been robbed by capital. Each time he sent one of them out of the academy, he could earn 0.8 points. He assured them that this year's exam would be particularly brutal, unlike any other exam before it. Not stopping there, he continued to announce that the first exam would be a one-on-one battle with Yu Shang, and the loser would be immediately eliminated. Su Yuanqing kept stressing Yu Shang's responsibility as the big brother, the first student to enroll in this batch, and how he must take on the duty of guiding the later arrivals. He insisted that this was a responsibility Yu Shang could not refuse. Yu Shang remained composed, looked at Su Yuanqing, and lightly asked, as if challenging his teacher, "Aren't you afraid that this year, you might be the only one enrolling?" Yu Shang's question caused a stir among the crowd below, with some people frowning in displeasure, clearly not pleased. Su Yuanqing responded with a broad smile, as if he had just posed an innocent question. He confirmed that although the secret academy prioritized quality over quantity, having only one student was not a problem. He wasn't bothered by it, in fact, he felt proud of it. Moreover, this time he was the proctor of the exam, and no old man lurking in the shadows could change his test questions. He declared that if Yu Shang could handle all the other candidates, he would reward him with a few points. Su Yuanqing's words did not fluster Yu Shang. On the contrary, he smirked and asked sarcastically, "Is your point that the number of students enrolling doesn't actually matter? As long as the quality is there, right?" Su Yuanqing affirmed this without hesitation, his mind already clear with a plan for revenge and controlling the enrollment rate. He believed his plan was flawless, not only allowing him to take revenge publicly but also to control the entire admissions process. Yu Shang remained calm, but with a witty tone, he responded, "Then I'm at ease. If there's 10,000 yuan, I'm willing to throw the match, and people can choose to pay either in cash or by scanning a QR code." As he spoke, he raised his phone, the QR code clearly displayed on the screen, like a sarcastic challenge. He continued, his voice steady but equally defiant. "If anyone wants to try and defeat me, that's fine. But if I'm already enrolled and they still need to check, even if I lose, they can't." In the crowd, Zhu Zichang raised his hand and declared, "As a young person, I must adopt an undefeated stance to dominate the era, only then will I be worthy of respect." Zhu Zichang quickly stepped forward with a determined look in his eyes. Although there was a hint of hesitation in his heart, he could not refuse Yu Shang's challenge. Yu Shang looked at Zhao Zichang with a meaningful gaze. He acknowledged that he was very strong but was still willing to accept the challenge. Zhao Zichang did not hesitate, immediately moving forward to scan the QR code on Yu Shang's phone. A notification sounded, clearly indicating that a payment of 10,000 yuan had been recorded. The crowd fell silent for a moment, unable to believe what had just happened. Yu Shang merely smirked, then pretended to tremble as if shocked by Zhao Zichang's strength. He fell to the ground half in jest, half in earnest, and declared that he had lost. Xian Yuanqing was so enraged that he could no longer hold back. He roared in fury. "These students are treating the academy like a playground." He decided to reset the rules for the first round of the competition, intending to enforce stricter measures. At that moment, a loudspeaker overhead interrupted Su Yuanqing. An unfamiliar voice announced, "Once the exam content has been decided, it cannot be changed, or the supervising teacher will have 3 years' worth of salary deducted." This announcement only served to infuriate Su Yuanqing further. He ground his teeth in silent curse, feeling as though the entire world was against him. The loudspeaker continued to echo, reminding everyone that no other methods were encouraged and that anyone who violated the rules would be immediately disqualified. In his fury, Su Yuanqing told himself that if he couldn't trap Yusheng, then someone else would surely do it. No one could afford to underestimate him in this secret academy. He turned around, motioning with his chin for the next contestant to step forward. A large, muscular man advanced, hesitating for a moment before speaking to Yusheng. Maybe you should just surrender, because I don't want to accidentally hurt you. The two stood facing each other, their eyes locked. The tension in the air grew thicker than ever, signaling that a fierce battle was about to begin. At that moment, Yusheng faced the man before him, and the referee quickly gave the signal to start. The opponent immediately gathered his energy, releasing a massive surge of power, but this was not enough to make Yusheng falter. He swiftly dodged, evading the man's entire body. The opponent saw Yusheng's lightning-fast movement and questioned, where did he go? Just as he heard the sound of footsteps coming from behind him, he attempted to turn, but it was already too late. Yusheng had already shifted his position again, and the blow from his opponent created a powerful shockwave, affecting those around them. The referee watched closely, silently admiring, did this guy perfectly exploit the blind spot in his opponent's vision? It's a shame that such a tactic only works on a flat surface. If it cannot be found on the ground, then the opponent can still search the sky. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Yusheng's opponent quickly leapt into the sky. With a clearer view from above, he was able to spot Yusheng below. Without hesitation, he summoned all his strength and prepared to strike downward, but in that instant, a beam of golden light shot out from within the staff. It pierced through the air, heading straight toward the opponent's eyes. With a simple yet precise strike, Yusheng easily subdued his opponent. He then sat down beside him and swiftly struck the back of his head. As the opponent fell unconscious, Yusheng immediately pulled a tooth from his mouth. Onlookers looked on in confusion, seemingly impressed by his skill. But with the result already decided, there was nothing more they could do. All right, I declare this fool defeated. However, at that moment, an announcement suddenly rang out, signaling that the transaction had been concluded with his defeat. I'll give you 10,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, Yusheng smiled and turned toward the loudspeaker. 10,000 was the price before I made my move. Now that I've taken action, you should be adding more, don't just talk about 10,000 with me. Hearing this, the other party reluctantly agreed. Alright, fine, then deduct it from Su Yuanqing's salary. Upon hearing this, Yusheng immediately nodded. Alright then, the transaction is successful. Su Yuanqing looked angrily at the loudspeaker. Why should my salary be deducted? How can the school leadership bully people like this? Do you want me to set fire to you all and burn everything down? But the other person only said one sentence that left him speechless. I am the vice principal, you are a teacher, so my words are the rules. Is there a problem? At this moment, Su Yuanqing could only silently endure. What is going on here? The vice principal personally stepped in to gather people, and even had the audacity to act this way. It's truly hard to understand. Because his anger was still boiling, he turned his gaze towards the others. Next, who will come up quickly? So, under a figure's silhouette, a shadow gradually stepped forward. Yusheng looked at him, but all he was thinking in his mind was that this time he would get 30,000. His opponent wasn't an easy one. As soon as he stepped forward, he placed the tombstone behind him. The vice principal's voice continued. Hello, can you hear me? I forgot to mention that the idiot earlier damaged the floor. As a teacher, you failed to protect the school's architecture properly, subtract another 10 points. Su Yuanqing couldn't take it anymore with this vice principal and smashed the speaker. But his voice still rang out. Ruan Hui, public property in the school, deduct another 10 points. Hearing this, he was so furious he felt like his lungs would explode. You dare damage the floor? I will beat you up. But at that moment, another person appeared. "It's fine, go ahead and act boldly. I have money, of course. If you can seriously injure him, I will show you further respect." Su Yuanqing looked up, secretly smiling to himself. It had been years since a rich second generation had come here, and what's more, this person really seemed to be a fool with money. While the two of them were conversing, the battle had already intensified. He quickly drew one of his weapons. At that moment, his speed was like a flash of lightning, appearing and disappearing so rapidly that his opponent lost his sense of balance and had to turn his head. Unknowingly, Yu Sheng had appeared before him and tightened the thread around his opponent's neck. This made his opponent feel as if he were about to meet his end. And indeed, his neck had completely separated from his body after a tight squeeze from Yu Sheng. But in reality, it was all just an illusion. It was the killing aura Yu Sheng emitted that made him perceive it that way. At this point, his opponent regained his senses. There was nothing in the academy. It must have been the effect of Yu Sheng's presence. Taking advantage of his distraction caused by the explosion sound and the awakening of his combat instincts, the thin thread must have brought him dangerously close to death. Yu Sheng also looked at his own hands. Just now, he had almost taken his opponent's life. In the future, he would need to pay more attention to adjusting his conscious reactions. The others standing outside were watching them, but Su Yuanqing saw something different. The new student's combat experience was lacking, but it wasn't necessary to directly eliminate him. After all, through a few sacrifices, he would naturally improve. His opponent looked at him and immediately brought out his coffin. "I lost, but I still want to test if I'm somewhat dissatisfied. I wonder if you would accept that." Yu Sheng shook his head. "No, it's meaningless to continue fighting without the means to do so." The vice principal also stepped forward to negotiate. Yu Sheng thought for a moment before offering his price. His opponent was very dangerous, so he had to raise the price to 50,000. After receiving confirmation from him, he fixed his gaze on his opponent with eyes full of determination. "Please, guide me." Xiang Yuanqing, standing to the side, felt a headache coming on. It seemed that the old bastard had found out about the 500,000 he had earned. He definitely wouldn't stop until he had squeezed him dry. However, Yu Sheng's opponent didn't think much of it. "Actually, I'm just a little unwilling to lose. I didn't get the chance to use my full strength, only making one move. Regardless of whether I win or lose, I acknowledge that you are stronger than me. At least in the life and death battle, I am far inferior to you." After saying this, he bit his finger tightly and wrote something on the tombstone in front of him. Xiang Yuanqing, seeing this, began to take the situation more seriously as he watched their battle. But Yu Sheng, at that moment, appeared beside his opponent and raised his crossbow. "If you write any more, I'll crush the grass." His opponent looked at the crossbow standing in front of him, sweat quickly dripping down his face. "Didn't you say you needed time to use your ultimate move? Why are you suddenly placing a curse?" Su Yuanqing sighed beside him. He didn't think too much of it. "You've misjudged the situation, so now you should surrender. Otherwise, I'll report you to the Department of Education." Hearing this, the vice principal immediately tried to rebut. "Fine, I'll surrender myself. But I think you're uncomfortable. Starting from now, you will be expelled." Hearing that, Su Yuanqing's face quickly froze. "Based on what?" "The vice principal is still very domineering, relying on me as the director of the Department of Education for the entire province." Upon hearing that, Su Yuanqing knew that his life would be filled with suffering from that moment on. The deputy director of the Department of Education, Gang Chang, would earn at least 70,000 a year. And so, the competition continued, drawing in generations of challengers. This time, his opponent seemed very confident in his own abilities, but after 30 more seconds passed, he was pulled away by Lu Yu. After an hour had passed, Sunwon sighed, "Does the secret academy really lack talent? Look, everyone, the school has more resources to nurture talents. The school buildings are old, which is why they are like this. I've heard that new equipment has just been developed, which can stimulate and enhance the development of cells in the body, helping to absorb better nutrients. I wonder if the school has the funds to provide a batch of these to the students. Every day, I have to deal with the issues of dozens of companies. I've missed out on refining the 9 words awakening technique. His show-off style attracted the vice principal, Sun Bin, who warmly welcomed him to join the academy. They hoped that in the next 3 years, he would enjoy his studies and leisure time at the academy. Sunwon then looked towards Yu Shang and bowed respectfully. At that moment, others also stepped forward to cause trouble. He looked at Su Yuan Cheng and said, "I don't accept this, it's not fair." The man shook his head. In this world, is there ever any fairness you can truly believe in? Perhaps everyone feels that we are protecting these people, that you find it unfair, right? But in the future, when they make sacrifices, people will also wonder why they weren't eliminated from the start. It's really unfair. Let me say it one last time, the rules of our academy are the rules, either stay or leave. He looked at the man with a defiant gaze. I stay, but I'm not convinced. Then, he immediately pointed at Sunwon, particularly at his name. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan Ching smiled. Then, how about you compete? Whoever loses will be eliminated. Is that all right? Sunwon felt a headache upon hearing this. He then stepped forward to face the guy. You just said, what exactly do you intend to do? Hearing this, the guy grew more confident. Yu Sheng wasn't easy to deal with, but this guy only relied on his family. He wasn't someone who could easily defeat him with just a hand extended. However, Sunwon took out a gold ingot at this moment. Junior brother, take a look at this. But it seemed his opponent was still quite tough. Don't think you can bribe me. If not. Sunwon, still full of confidence, looked at him, then showed him the gold ingot in his hand. I'll tell you, I've awakened to the 2nd grade. Perhaps by the end of this month, I can advance to the 3rd grade. My friend, I'm just too lazy to fight, but that doesn't mean I'm useless, understand? After saying this, Sunwon leaned in close to his opponent. You should know that this academy never accepts useless people. Even if I'm rich and don't understand what you're saying, at least for the next 3 years here, I will be able to help many students improve. Has the academy suffered any losses? Is the perfect image in your heart ruined? Think more carefully, my friend. After showing off his figure, Sunwon walked to Yu Sheng's back. Hello, senior. Please look out for me in the academy from now on. I've heard that the seniors here are all very perverted, but don't worry, junior brother, I may not have many things, but one thing I will never lack is money. Thus, the battle continued with the overwhelming pressure Yu Sheng brought. Not only that, but the purse on his wrist kept growing fuller. After successfully calling out the challengers daring to face him, after this long fight, Yu Sheng looked toward Su Yuan Qing, who needed 80,000. At this moment, the teacher also felt puzzled. It's already noon, and the first round of exams has just ended. Everyone, let's go have lunch. You have 30 minutes to eat. Only a fool would forget to bring food and go hungry. Inside the cafeteria, Su Yuan Chang looked at the tray of food in front of him and asked, Lu Yu, you bastard, where's my chicken leg? Really shameless. Lu Yu glanced at him and smiled. If not, why do you think I agreed to cook? It's not for the tiny reward, is it? Su teacher, go ahead and eat, I'm leaving. Oh, by the way, I've added some laxatives to one of the dishes. Su teacher, see if you can guess which one. Su Yuan Ching glared at him angrily. Scoundrel, you'd better run fast. He then turned to look at Yu Shang. Kid, this is the cafeteria's food, and you still seem so calm. Haven't you enrolled yet? According to the school rules, you should be able to eat here. Knowing that he could not argue with him, Su Yuan Ching immediately left. At that moment, Sunwon walked over to ask, Hey, do you know which dish contains a laxative? How could Yu Shang know about that? Seeing his expression, Sunwon felt disappointed. He was so confident, yet he thought he knew? What should he do now? Eat or not eat? Never mind, he would take the risk at worst, he would get diarrhea. Su Yuancheng looked at the two of them and smiled. Lu Yu said, "Just adding a laxative to one dish, is it really just one dish?" So simple. But at this moment, Yu Sheng reminded them. The laxative in the dumplings was added when the dough was kneaded, it's that little red cocoon-like bag. And so, the person who fell for it was the teacher. At this time, Zhao Zichang, having no observational skills, walked over to Su Yuancheng. "Teacher, Yu Sheng and I are siblings, different fathers but the same mother. As a family member of a student, can I join him for a meal?" Feeling anger rising, the teacher glanced at him and immediately exploded. "Eat my ass, get out of here." Around Su Yuancheng, a strange green energy emanated. Was this a spiritual item that could aid in cultivation? If I trained with it for a year, I could directly advance a level. Su Yuancheng waved his hand to call Zhao Zichang, who was practicing outside on the basketball court. "Hey, come over here for a moment." Then, Zhao Zicheng entered with a sandbag in his hands. Su Yuancheng pointed at it and asked, "Is that your spiritual item? What is your name?" Zhao Zichang replied, "Su teacher, my name is Zhao Zichang, this is my awakening item." Su Yuancheng smirked, made a sound of approval, and then suddenly punched the punching bag with force, catching Zhao Zichang off guard. He looked at his hand and said, "That's right, this is the feeling. Every time I throw a punch, a part of the energy is reflected back into my body, enhancing my cultivation." Su Yuancheng spread his arms in welcome. "Congratulations, punching bag. From now on, you are the third student in the 140th class of the Secret Academy." Zhao Zichang happily thanked him. Then, Su Yuancheng walked over to the dining table and sat down. As he chewed on his bun, he watched Zhao Zichang at the food counter. He thought to himself, with every punch, he'll gain a point. In the future, this kid will surely be the one to take the most hits in the Secret Academy. As he was chewing, something in the bun made him freeze. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth, his face turned pale, and he cursed angrily, "Damn it." Then, he turned to the students present in the dining hall. "Listen up, anyone who mentions the laxative in the buns, I will expel them on the spot." A group of people entered, led by a bold girl named Bai Haiyang. Su Yuancheng looked at them and thought, well, at least I'm not the only one who got hit. He walked over to Bai Haiyang. With good intentions, he reminded her, "There's laxative in the food, and also, you definitely shouldn't eat the buns." She merely snorted, not believing the teacher's words, and went straight to the tray of buns. She decided to grab one and put it in her mouth, chewing as she asked, "Su teacher, how many companies are you planning to work for this year?" Xiang Yuanqing, after hearing this, could only smile and brush it off, but deep down he thought, just wait, you women like her will be in for a surprise later." Everyone was standing behind Teacher Su and Bai Haiyang, all of them drawn in by the delicious smell of the steamed buns. Su Yuanqing continued to advise against it. "The steamed buns are poisoned." But all he got in response was the mockery of the students. "Big head Su, this kind of trick is only good for fooling new students. Believe me, you're the one being the fool, huh?" Bai Haiyang, chewing, taunted, but suddenly her face turned pale with panic. "Oh my god, there really is poison in the buns." She scowled and quickly ran off. Xiang Yuanqing crossed his arms smugly. "Don't blame me, it was Lu Yu who put the poison in." The students all started shouting and ran off in a panic. "Big head Su, just wait for us. Forget about that big head guy. Run fast, the toilets will be full soon." "Damn it, why did you have to say that?" "I'm definitely shoving the other half of this bun into Lu Yu's mouth." Xiang Yuanqing instructed the remaining students. "Hurry up and eat, once you're done, we'll start the second round of the competition." He then went to the bathroom like everyone else, mumbling and groaning with a piece of paper in his mouth. After a long while, everyone gathered on the sports field. Su Yuan Chang announced. I don't know how you all ate at lunch, but I certainly didn't eat enough. He declared the content for the second round. Punching the punching bag. The students started discussing among themselves. What's the point of punching a punching bag? Teacher Su held up a piece of paper in front of the students. This is your punching bag. You must all act alone. But no matter what method you use, just within 2 hours, hit the person in the picture a few times and record the video, and I'll consider you all have passed. Understood? Suddenly, 2 students raised their hands and spoke up. Teacher, is there another way to directly get selected? Xiang Yuanqing replied, yes, if you can directly shoot this guy and record it, I'll consider you directly selected. At the small training field, everyone started warming up to begin the competition. Xiang Yuancheng approached Yushan, Zhao Zicheng, and Sunwon, and asked, what would the 3 of you do? Sunwon spoke up, a punch worth 10,000, shoot 1 million. If he doesn't agree, I can raise the price. Xiang Yuanqing gave a thumbs up, praising, that's a good idea. He turned to ask Yushan, what about you? He replied, what is his strength like? Xiang Yuanqing answered, the 4-sided guy has already been given a laxative by me, he's probably in some bathroom right now. Yuxing quickly shook his head, it could all be a GC person, it might be a bit easier, but if it's not a GC person, then it'll be quite troublesome. Zhao Zicheng, standing beside them, clenched his fists, what about me? What about me? Just let him hit me once, and he'll definitely be mesmerized by me. Xiang Yuansheng looked at this and thought, a punching bag like you, if Lu Yu experiences it, forget shooting him, even if I shoot him, he would agree. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoxiao and Great White hurriedly ran over. Su teacher, I've finished the exam. Xiaoxiao held out her phone, teacher, look, Great White has found Mr. Lu in the deepest bathroom under the hallway on the 1st floor. Mr. Lu is a really nice person. Su Yuancheng was surprised. Despite having taken the laxative, it wasn't convenient to act, and it shouldn't have been so easy for her to be caught like that. In the video, while Lu Yu was using the bathroom, Lin Xiaoxiao shyly stood outside. Big brother, could you let me shoot you a small one? What was Lu Yu shouting about? The girl had no choice but to explain. Well, the second round of this year's entrance exam, Su teacher said that if I shoot you a small one, I can directly pass and be admitted. Lu Yu angrily shouted, what do you take me for? A beast? No, absolutely not, Lin Xiaoxiao stammered, but could I gently punch you once? I promise I won't use any force. That way, Xiaoxiao can pass the exam. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu was moved, even causing him to have a nosebleed from how cute Xiaoxiao was. He allowed her to punch him with a smile brighter than a blooming flower. Afterwards, Xiaoxiao lowered her head, my name is Lin Xiaoxiao, thank you, Mr. Lu, for your help. Lu Yu replied, no need to be polite, no need to be polite. After watching the video, Su Yuanqing could only force a smile. Xiaoxiao then asked, teacher, did I fail? Teacher Su responded, no, you passed the exam. Su Yuanqing turned back, looking concerned, hey, Lu Yu really isn't fit for this. He just chose to sympathize with her because she's weak and cute. If it goes on like this, he's going to get himself killed. The loudspeaker, placed on a branch nearby, emitted a cough. Hello, ahem, how did you find out? There's still a loudspeaker here? It really is just as the saying goes. However, young people still need to be trained. Starting tomorrow, he'll be in charge of the station at Hongdeng area. In the restroom, Mu Yu was walking in from outside. Upon entering, he walked over to where Lu Yu was sitting. He held up his phone for Lu Yu to see, showing him the 30,000 he had spent on the toilet, which had been interrupted by this person, causing Lu Yu to frown in anger. A moment later, a sound came from the phone. Ring Dong, the real-time recording showed a payment of 30,000 coins, accompanied by a sound. After watching the video, Su Yuanqing furrowed his brow. He handed the phone back to Mu Yu and said, right now, you're barely worth 30,000. Mu Yu quickly turned around and left. At that moment, a large figure with red, fiery eyes suddenly appeared behind them. Su Yuanqing spoke, "If you have something to say, just say it." It turned out the person was a Thai, whose face was covered in wounds and had a nosebleed. He hesitated, then said, "Well, I hit him, but I didn't record the video." Su Yuanqing turned around and said, "Without a video, it's considered a failed attempt." A Thai awkwardly scratched his head with one hand and, with the other, presented a tooth. "But I did knock out one of his teeth. I'm not sure if that counts." Seeing the bloodstained tooth in his hand, Zhao Zicheng and Sun Wen were left speechless. He had knocked out one of the teacher's teeth. A Thai explained, "At that time, he was squatting in the hole, so I took the chance. But, senior, he's really tough. Even while in the hole, he managed to beat me up like this. If he had wanted to kill me, I'd probably be dead by now." Su Yuanqing said, "All right, you've passed the test. Go join the others." A Thai immediately thanked Su Yuanqing. Xiang Yuanqing announced, "The third round will take place at midnight. This round will be deadly, so you'd better think carefully before starting. Admitting fear is not shameful." He glanced behind at Yu Sheng, Zhao Zicheng, and Sun Wen. "As for you three, there's no time to split up into sleeping rooms, so sleep in my room." He thought to himself, "These three little devils will have to help me stop the disaster tonight. The old students are going crazy, I can't handle it alone." In the restroom, Lu Yu, looking very angry, stepped out, rolling up his sleeves as he cursed, "Damn it, Su Big Head, you call me the target of the new students, right?" He stormed off. "All right, teacher, wait for me, don't let me find the chance." In Xiang Yuanqing's room, Sun Wen was talking to Yu Sheng. "Mr. Yu, I'll offer 10,000, how about letting me sleep on the bed tonight?" Zhao Zicheng spoke up, "What about me? I don't mind sleeping with you." Yu Sheng sensed something from behind. He turned around and left. "I'll step outside for a while." Sun Wen crossed his arms over his chest. "Mr. Yu is worth 10,000, you're at most worth 3,000. Zhao Zicheng, unconcerned, was lost in thought. "Mr. Yu leaving at this moment? Looks like those old students have come to take revenge on Su teacher." Zhao Zicheng stepped out the door and turned back, waving his hand. "Su teacher, you rest, I'll help you with the lights." Sun Wen was confused, not understanding what was happening. What is Zhao Zicheng talking about? Didn't Su teacher take people out to the exam already? It wasn't right. Zhao Zicheng quickly turned off the lights and ran outside. Immediately, dark figures rushed into the room as fast as the wind. They yelled one by one, providing some kind of confused, dazed state. Zhao Zicheng looked into the room, holding a bottle of something that was about to break. "Su, Big Head, repent." Then Zhao Zicheng quietly threw a bottle of poison inside from outside the room. He immediately closed the door, stood in front of it to block the way, and sent an apology to Sun Wen inside. Sun Wen was panicking. "Ugh, what just rolled in? Damn it, it stinks so bad, we've fallen into a trap." Zhao Zicheng, hearing their screams from outside, smiled smugly. This person was not Su, Big Head. "Damn it, let us out." Zhao Zicheng spoke up. "Senior brothers, think carefully. The exit door will cost you points, and you'll have to face Su teacher's revenge. Listen to me, as long as you agree to my condition, will I?" Zhao Zicheng didn't notice, but a stream of black smoke from under the door was preparing to attack him. Before he could finish his sentence, the black smoke from the door wrapped tightly around his legs. The move left him stunned, his eyes seemingly hypnotized. He instinctively reached out, though he didn't understand what had just happened. Zhao Zicheng grabbed the doorknob and pulled it open. The people inside immediately ran out. "Damn it, it stinks so badly." Zhao Zicheng stood there, still in a daze. After a moment, he regained his senses. Sun Wen, bruised and battered, crawled out. Furious, he called Zhao Zicheng's name. Bai Haiyan unexpectedly appeared behind him. She kicked Zhao Zicheng back into the room and shouted, get lost. If you dare come out of this door, I'll break your legs. So, Sun Wen and Zhao Zicheng were kicked back into the room. Sun Wen immediately sprang up, screaming loudly. Are you insane? It is necessary to make things difficult for the former students. Zhao Zicheng explained, this morning, I met with the vice principal. He said that handling a former student with a score of 10 is acceptable, and even if you fail by 1 point and are penalized with 2 points for a long-term task, you can still claim it. Sun Wen got furious. I don't lack money, do you understand? I don't need to earn points. Zhao Zicheng spoke, but this is the style of the secret academy. You have to fit in. Either you beat someone up, or you get beaten. If you just play it safe, in the end, you'll only end up mediocre. Sun Wen seemed to understand why he was doing this. Outside, the former students gathered around by Hai Yang. She said, this junior is not bad. Let them go. After that, Zhao Zicheng and Sun Wen were allowed to leave. Bai Hai Yang threatened, how should I reward you all? Should I beat you up once more? Zhao Zicheng retorted, sister, there will come a day when you and your peers will beg me to beat you all up. Bai Hai Yang immediately lunged to punch him, but was blocked by his punching bag. After the punch hit the bag, she seemed to realize something. She had no choice but to order everyone to line up and hit him, each taking a turn. Outside the dormitory, Yu Sheng was sitting beside a bush. He was having a conversation with someone, asking, how far can I go with this? The speaker hidden behind the bush whispered back, the premise is that no one should be blamed. At 2:00 a.m. in the dormitory, Yu Sheng quietly used his key to open the door. The voice from the speaker came out, if you can handle those former students, I will reward you. He was diligently opening the door, seemingly calculating something. The villain had arrived, marking a point. He then walked down the hallway and entered a room, still holding a time bomb in his hand. The loudspeaker continued to blare, frightening 2 points. Yu Sheng quietly planted a bomb under someone's bed. The loudspeaker again announced an injury of 10 points, then he quickly exited the room. The loudspeaker blasted another announcement, severe injury, 100 points. Yu Sheng took a step toward the hallway, glancing at the object in his hand, thinking to himself that this time, he could probably earn quite a few points. The next morning, Bai Hai Yang had just finished beating Zhao Zicheng. Yawning and stretching, she was exhausted after a night of fighting and was heading off to sleep. She left with the group of old students, and they discussed amongst themselves. I remember there are 3 new students in the dining hall. This punching bag is deliberately trying to drag us into this, maybe to create an opportunity for him to deal with us? Sun Wen, standing nearby, asked Zhao Zicheng, are you okay? Despite being beaten black and blue, Zhao Zicheng still wore a contemptuous expression toward the old students. You really think I've been beaten? Sun Wen was helpless. It's over. His brain is really broken. Zhao Zicheng raised his phone. If I don't earn a few hundred points from them, it would be a disgrace to my title as the Blood Crystal Twin Assassins. I, Yu Sheng, was sitting on a tree branch, watching the group enter the dormitory. I thought to myself, it's beginning. Bai Hai pushed the door open and entered with the others. They started surveying the room. Unexpectedly, Bai Hai Yang quickly found the time bomb placed under the bed. These new people were all insane, they even dared to use an explosive. If those old men failed, we'd all be dead. Bai Hai Yang had to reassure the old students, saying, everyone, don't panic. Let's go outside and let it explode there. Those old men aren't paying attention to us, so what do we have to fear? Then she, along with the old students, went outside. If that kid can't hold it in and comes back to check on his masterpiece, we'll catch him and hang him in front of the door all day. After a while, a bomb exploded, and the smoke and dust clouded the area. Lu Yu was furious, damn it, does his time bomb only have 10 minutes left before it explodes? What a mess. Again, the announcement reported that one old student from class 53 and 3 old students from class 52 foolishly sacrificed themselves for the mission, each with 100 points deducted. The attacker, Yusheng Zhao Zichang, had accumulated 400 points. Hearing this, Zhao Zichang cursed, "That old man is up to something. Damn it, I feel like I'm doomed in the next 3 years." Yusheng spoke up, "We still haven't taken any points." Zhao Zicheng suddenly understood, and he quickly advised Yusheng, "Oh my god, Mr. Yu, we can't offend everyone." Yusheng and Zhao Zicheng walked toward the school, while the students there whispered, "Look, they're here. This kid really dares to set off the bomb." At this moment, Liu was warming up his hands, cursing, "What do you mean the countdown has 10 minutes left? The explosives will go off. What a cruel move." While scolding, Liu smelled something slightly sweet and with a hint of bitterness. He realized it was an anesthetic, but it was too late as all the students had already passed out. Bai Haiyang smiled and looked at Yusheng. "Aren't you afraid that I might take everything?" Yusheng replied. "Beating me won't get you any points, it's not worth it." Zhao Zicheng spoke up. "Teacher, I voluntarily offer half of my points from this action to this senior." Then, he picked up a stick and instructed Yusheng. "Mr. Yu, I'm going to start hitting now. Make sure to capture my handsome face on video." He replied, "If you've had enough of life, I happen to know a hitman. He could help you, at least make your death painless." So much suffering. Zhao Zicheng stood proudly. "I've thought it through. At most, they'll only beat me for a year. By my second year, I'll be an alumni, and I'll trade a year of suffering for a lifetime of swag. Worth it. Anyone who graduates from the secret academy is destined to be a hero of humanity. When that happens, I'll release this video. Just thinking about it feels so awesome." Yusheng had no choice but to raise his phone to record the scene of him being beaten. Zhao Zicheng started hitting each person one by one, but earlier, he only landed 2 punches on me, and there's also this shameless guy who secretly kicked me. In the end, Zhao Zicheng finished inside, wiping the sweat from his forehead. "Mr. Yu, remember to protect me for the next year." Zhao Zicheng approached Yusheng to check the video. "Mr. Yu, do you think this part is a bit too open? You can't clearly see the face of the person I hit, and the moves look a little fake." Yusheng replied, "Yeah, reshooting." Bai Haiyang, standing nearby, looked a bit surprised. Are this year's newbies really not afraid of dying? Yusheng lifted his phone, adjusted the angle carefully, then signaled to Zhao Zicheng that everything was ready. They started shooting again. Zhao Zicheng introduced himself. "Hello everyone, I'm Zhao Zicheng, student of class 140 from the Secret Academy." Then he pointed straight at Liu Yu, who was lying on the ground. "This is my senior, Liu Yu. Remember, Liu Yu. I'm about to beat him up." Zhao Zicheng raised the stick high, preparing to strike Liu Yu with full force. Bai Haiyang looked at Yusheng, who was filming the video, and spoke up, "Aren't you worried that I'm setting you up?" Yusheng replied, "Not worried. Just treat the Secret Academy as Zue Chang for fun. Everything else is simple. Except you can't GC people, the rest is the same." As Yusheng spoke, he didn't forget his task of recording the video. Bai Haiyang asked, "Yusheng, do you still have any of that medicine? It's quite useful." Yusheng replied, "All gone." She emphasized, "I don't believe you." He coldly responded, "Yeah, not giving it." He shot a lightning-charged glare at Bai Haiyang. Bai Haiyang turned to leave but glanced back at Yusheng. "Very good. I feel like you'll be worth something soon. When that time comes, I'll come collect personally." Zhao Zicheng spoke up, "Mr. Yu, who should we go after next? Or test it out? Let's take care of that one." Yusheng suddenly sighed. Zhao Zicheng, still holding the stick, looked puzzled. Suddenly, Yusheng quickly stepped back. Zhao Zicheng had no idea what was going on. After stepping back, Yu Shang lifted a rectangular stone in front of Zhao Zicheng's stunned face. Zhao Zicheng's limbs naturally became limp, uncontrollable. He collapsed painfully onto the ground, then bent forward in front of the stone block. This scene was captured by the security camera. In the surveillance room, multiple cameras were monitoring various areas. The vice principal of the secret academy was watching it on a computer screen. This group is a bit late. I really admire those old men, the vice principal chuckled. Elsewhere, Xiang Yuanqing, along with a group of students, arrived at a large house. He said to Mu Yu and Atai, "Look at you two. It was just a test, a demon hunt, yet you were defeated so terribly?" Atai replied, second-level demons are a bit hard to defeat. Mu Yu, his face covered in injuries, complained, "A new student awakening alone to kill a second-level demon, that's something you can boast about." He then glanced over at Xiao Xiao. Does he think everyone is like Lin Xiao Xiao, who awakens to second-level demons? Having reached the door of the house, Xiang Yuanqing spread his arms and called for the students to come inside. "All right, hurry up and get inside. Rest today, and tomorrow we'll take you to the new student ceremony. Before the ceremony, make sure to write your will," Xiang Yuanqing said. He then waved his hand as a sign of farewell. Atai asked in confusion. "The new student ceremony requires a will? Does anyone know what exactly is going on?" Sunwon spoke up, acting as though he knew everything. "Let me introduce myself first. My name is Sunwon, and my grandfather is Sun Xiong. I know a bit about the new student ceremony, especially as it relates to the secret academy." Atai and Mu Yu's eyes brightened, eager to learn more about what was going on. The new student ceremony of the secret academy is never the same each time, but the new student ritual is always the same, to ascend the heavenly altar. Since the academy's founding, at least 63 students have died during the new student ritual. Sunwon recounted with a bewildered tone, describing the scene as extremely tragic. Lin Xiao Xiao felt disinterested, having just woken up. Shall we head back to the academy?" At this moment, Sunwon took out some green gems and spoke up, "But today, you're in luck. My grandfather was worried that something would happen to me during the new student ritual, so he personally made some protective charms for me. Now, I'm offering them to you at a discount price of just 1 million, half price, half a gift. What do you think?" Mu Yu and Atai quickly raised their hands. I'll take one. Zhao Zicheng also raised his hand. "I'll take one." Suddenly, Yu Shang stepped in front of Zhao Zicheng. He was confused, not understanding what was going on. The others had gathered around Sun Wen to buy the protective gems. Seizing the opportunity, he said, "Don't worry if you don't have money now, just sign here and press your palm down. The protection charm, personally made by Sun Xiong, will be yours." Yu Sheng added, "On the black market, these sell for 100,000. Internal ones go for 30,000. If you mention me, it's only 10,000. Sunwon spun around in panic. "Mr. Yu, you're not being honest." Mu Yu and Atai were very angry after hearing this. Immediately, they chased after Sunwon. "Scammer, give me back my contract." Sunwon shouted, "Impossible." At the main gate of the secret academy, Su Yuanqing asked the students, "Have you all written your wills yet? I tell you, the more heartfelt your will is, the more comforting it will be to those left behind after you pass. If any of you don't know how to write one, I can do it for you. 30,000 per will, guaranteed to be extremely sincere and deeply moving." Su teacher said this while wearing a proud expression. Sunwon touched the car in front of him, his face full of astonishment and admiration. Su teacher didn't expect our secret academy to have such an identity verification. What brand is this car? Why can't I recognize the logo? Su Yuanqing used his foot to open the car door, which swung open and almost hit Sunwon. Su teacher introduced, "This is a 5-star van that's been modified, how about that? Isn't the door kind of cool?" Everyone froze for a few seconds after hearing this, not knowing what to say. Su Yuanqing spoke up, "What are you standing there for? Get in the car. When Atai climbed into the car, Su teacher turned around and told him, tie Muyu's stone tablet to the back of the car. He sat on the stone tablet, muttering a reluctant sound. After everyone had gotten in the car, Atai was still sitting on the stone tablet, which was tied to the back of the car, looking resigned. Su Yuanqing sped off, driving as if he were flying at a breakneck speed. Atai screamed in fear, Su teacher, oh my god. Great White quickly followed suit. As they drove on the intercity highway, Atai kept shouting, oh my god, oh my god. At this moment, a pink car was driving on the road. The person inside was Lin Feng. He was thinking to himself, having successfully brought the girl Zhao Qingyi to Gangchang, and now he had nothing left to regret, he could rest easy knowing the demon town was next. While he was thinking, Su Yuanqing's car suddenly zoomed right behind his. He looked into the rearview mirror, his curiosity piqued, what's that? Su Yuanqing quickly overtook him, leaving a trail of dust in his wake. Atai's screams still echoed, oh my god, oh my god. At the same time, Great White's barking became unbearably loud. Lin Feng was seething with rage, and he cursed. Fine, you can overtake, but don't mock me. If I can tolerate this, I can tolerate anything. With that, he slammed the gas pedal and sped up, zooming ahead. As he drove, he kept muttering curses. Damn it! Great White kept barking. Wolf, wolf, wolf. They reached the checkpoint outside the demon suppression gate, where Xiang Yuancheng's car had just arrived and was being directed in by the guards. Lin Feng's car followed closely behind. As soon as the car stopped, Lin Feng got out and started cursing at Su Yuancheng. Su Yuancheng was no less intense, yelling back. The two stood facing each other, fuming with anger. Seeing the tense situation, Lin Xiaoxiao was utterly excited. Go on, fight, fight. Dongfeng folded his arms, taunting Xiang Yuancheng. I'm telling you, where does this idiot come from, daring to compare driving skills with me? Thinking about it, I think I understand something. Su Yuancheng responded. Hee, the pink car really suits your flamboyant style. I heard old Zhong dragged you to the demon suppression gate, looks like I'll get to attend your banquet after all. Lin Feng sneered. Ha, at least I don't piss myself. Great White and Lin Xiaoxiao were left dumbfounded, shouting. Ha! Triggered by Lin Feng's remark, Su Yuancheng roared. Lin Feng, you're asking for death, aren't you? Lin Feng also rolled up his sleeves and raised his fist, ready to fight. I'm scared of him for sure. The two of them argued fiercely. Whoever uses the awakening artifact today will be the grandson. Well, I really want to see what you can do without an awakening artifact. Lin Xiaoxiao sat on the back of Great White, excitedly cheering. Fight, fight. A staff member from the checkpoint hurriedly ran out to stop them. Both of you inside the demon suppression gate, please refrain from fighting. Hearing this, the two immediately turned their backs. Su Yuanqing raised his voice, today is also inside the demon suppression gate. If not, I'll beat you until your face blossoms. Lin Feng didn't back down. TCH, did you forget which foot I used to kick you in the crotch back then? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng turned around. Let's go, inside. As he passed by Atai, he suddenly stopped. He looked at Atai with an irritated expression. Kid, I remember you now. Wait until the day you reach the demon suppression gate, I'll make you sit on the city wall and shout to those below. If you don't shout loud enough, no food for you. He threatened and then left. Atai, confused, could only scratch his head. Based on what? Lin Feng handed the card to the staff here and introduced himself, a veteran of the demon suppression gate, vice pavilion master of the Emogo branch, Jiangbei province. Lin Feng quickly walked toward the demon suppression gate. The young staff member took the card, then checked his identity by pulling at his face. Afterward, the staff member concluded, the documents are correct, unaltered, and the appearance matches. The final check was to use a scanner to confirm the result once again. Lin Feng was being scanned. The scanner turned green. Lin Feng passed. The two staff members punched their chests and said in unison, "Those who stand behind us are the lights of 10,000 homes, may you return safely." Lin Feng did the same, responding, "The fire burns unceasingly, humanity will forever endure." After finishing the formalities, Lin Feng turned back to Su Yuancheng and said, "Su Big Head, enjoy another couple of years before heading to the demon suppression gate. The old men of the third generation, those who died are dead, and those who were injured have been injured. It's time for our fourth generation to step up." Su Yuancheng responded with a thoughtful grunt. Lin Feng then waved at him, "I'll be waiting for you at the demon suppression gate." Su Yuancheng handed his card to the staff and introduced himself, "Professor of the Combat Department, Secret Academy." Su Yuancheng led the new student to the demon suppression gate to complete the enrollment ritual. Su Yuancheng, along with the group of students, entered the demon suppression gate, and he reminded them of the strict rules at the demon suppression gate. Within 10 miles, no one is allowed, and special permission is required to travel by car. Yu Sheng held something green in his hand. He wondered if this object could really make someone willing to entrust their life in exchange for trust. The scene rewound to half an hour earlier, when Yu Sheng had refused to cooperate with the identity check. The staff had requested him, "Please follow the regulations and cooperate with the verification process." He responded, "Can I change the way I prove my identity without altering my appearance? If you want to go through with this method, I'm out of options." The staff still refused to agree with him because this was a regulation. Yu Sheng thought for a moment. He had always followed the rules in Zuichang, but they were also following the rules outside of Zuichang. Suddenly, an idea came to him, "I've got it. You touch my face, and I'll touch your neck. That way, we'll be on equal footing. How about that?" From a distance, Xiang Yuanqing felt embarrassed when he saw this scene. What fairness! Letting this little brat do whatever he wants if they don't fight, it's a miracle. Su teacher quickly intervened to defuse the situation. "Please, both of you calm down. He's someone who has been awarded a first-class medal and is 18 years old this year." The two staff members then asked Yu Sheng to show his medal. They took it from him and began verifying his identity by placing the medal on the verification machine, which instantly confirmed his identity. The two staff members pounded their chests and spoke in turn, "I agree to trust the person who holds this medal with my life. You can place your hand on my neck first. Feel free to hand over any blades or weapons." Then the two staff members instructed him, "Please proceed." After Yu Sheng entered with the others, the staff continued to chant the slogan, "The light behind us is the lantern of 10,000 families, may all return safely." Entering the demon suppression gate building, Xiang Yuancheng announced the first step of the enrollment ceremony. Climbing the stairs, he opened the door, revealing a long, endless flight of stairs. Xiang Yuancheng introduced, "This staircase is called the New Flame Inheritance. What is inherited here is the resilience of humanity, the flame burning in the heart. What is inherited is the determination of humanity, daring to stand between heaven and earth, fighting fiercely to carve out a path for survival." Su teacher began ascending the stairs, leading the students ahead. He carefully instructed the students, "Take it slowly, look at the walls, and watch your steps." Yu Sheng noticed the inscriptions on the walls. Li Zhai, who today climbed the demon suppression gate with foolish talent, but dared to step up for humanity. Zhao Jin, a graduate of Lingyan Academy, today climbs the demon suppression gate, determined never to retreat. They continued climbing each step, and on the walls, the dried bloodstains were still visible. They walked like this until a beam of light shone on Yu Sheng's face. Xiang Yuanqing turned back and shouted loudly, "What you are stepping on is the corpses of those who came before you in our humanity. What is in your eyes is the cry of those who came before you in humanity. These ordinary steps represent the real history, carved with the blood and flesh of humanity over the past 149 years, just so you can understand what humanity truly means." Having finished his words, Su teacher exhaled deeply to regain his breath, and then everyone continued walking. Yu Sheng suddenly saw the inscription by Lu Qingfeng, his homeroom teacher. "Lu Qingfeng, I vow to hold the three-chain sword peak in my hand, to protect the land forever, for the humanity of Taiping." Su Yuan Chang was punching his chest, shouting loudly, "As a professor, a humble disciple of humanity, each person is like a dragon flattening the universe, bringing peace to the world." Yu Sheng stared at the line that the homeroom teacher had left behind. Su teacher continued to chant the slogan, "I wish that students across the world do not carry burdens as they move forward, that everyone smiles, not betraying their youth. I wish all educators never regret their lives, seeing a prosperous era that comes true as desired." Hearing Su teacher's chant, the group grew even more determined to move forward. Finally, they reached the last point, where blinding light was shining directly at them. "Now, go through the path that belongs to yourself," Su teacher shouted, still pounding his chest. Yu Sheng, with a confident and decisive demeanor, led the group forward. He walked steadily, his sharp eyes scanning every movement of the students behind him as if he were controlling everything around him. Beside him, Su Yuan Cheng stood with his arms crossed, a posture both proud and polite, making way for the students to pass by one. The atmosphere around them was tense but also filled with anticipation, as if everyone was waiting for something monumental to happen, an inevitable event in the life of a student. As the group continued to move, Yu Sheng's gaze was suddenly drawn to a large stone by the roadside. The stone had a rough and sturdy appearance, with the words deeply engraved, "Let everything end in our era." By Gue Hong. The inscription carried a mysterious message, evoking a sense of contemplation in him. A fleeting obsession passed through his mind like a gentle breeze, skimming over the calm surface of a lake. But just for a moment, Yu Sheng decided not to think too much about it. He pushed those thoughts aside and continued walking toward the staircase that led to the light outside. As he stepped outside, the scene before him unfolded with a lively, bustling, and chaotic atmosphere. People were being treated for their wounds in makeshift tents, where the sounds of heavy breathing, screams, and laughter intertwined, creating an emotionally charged picture. Inside the tent, a muscular man with a heroic expression and bulging muscles was boasting about having taken down 7 beasts, proudly showing off his unscathed arm. However, his voice still carried an undercurrent of confusion, as if he were trying to conceal the fears of his own mind. Meanwhile, another man angrily complained about his fate, claiming he had only managed to deal with 3 monsters, only to have his leg broken by a demon's bite from the outside. A laugh echoed, lightening the tense atmosphere, as someone mocked that this man would soon be heading back to the rear to enjoy his rest, while the others had to endure the pain. The laughter, heavy breathing, and curses blended together, creating an emotionally charged space that stirred a deep sense of sympathy in Yu Sheng for the wounded. Yu Sheng listened to these stories, silently thinking of Lu Qingfeng, his revered teacher. He realized that in this world, there were many people like his teacher, carrying their own burdens and facing daily struggles. His gaze shifted to the group of new students. They stood frozen, eyes wide in astonishment as they witnessed the wounded being hauled onto carts. It was a sight that could easily stir one's heart. Xiang Yuan Chang witnessed the scene and couldn't help but express his disdain, speaking in an arrogant tone to remind the group of students that not everyone was as perfect as they thought. He began to recall his past, but before he could continue, another man approached and stood behind him with a humorous smile, starting to mock him about unpleasant memories from their time at the academy. Upon hearing these sarcastic remarks, Xiang Yuan Cheng immediately reacted with anger. However, when he recognized the familiar face of the man, he quickly shifted to an expression of surprise and respect. The man who had just appeared was none other than Zhong Yishu, a seasoned figure in the academy world with sharp, insightful eyes as if he could see through every corner of a person's soul. Zhong Yishu asked, "Yu Sheng, have you enrolled yet?" And when Yu Sheng confirmed that he had, he continued, "Then come with me for a while." Yu Sheng didn't hesitate, responding with enthusiasm, eager to explore new things and learn from those who had come before him. Meanwhile, a person with green hair stood nearby, eavesdropping on the conversation and wondering about the strange things being discussed by these individuals. When one of the students in the group suddenly shouted, "I have a miraculous potion in my hands. It can help us solve all the problems we're facing." His self-satisfaction not only drew the attention of those around him but also caused the atmosphere to become chaotic, as one by one, people approached him, eager to possess the potion he was advertising. Upon seeing this, Su Yuanqing immediately became suspicious and did not hesitate to criticize Sun Wan for the excessively high price he had set for that particular medicine. He could not comprehend why a single pill would be priced so expensively. Sun Wan, however, was unfazed by the criticism. He remained enthusiastic about his product, proudly presenting it as the Shanxia 29 tranquilizer and eagerly inviting everyone to purchase it with an irresistible excitement. When he saw Sun Wan sparking a battle for everyone's attention, Xiang Yuanqing continued to mock him, and the tension in the air grew heavier. However, a crowd quickly gathered around Sun Wan, creating a scene full of chaos and liveliness. Shouts and jostling footsteps filled the space. It was an atmosphere full of energy, but also instability. In the midst of this, Xiang Yuanqing, feeling irritated, decided to taunt Sun Wan by recalling an old memory that made those around them burst into laughter. Yet, just as the atmosphere seemed to lighten, something unexpected happened. Xiang Yuanqing suddenly kneeled down on the ground, an expression of uncontrollable anger on his face. Everyone was taken aback, none understanding the reason behind this action. A tense atmosphere immediately enveloped the space again, as if whatever was about to happen could change everything in an instant. Xiang Yuanqing kneeled with a furious look in his eyes as he glared at the people around him. He could not bear their scrutiny and, with irritation, said, "I'm tired of standing, so I'll just kneel for a while and rest before I continue." He then continued with a sneer, "How convenient, I'd like to pay respects to that bastard Lin Feng and his damn fate." Hearing this, Zhao Zicheng couldn't help but laugh, reassuring himself that sometimes holding back was the best way to handle things. He understood that in this situation, suppressing his laughter was absolutely necessary. The master of the Lin Pavilion walked over to Su Yuanqing, who was kneeling, and looked at him with a mocking expression. He said, "Isn't Mr. Su crying like a child? One can't help but feel a bit of joy seeing him in this state." He continued in a sarcastic tone, "So, unable to improve your strength, are you planning to use connections to find a foster father? If that's the case, you should at least stay away from old Zhong." Su Yuanqing, hearing this, could only think to himself how strange it was that this old, bald man was grimacing like that. He felt that the ridicule in the master of the Lin Pavilion's words was not only a mockery but also carried an underlying sense of disdain. At that moment, no one expected that the old man, master of the Lin Pavilion, would also be made to kneel, his face showing a mix of confusion and anger. Everything happened so suddenly and unexpectedly, making the atmosphere even more tense than ever. Seeing this, Zhao Zicheng held his hand back, stopping himself from pulling out his phone to capture the embarrassing moment. And in his mind, there was only one thought: no, I absolutely cannot do that. Offending the former students is enough, I cannot, under any circumstances, offend Su with the big head. Zhao Zicheng imagined the scene of Su Yuanqing kneeling while he became the one snapping photos. The image seemed no different from a low-budget comedy film. If it were posted online, it would surely become a meme. Just thinking about the possibility of him being the one to create such a spectacle made Zhao Zicheng exclaim, "No, no, no, I can't." He told himself that keeping a distance was the best option. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a phone suddenly came up, taking a photo of the two of them kneeling. Zhao Zicheng snapped the picture and said, "If you don't pay him 300,000, he will post this photo on the academy's website." Xiang Yuanqing, upon hearing those words, was incredibly angry. He found it almost unbelievable to be in such a situation. He tried to stay calm, forcing out the words with a reluctant tone, "All right, don't rush. Wait until later, at the demon suppression gate, he will give Zhao Zicheng the money." The scene was truly absurd. Xiang Yuanqing was kneeling while still having to negotiate with a kid about deleting the photo, while Zhao Zicheng was putting on an unbelievably ridiculous performance. Then, he turned to the students with a serious tone, announcing, "You all should proceed with the second enrollment ritual before the exam, help the medical and logistical staff move the wounded and handle the bodies." His words rang out like a command in the middle of a battle, making everyone stand to attention. After finishing, Zhao Zicheng looked at teacher Su Yuanqing, unsure of what to do next in the tense atmosphere. At this moment, Sun Wan Tian walked up, placed a hand on Zhao Zicheng's shoulder with an expression so serious it was almost comical, and said, "Bro, he's always thought of you as a smart guy, but who would have thought you'd turn into a hero in this situation? With that, everyone turned and walked away, as if they had just attended a meeting but had completely forgotten the purpose for being there. When only Zhao Zichang was left standing, Su Yuanqing looked up and said to him, "All right, now you can send it. Do you need me to help you with a proper marital bow posture?" The question echoed like a humorous invitation in the tense atmosphere, causing Zhao Zichang to feel as if his heart had stopped beating. Upon hearing it, he was filled with fear, unable to think quickly, and immediately turned around to run as fast as he could, calling out, "Sunwon, wait for me." In a different scene, Zhong Yushu sat with Yu Sheng, his face full of worry. He confided that his business in Jiangbei province, as Yu Sheng had previously mentioned, had been registered and was doing quite well. However, recently, many people had jumped on the bandwagon, leading to a significant decline in the business. He was concerned that if this situation continued, he would not be able to pay his employees. Yu Sheng listened calmly and replied, "Perhaps Zhong Yushu hasn't registered a trademark." He also suggested that the company's brand name wasn't even printed on the plates, which made Zhong Yushu frustrated, though he had to admit the truth. Yu Sheng went on to point out that old Zhong was actually quite good at being the war god of humanity, implying that with his talents, he shouldn't let his business fall into such a state. Zhong Yushu, enraged, his face shifting from worry to fury, emphasized that the company was his destiny and he had to find a way to escape his current situation. His tone was urgent, like a soldier calling for his comrades at a decisive moment. Yu Sheng proposed a bold idea: Zhong Yushu could steal from Sunwon. He then pointed at Sunwon and said that he had a lot of money, which could help him out. Zhong Yushu looked at Sunwon and thought to himself that the person seemed to be the grandson of Sun Goxiong. He felt uneasy as he realized that the young man was indeed running a big business. He tried to remember the name of his company. The word Kim kept repeating in his mind. Kim? As he thought, it suddenly dawned on him that the full name was Gold Ingot Limited Group. A feeling of surprise and indignation surged within him as he realized. Damn it, the one who took over my business in Jiangbei province is him. Anger and scheming began to stir in Zhong Yushu's heart. He knew he had to act, but he couldn't help but find the irony of the situation somewhat amusing. The scene unfolded like a vast battlefield, where the surrounding walls were soaked with fresh blood, bearing the marks of intense combat. The heavy atmosphere hung thick, and the pungent smell of blood mixed with the smoke of lingering flames, creating a chilling, eerie feeling in the open space with the blood-stained walls. Xiang Yuanshang stood tall in front of the students, his cold gaze sweeping over their youthful faces. He didn't speak much but made a remark that carried significant meaning. You are all fortunate, for when you step onto this ground, the war is already over. Xiang Yuanqing continued, his voice steady yet full of resolve. Now is the time for you to take the final step in the new student ritual, to walk the path of a hero. After a brief silence, his voice grew even deeper, yet firm, as if carving his words into the very air. Xiang Yuanqing said, "Hero." With those words, he turned and gestured toward Yu Sheng, offering no further explanation. His action was a command in itself. Zhong Yushu and the group behind him stood up, their entire group radiating an indescribable strength and determination. Their eyes gleamed as if an invisible force was spreading through the space around them. Zhong Yushu's voice resounded with commanding power, further bolstering the courage of the remaining group as he emphasized that they must look to one another's strength for humanity. His words rang out like an oath, a solemn reminder of the great mission they bore upon their shoulders. Yu Sheng stood still, eyes fixed on the scene before him, his mind flooded with thoughts. As he gazed at the group so full of resolve, he couldn't help but compare this place to Zhuai Chang in his heart. Here, everything was truly different, unlike the harshness and cold indifference of Zhuai Chang, but it was this very contrast that carried a strange kind of beauty, a beauty he had never known before. At that moment, the little girl Lin Xiaoxiao broke into sobs, unable to hold back her crying as it came in uncontrollable waves. Sunwon, upon seeing the scene, tilted his head back in frustration, thinking how every year his young master self got dragged into situations like this. He hadn't expected that just one move would bring the girl to tears. A wave of dissatisfaction surged within him as he thought the situation to be utterly unfair. Xiang Yuanqing grew angry, his gaze turning razor-sharp as he looked at the freshman before him, unable to conceal the irritation in his eyes. His voice rang out in a loud command, ordering the 140th class of the secret academy to press forward along the path of heroes and proceed to the next gate without hesitation. It was at that moment that Su Yuanqing detected an enemy attack. His eyes quickly sharpened with vigilance as he sensed the approaching danger, immediately readying himself to confront whatever might come. In the distance, a horde of ferocious beasts began swarming in, creating a perilous scene. Everyone above was stunned and rushed out to see what was happening. Teacher Su Yuanqing saw Zhao Zichang and Sun Wan and immediately became angry, shouting at them to go back and descend right away. However, Qin Wen spoke up in protest and tried to explain that they could stay and assist. But Su Yuanqing angrily interrupted, asserting that he was not dead yet, and it was not their place to intervene. He shouted loudly, commanding both of them to go down and wait for him at the bottom. Zhao Zicheng tried to protest, but before he could finish his sentence, Yu Sheng issued a short command, ordering the group to move immediately. Xiang Yuancheng then ordered the students to look straight ahead, not to turn their heads, and to focus their minds on understanding the lesson from the current situation. Lin Xiaoxiao cried out in fear, while everyone descended together. Their faces clearly showed the terror of what was happening. Yu Sheng walked, deep in thought, wondering if the path his friends were taking might be full of beautiful scenery. But the final destination of that path, in the end, would be death. He reassured himself that the path he had to follow would eventually lead him to answers. Suddenly, he heard the sounds of the battle outside. The cries of kill echoed, making him reflect and wonder if they were fighting to become stronger for the sake of humanity. At this moment, Yu Sheng was standing and conversing with Zhao Zichang. They exchanged thoughts calmly. The atmosphere between them was serene and devoid of any tension. Seeing this, Zhao Zichang voiced his confusion. He asked Yu Sheng why they practiced so tirelessly every day, enduring such hardships. What was the ultimate purpose? Yu Sheng responded simply and calmly, stating that all those efforts were for one reason, to stay alive. Zhao Zichang replied, "That's right, living just for the sake of living is truly depressing," but he also wondered what it truly means to live. He continued, saying that living a weak life, always bowed down, casually following the natural course could also be considered a life, but is that the way they truly want to live? Zhao Zichang went on to say that ever since he first saw the words on the hero's path, he had felt quite uncomfortable. However, over time and through reflection, he began to understand and grasp their meaning. Zhao Zichang turned to Yu Sheng and, with a determined look, said firmly that he had made up his mind. In this lifetime, either he wouldn't be able to walk that path, or once he stepped onto it, there would be no turning back because it was a path that could only move forward, with no way to go back down. He pointed up to the sky with great determination and energy, shouting loudly that after returning to the academy, no matter what, he would fight with all his might, continuously train in a brutal manner, and he wanted to become the most outstanding, surpassing everyone around him, including the friends standing next to him. Yu Sheng turned to Zhao Zichang with an encouraging smile and said, "Not bad, keep it up," while placing a friendly hand on his shoulder. This unexpected gesture surprised Zhao Zichang, and he could feel the support from his friend. At this moment, everyone from behind gathered together, creating a lively and bustling scene full of voices. Once everyone had seated, Yu Sheng looked around and spoke, "It's getting late, why are we still here?" Your voice carries a hint of concern for everyone's safety. At that moment, Sun Wan immediately started a conversation, not allowing Yu Sheng to finish his sentence. He enthusiastically said, "That's right, Su teacher, he." With a serious expression as if wanting to explain something important, just then, a voice rang out from Su Yuanqing, full of frustration and sarcasm as he exclaimed, "Damn it, I almost became the first teacher to die because of a freshman initiation ritual." And he continued to vent, "If I had actually died, it would have been so embarrassing, not just for the students, but for myself as well." This made those around them feel both amused and empathetic toward his tension in that situation. Afterward, Xiang Yuancheng stood and looked at the group of students with a stern gaze, saying, "From now on, you little ones, I officially welcome you to join the secret academy and become members of it." Then he emphasized, "In the future, there will come a day when I hope you will use your bodies to protect the safety of humanity." He made it clear the heavy responsibility they would bear on their shoulders. He squinted and said, "Now, let's go back to school." But right after that, he let out a tired sigh and collapsed to the ground, causing the students to look at each other anxiously and shout, "Hey! Hey!" Su teacher Zhao Zicheng looked at Sunwon with a pleading expression and said, "Let me borrow your pen." But Sunwon immediately responded in a firm voice, "No way. Absolutely not. I." Immediately, Zhao Zicheng quickly interrupted and made an offer, 10 coins. With a determined expression, Zhao Zicheng's quick wit and agility in convincing Sunwon caught him by surprise. Seeing the money, Sunwon's eyes lit up, and he immediately extended his hand, saying, "Here, the pen's here, Mr. Zhao, please." The smile on Zhao Zicheng's face was as if he had just found an incredible opportunity to make a profit, making the atmosphere around him much more cheerful. With that, Zhao Zicheng grabbed a pen and began drawing a cat on Su teacher's face. This action was quick and unexpected, causing everyone around to be quite surprised. Afterwards, he pulled out his phone and took a picture as a keepsake. In that moment, Zhao Zicheng couldn't contain his excitement and said, "If this is going up on the Academy's secret forum, Su teacher will become a member of the training squad alongside me." This made everyone burst into laughter at his mischievousness, secretly imagining the possibility of making a fortune from the teacher's newfound fame. With that, Zhao Zicheng gave Xiang Yuanqing a piggyback ride and said, "All right, there's not much time left, let's go." Together, they walked out of the secret academy, exiting the gates with an air of excitement. When they reached the car parked in front, Zhao Zicheng suddenly panicked and asked, "So, who's driving now?" The situation became even more amusing as everyone started laughing at the humorous predicament. Yu Sheng spoke up with a serious expression, saying, "Driving without a license on the highway can get you arrested for 7 to 15 days. He then frankly admitted that he didn't have a license. This made the atmosphere tense. Furthermore, just as everyone realized the seriousness of the situation, a man with green hair opened the car door, peered inside with an annoyed expression, and said, "The driver's seat is too small, I can't fit." This caused everyone to laugh at the fact that the car was not suited to his height, creating a humorous moment amid the otherwise tense situation. Lin Xiaoxiao said, "I'm only 13, I can't take the driving test." Immediately after, someone else spoke up, "I'm 18 but I haven't taken the test yet." This created a humorous atmosphere among the group of friends as they realized none of them were old enough to drive in this situation. Suddenly, while in a daze, Su teacher, lying in the car, said, "My car is exempt from inspection," causing everyone to laugh at how sharp and witty he was in such a difficult situation. Zhu Zicheng, seeing this, muttered in frustration, "Damn it, I'll do it. It's just driving, what's the big deal?" As soon as he got in the car, he confusedly asked, "Why did they change the manual equipment like this?" He couldn't help but be surprised by the unusual changes in the car he was about to drive. Yu Sheng hesitated and said, "What if I can only drive?" His uncertain tone only added to the tense atmosphere. Yu Sheng took Zhao Zicheng's place. Zhao Zicheng gave up his seat to Yu Sheng and said, "Mr. Yu, let me handle this," showing his enthusiasm and determination. The guy with the tombstone leaned out and looked at the guy with the green hair, saying, "My tombstone's chipped, you can lie on the roof of the car." His words were both humorous and showed dissatisfaction with the old car, creating a comical situation among the friends who were already in a difficult bind. The guy with the green hair agreed, saying, "Right, how did I not think of that?" After saying this, he quickly jumped onto the roof of the car with swift and confident movements, causing everyone around him to laugh at how daring he was in such a funny situation. Yu Sheng was incredibly tense as he gripped the steering wheel. He mentally reviewed the theory in his head, reminding himself to gently press the clutch and slowly add gas to start the car. Finally, the vehicle began to roll. The sounds of the machinery echoed like a suspenseful melody. The man with green hair sat atop the car with a look of exhilaration. A bright smile spread across his face as he said, "This time, I won't be unlucky." As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Sheng stepped on the accelerator to speed up, causing the green-haired man to almost tumble off the car, creating a moment of chaotic humor for the group in that unexpected instant. Yu Sheng was muttering the gear-shifting steps in his head, 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 press the clutch to shift to 4. Every gear change was accompanied by tension and intense focus, as if he were participating in a much more difficult exam rather than simply driving. Xiang Yuanqing anxiously asked, "Where's his seatbelt?" While Zhao Zicheng shouted from below, "Boss, look at the road ahead, don't keep looking down to shift gears." This only heightened the tension inside the car. Yu Sheng replied, "I know," and it was only after hearing this that he finally lifted his gaze to focus on the road ahead, trying to concentrate on driving. At that moment, the car managed to swerve just in time, otherwise, it would have crashed straight into the stone ahead, causing Su Yuanqing to slam his face into the window and groan. He then glanced at the group of students sitting around and sarcastically remarked, "You guys really have no conscience, not even fastening the seatbelt for the teacher." In a secluded corner of the desolate land, two guards were conversing in the stillness of the atmosphere. A staff member standing guard was startled and looked over to the other side as if something had just happened. It was a black car driven by Yu Sheng, whose skilled hands steered it straight into a wall. Black smoke billowed up, and the person inside kept coughing incessantly. Su Yuanqing was dizzy, his vision blurred, and foam started forming at the corners of his mouth as Zhao Zicheng pulled him out of the car. Su Yuanqing, enraged, shouted angrily at Yu Sheng, "I can't stand you." But Yu Sheng was unfazed, stuffing his hands into his jacket pockets and walking away. In a hidden corner, a mysterious figure was watching Yu Sheng's group. He grinned wickedly. The freshman initiation ceremony has finally ended. This year's freshmen have a bit of a rebellious streak. He. After Su Yuanqing recovered from his dizziness, he led the group of students back. He was still seething with anger. "Yu Sheng, remember this. Su Yuanqing has you in his sights now. Neither of us will have peace." At that moment, someone blocked their path. Lu Yu and his gang. It seemed he was looking for revenge, as he started cracking his knuckles in preparation for a fight. "So, you're Zhao Zicheng, huh? Your hellish life starts today, little brat." Zhao Zicheng hid behind Su teacher, who waved his hand and said, "All right, Lu Yu, at least wait until I take them to complete their registration and assign the dorms, then we can talk." Lu Yu pulled out a photo that Zhao Zicheng had posted on the forum recently. "Teacher Su, hasn't the school forum caught your attention yet? Take a look at this." The photo showed Su Yuanqing unconscious with graffiti drawn all over his face, edited humorously by Zhao Zicheng. Su Yuanqing's face immediately darkened, but he smiled, stepped aside, and instructed Lu Yu, "Don't hold back too much. If anything happens, I'll cover for you." Lu Yu and the group behind him immediately chased after Zhao Zicheng. He, unafraid, raised his middle finger to provoke him. "Come on, you little brats, I'll shout out in pain, I'm your father." Xiang Yuanqing, standing to the side, sighed, "What a good child you are, why choose to seek death like this?" The sun had risen high, and the harsh sunlight shone down. In the dark surveillance room, the vice principal sat in front of the screen, intently staring at something on the computer. It turned out he was watching a female singer in a pink dress dancing. He grinned lewdly, pressing his face closer to the screen. At that moment, Su Yuanqing barged into the room, slamming the door. Hearing the sound, the vice principal quickly yanked the screen's power cable out. Angrily, he turned and scolded Su Yuanqing, "Didn't not before entering? I'll deduct 3 points from you." Su Yuanqing, with nothing to lose, provoked, "If you can naturally find a point on my credit card, I'll consider myself defeated." Xiang Yuanqing sat on the desk and suggested, "How about you lend me some points, teacher?" The vice principal sneered and cursed, "If you have any farts, let them out. I'm busy." Xiang Yuanqing placed a stack of papers on the desk. "The new student documents have been submitted to the storage. I've arranged for them to choose their dorms, and once that's done, I can go hit someone." The scene suddenly froze, and the vice principal didn't move. Xiang Yuanqing kept watching his actions, but after a long while, the vice principal still didn't stir. Su Yuanqing urged, "What are you looking at? Turn on the computer and get to work." Seeing the black screen, he bent down to check and saw that the power cable wasn't plugged into the socket. He sighed, "No wonder the screen is black, turns out the plug fell out." He was both plugging in and complaining. I've told you, you should learn more about the new technology, not like those brainless idiots at Lingwu Academy who only show off their muscles. Look, all I had to do was plug it in, not even finish the sentence, and he froze. Xiang Yuan Chang stared at the screen, where a young girl dressed in all pink was twirling and singing. For love and justice, for goodness and peace, I, the Rainbow Fairy, represent justice and destroy the wicked. Xiang Yuanqing couldn't believe it, staring at the screen with a blank expression, while the vice principal, embarrassed by his secret being exposed, couldn't speak. For the sake of his dignity, the vice principal began slamming the desk, pretending not to know what was happening and getting angry. This is outrageous. How did such a childish comic about a 7-colored fairy end up in my computer? Of course, Xiang Yuanchang saw through his trick and started teasing him. How do you know this comic is called 7-Wood Fairy? The vice principal broke into a sweat, grabbed a stack of papers, and started diverting the topic. We should focus on getting the new student materials into the database first, we can't have them waiting. Xiang Yuanqing, naturally, didn't miss this opportunity. While stroking his chin, he mocked, Vice Principal, as the model worker of the academy, even though you're the hardest working employee, I won't deny that. Old man, we're so close, you can just say it straight out. Xian Yuanqing made his demand. Since I've caught you red-handed, I'm not the kind of person to act out of line. Give me back the 100 points you deducted, and add another 100 on top. Otherwise, for justice and magic, I'll destroy you. He shouted loudly while imitating the voice of the singer Vyhing. The vice principal, seeing that he was not only asking for too much but also imitating his favorite character, became extremely frustrated. However, out of respect for his position, he still agreed to his request. Fine, I agree with you. You can go to the teaching office to pick it up yourself. Then, he reminded him. You should understand the rules of the secret academy. The same trick can only fool me once. Xian Yuanchang responded cheerfully. Don't worry. The door closed. The vice principal, with a dangerous expression, muttered to himself. That brat thinks he can easily get my points? If he manages to earn even a single coin this year, I'll consider my life well lived. Meanwhile, in the Marsh Mountain Demon Realm, a towering peak touched the clouds. A gigantic snake was coiled around the mountain's summit. A beautiful girl with an alluring figure bowed, the goddess of the cult of 10,000 gods, Xiao Xiao Xiao, paying homage at the mountain gate, her black claws slowly emerging from the thick fog. That is Gue Hong. He stood there, indifferent, and asked coldly. Does the goddess of the cult of 10,000 gods have business here on Marsh Mountain? Xiao 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 immediately walked over, took his arm, and rubbed against his body with her curves. So, the Marsh Mountain that you all speak of, could it be that even the greatest hero of the 4th generation of humanity can now only rely on the fading remnants of Marsh Mountain? Her face wore a seductive smile as she gazed at Gue Hong. He frowned, unmoved by Xiao Xiao Xiao's beauty. Did the goddess come all this way just to mock him for a few words? Xiao 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 groped Gue Hong's body before replying. That wasn't the original purpose. However, now. Perhaps we can go deeper. Gue Hong coldly sidestepped, avoiding her touch. It's come to this, so forgive me for not seeing you off. Xiao 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 pouted, what a dull man. Suddenly, Xiao 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 stood upright, bowed, and said, the goddess of the cult of 10,000 gods requests an audience with Lord Xian Lu. The mountain trembled, dust and smoke gradually cleared, revealing a path leading up the mountain. Gue Hong gestured to Xiao Xiao Xiao, please. As Xiao 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 and Gue Hong reached the halfway point of the ascent, a colossal black snake emerged. Zhong Yushu still hasn't given a response about the last incident. Cult of 10,000 gods, you dare come to my demon realm again? Xiao 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 quickly promised, Lord Xiang Lu, that was merely an accident. Such a thing won't happen again. Xian Lu frowned, seemingly unconvinced, and asked, so, are you here to apologize? Xiao 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 clasped her hands and replied, this humble woman is only here to convey a possibility to Lord Xian Lu. The next time the demons attacked the demon suppression gate in Gangcheng behind it, there could be great chaos. Xiang Lu coldly pressed, "Why should I trust you?" Xiao immediately persuaded, after all, the cult of 10,000 gods merely spreads the light of the gods. As long as it aligns with the gods' interests, why would we care otherwise? Gue Hong, on behalf of Xiang Lu, agreed. Fine, Xiang Lu says I can agree. Seeing her proposal accepted, Xiao seized the moment. Lord Xiang Lu knows the rules of the cult of 10,000 gods. Before she could finish, Gue Hong ordered, "Oh? Follow me." Xiao remarked, "Your position in the demon realm must be quite high. To even have a hand in resources like demon cores." The long, endless mountain steps stretched ahead, and Xiao leaned her hand on her waist, complaining. This idiot doesn't understand. After climbing the mountain for so long, can't he carry me? Gue Hong turned his cold face and glanced at her, threatening. Young juniors should be a little more humble. You're not worth as much as you think. Xiao shuddered at the killing intent emanating from him. No wonder he's the strongest in the fourth generation, even just a little bit of his murderous aura made her tremble in fear. Gue Hong continued walking forward, reminding her. I hope this action won't disappoint our demon abyss, or I can't say what will happen with the cult of 10,000 gods. He then coldly added. But you'll definitely die. His emotionless face and the threatening words were aimed directly at Xiao. The next morning, at 8 a.m., Yu Shang and the others gathered in the schoolyard. Sunwon playfully bumped Mu Yu's shoulder and teased. Look over there, is this the one who's going to be the center of attention in the whole school? Next to them, Zhao Zicheng noticed the word husband on a Tai's shirt and was puzzled. Then, seeing the word mang on the front, Zhao Zicheng became even more confused. Seeing his reaction, a Tai proudly flaunted. Hee, I think this outfit is quite comfortable, and I don't have to worry about my clothes falling apart. After hearing this, Zhao Zicheng asked. How much did it cost? A Tai scratched his head, embarrassed. Very cheap. Sun Brother said it's custom made, originally priced at 300,000. Since we're classmates, he sold it to me for 50,000. I've already gotten a good deal. Sunwon, after being a sly businessman, shamelessly pretended to be generous and said. What's the matter? We're all from the same family. Could I possibly make money off my own family? Lin Xiao lay on the back of the Great White, sleeping soundly. Her lips were still painted with a shade of pink lotus, unlike her usual appearance. Zhu Zicheng immediately reprimanded Sunwon. So, this lipstick on Lin Xiao, is it also something you sold to her? The dull pink shade? Sunwon quickly explained, Xiao is already 13, she should start wearing makeup. Look, do you think this lipstick and this dress go well together? Zhu Zicheng, feeling exasperated, wanted to say something but only pulled up his outer coat, proudly looked around, and said, Still, it's the bulletproof vest I bought, much more practical. Yu Sheng then stepped forward and said, That's only because they know how to wake up your thing. Is your bulletproof vest supposed to be for body training? Zhao Zicheng, struck by Yu Sheng's words like a thunderbolt, immediately calmed down. Sunwon, standing by, looked at the people he had deceived and Yu Sheng standing not far away. He thought to himself, he didn't even buy a single thing from my store, yet he dares to call himself a model businessman? As he was thinking, Sunwon caught the cold stares of the three people looking directly at him. The way they looked at him sent a chill down his spine. Sunwon trembled, took a step back, and asked, What? What do you guys want to do? At that moment, Su Yuan-chan walked out and reminded them, Stop messing around. Sunwon happily called out, Su teacher. Su Yuan-shing coughed lightly a few times, then announced, Alright, students, I'm excited to announce something. For the next 3 years, as your head teacher, I will lead all of you forward. Are you all excited? Su Yuan-sheng asked this confidently. Sunwon eagerly clapped his hands, flattering, It's such an honor to be taught by Su teacher. The three people behind looked at Su Yuan-sheng with less than friendly eyes. Sunwon stepped forward and flattered Su teacher. I believe that if we follow in your footsteps, we will definitely be able to continue training and live up to everyone's expectations. In the future, everyone will soar like dragons. Xiang Yuancheng was so pleased by the flattery that he decided. Student Sun has spoken very well. Now, I appoint Sunwon as the class monitor of the 140th batch. Does anyone have any objections? Xiang Yuancheng also gave his students a quick glance. Rest assured, I am very democratic. If there are any concerns, feel free to bring them up. The scene shifted back to the previous night, when Xiang Yuancheng and Sunwon had met in the bushes. At that time, he had proposed. Being the class monitor means 10 points every month. If you agree to give me 7 points, I will let you be the class monitor. What do you think? Sunwon immediately countered with 5 points, no more. Su Yuancheng agreed. Back to the present moment, Su Yuancheng put on a reasonable and fair demeanor. If no one has any objections, then the position of class monitor will go to Sunwon. Normally, he will be responsible for helping everyone with some of the task resources. In compensation, he will receive 10 points each month. A voice rang out. Wait. Yu Sheng stepped forward and expressed. Su teacher, I have a different opinion on this. I feel that I am very suitable for the position of class monitor. Xiang Yuanqing raised an eyebrow, puzzled, and asked Yu Sheng for the reason. Yu Sheng turned to exchange glances with his friends, then confidently said, I feel that none of them can beat me. Su Yuanqing paid no attention to Yu Sheng's words and explained. Choosing the class monitor isn't about who is stronger or weaker. A class monitor needs to have the ability to unite everyone in the team. Yu Sheng responded indifferently, Xiang Yuanqing continued, one must possess noble qualities. Yu Sheng only responded with which caught the attention of Su Yuancheng. He was unaware that behind him, Sunwon had been surrounded by the others. Seeing that Yu Sheng was confident, Xiang Yuanqing said, one must have the spirit of self-sacrifice. Upon hearing this, Yu Sheng simply replied, while raising his chin, leaving Su Yuanqing speechless. He turned around, trying to find another reason. I feel that our classmate Sunwon. Before he could finish, he saw that Sunwon had been beaten by the others to the point where he couldn't defend himself. Su Yuanqing shouted, what are you doing? Sunwon, with a bruised face, lay on the ground and cried out, I was just offering a bit of welfare to everyone, that's all I meant. Xiang Yuanqing tugged at his hair and screamed, heavens, what did I do wrong? Why are people punishing me like this? Yu Sheng pondered, maybe we can negotiate a bit. Su Yuancheng, confused by what Yu Sheng was saying, looked up and asked, huh? Everyone chimed in, calling out, classmate Yu Sheng, Mr. Yu. Yu Sheng, Mr. Yu. Yu Sheng pointed toward Sunwon, if he's so persistent, then perhaps he should be the class monitor and allocate the points to you. The latter part of Yu Sheng's statement was directed at Su Yuancheng. Everyone, except for Sunwon, raised both hands in agreement, and even Great White barked once, showing its support. Su Yuanqing fell silent for a moment before speaking, you have entered the secret academy. Do you all not know the rules of the secret academy? He began to channel his energy, releasing a killing intent, threatening the students of the academy. His face was terrifying, threatening. Resisting the teacher would lead to a tragic end. The students, except Yu Sheng, were terrified and huddled together. Ah! 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 Yu Sheng was not scared at all, only calmly responding, which caused Xiang Yuancheng's intimidating aura to dissipate. He knew he couldn't change the situation, so he made an offer, give me 5 points every month, and I'll agree to your terms. How about it? Yu Sheng did not agree, you're paying too much. After the teacher appointed Sunwon as the class monitor, I can at least get 9 points from him every month. Sunwon, upon hearing this, was instantly flustered, huh? Xiang Yuanqing gave a thumbs up, signaling his agreement, and it was settled. He then declared, starting from now, Sunwon will be the newest class monitor of this batch. Moreover, he will voluntarily give Yu Sheng 9 points from his monthly 10-point salary. Sunwon, hearing this, was left speechless, his mouth agape. Su Yuan Sheng, shameless as ever, took the remaining 1 point. As for me, the hard-working teacher, I'll take 1 point. At the academy, Yu Sheng and his friends continued to listen to teacher Su Yuan Sheng's instructions. His eyes were dull, looking exhausted, as if he could fall asleep instantly. The teacher continued, "This is your classroom. Inside, there are also rules for students, so take a good look and memorize them." However, the teacher still seemed unenthusiastic. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yuan Sheng immediately turned around, yawning repeatedly, deciding to leave the students to their own devices. In fact, he just wanted to let the students figure things out themselves. He was too tired, so he went off to sleep and turned his back to leave. Zhao Zichang was extremely confused, looking after the teacher and shouting loudly, "Teacher, how are we supposed to know what to do in class now?" Yu Sheng also turned around with a helpless look at this teacher. Even though the students had continuously complained, Su Yuanqing still left. Before leaving, the teacher waved goodbye and assigned homework for the first class. In 1 day, earn 20 points. Once you've earned them, message me in the group. The teacher had no intention of providing further guidance. Sunwon seemed equally helpless, but was very confident. 20 points? Actually, it's just 2 million things. It's just a small game. He was smug, but his face still showed a hint of distress. Leading the others, Yu Sheng suggested that everyone first take a look at the student rules. After everyone settled down, they gathered around the student code of conduct at the academy. Firstly, after enrolling, students must scan the code to download the Academy's secret app. Secondly, after enrolling, all necessary activities within the Academy, including but not limited to eating, cultivation, trading, supplies, etc., will be done using points. Thirdly, all necessary or unnecessary supplies will be sold in the Academy's secret app. Finally, after enrollment, money from outside the Academy cannot be used. If there is any behavior of buying or selling points, the student will be expelled and placed on the blacklist of other students. Skipping other regulations, Sunwon paused at rule number 9. Please trust yourself, trust your fellow students at the secret academy. Looking at this list of regulations, Sunwon gaped in shock, so disappointed that he nearly collapsed. Really creating karma. What are you groaning about? After reading the school rules, everyone was truly surprised. Everyone was worried about the harshness of the academy. Who would have thought that even for meals, we can't use money at the academy, and we're forced to use points instead? Zhao Zichang said helplessly. Lin Xiaoxiao added, "Yeah, I remember the cafeteria's price list used to say it was 0.5 points per meal. Luckily, Boss Sunwon is kind enough to share a lot of snacks with everyone." Sunwon collapsed, and hearing this, he politely replied, "As class president, that's just something I should do." His smile was a bit strained, while everyone around him continued to happily enjoy their snacks. A faint memory resurfaced. Sunwon had generously given Xiaoxiao a large bag of snacks when she bought a lot of things from the community, or shared snacks with Zhao Zichang when he bought a large bag without any discount, and even handed over a mountain of beef to a Thai. All these moments were vivid in his mind. He had done so many kind things, why couldn't he just give him 1 point? After the story ended, the person on the podium suggested that everyone focus on how to complete the first lesson instead of talking about other nonsense. The people around them immediately paid attention. He continued by suggesting that they go outside to eliminate the dark sect members, and the person who contributed would get 20 points, as stated in the assigned task. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zichang's eyes lit up. With Yu Sheng in their group, why should they be afraid? He immediately turned around and called out Mr. Yu's name with hope. However, Yu Sheng ignored him. He had already earned enough points long ago. After speaking, Yu Sheng left, leaving everyone bewildered. Now, their hope rested on Zhao Zichang. On the news, it was reported that he and Yu Sheng had teamed up to take down the dark sect members. Hearing this, Zhao Zichang became quite pleased with himself, thinking that no one had ever killed anyone before and hoping that no one would ever know what that feeling was like. His tone had a bit of pride, yet he still carried his gear, as, compared to killing, he would rather use his own pain to earn points for his friends. Therefore, after careful consideration, he appeared to be exceptionally noble. In the forest, the group from the dark sect gathered in one corner. A short, chubby man suddenly became puzzled. Can we trust the information from these people? Why is it that after coming here, we still haven't seen a single new student? It was Lord. A subordinate beside him quickly reassured him. Please rest assured, these people have many years of experience. Every year at this time, the Academy's secretive teachers, wanting to minimize trouble, always give an easy task worth 20 points for the first class. They then continue with their analysis, and since all members of the divine religion receive 20 points, almost all the new students will try to kill them to earn points. The last person fully supported this. That's right, every year the dark sect recruits a number of new followers, and this is a good opportunity to eliminate students with little experience. Everyone excitedly spoke in agreement. After hearing this, the members of the dark sect looked back at him with murderous glares. Was this person trying to get himself killed? God was truly enraged, thinking that these students deserved to die for daring to kill the members of the divine religion every year. This year, they would exact their full revenge. Back with the academy group, Zhao Zichang, after resolutely leaving, the young leader was still very determined to gather the remaining 4. Even though they felt that without Yu Sheng or Zhao Zichang, if they could devise a concrete plan, killing a member of the dark sect wouldn't be a small feat. He began asking for the opinions of everyone, starting with Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, who was sitting next to him, leaned back against her pet, still holding a packet of snacks in her hand. If you want to go, then go ahead. She's just a brat, how could she kill anyone? He didn't give up, turning back to ask Atai. I know you always want to become stronger. After hearing this, Atai could only smile and rub his head. Hee, I'm not going anywhere. I'm a family member of a martyr, and I've already been given extra points for enrollment. What's there to worry about? The leader suddenly found himself speechless and turned to find his last glimmer of hope in the class monitor. You know, in our place, the class monitor is the one with the highest level of power. If they both go, we won't even finish speaking. Sunwon had already run off in a hurry. The old students were all a bunch of fools, running while muttering. They needed to see the power of the new students from class 140. The leader, now helpless, realized that his plan had failed. Clearly, his appearance had been the most dazzling, and his chances were the highest. So why did he now look like such a failure? He made a resolution. Sooner or later, there would be a day when he would sweep through his generation, standing at the highest position of the 5th generation, his finger raised high in the sky. Elsewhere on campus, Zhao Zichang was holding a loudspeaker, promoting a special offer, a 1-hour trial, just 1 point, limited to a single day. Hurry up and come. Everyone who passed by looked at him with puzzled expressions. What's up with this new student? I don't get it, seems like there's something wrong with his head. One person remarked that the real problem was that someone should knock some sense into him. It seemed that everyone was laughing at him, when suddenly, a long-haired young man knelt down and called out to recruit his brother, "Choose me, I'll cover you the whole day." The people around him were suddenly at a loss, struck by the madness of this act. Back in the forest, someone was reporting, a group of people is suffering from heatstroke. Requesting an ambulance. He was a passionate member of the public. It turned out that the 4 members of the dark sect had fainted from the heat after waiting for too long. Back in the dormitory, Zhu Zichang, after using his old and worn-out tactic, finally earned the 20 points he needed. He was proud of himself for earning those points without relying on Mr. Yu. He could also earn points on his own. In the room next door, the enthusiastic leader had also returned. He was still carrying a heavy stone on his shoulder, with some injuries from the battle, but it seemed he had enough points. He was quite proud of himself handling the dark sex people alone. He could do it all by himself. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately dropped the stone beside him, too exhausted to clean up. He collapsed onto the ground, too tired to do anything else, and fell into a deep sleep. The night was quiet, and everyone was fast asleep. Mr. Su sent an early message stating that everyone should gather in the study room the next morning for a new task. Su Yuanxing, despite his usual seriousness, still worried about the students. Dao Fan had escaped, but with Yu Sheng and Lin Xiaoxiao there, it should be fine. Time passed, and the next day, everyone gathered in the study room as instructed. However, an hour had passed, and teacher Su still hadn't arrived. Xiao Xiao, holding a packet of snacks, thought that the teacher must have overslept. Sun Wenhao turned to Yu Sheng. Mr. Yu, last night I followed your advice and sent the bug to break the academy's mission system. Here are the 6 parts for you. Yu Sheng nodded in agreement. Now you can call the school to report it, and you could earn an extra 100 points. Sun Wen frowned, displeased. Why do we need to report? The older students will buy the information from him and tear him apart. Yu Sheng, unconcerned, still wanted to follow the rules. If the class monitor doesn't do it, you can ask Zhao Zicheng to report it. Sun Wen, hearing this, panicked. Don't, let me handle it. Although Sun Wen was fearful, he still picked up the phone to report, reassuring himself, it's just getting hit, right? If Zhao Zicheng can do it, so can I. There's nothing to be afraid of. From a distance, Zhao Zicheng shouted, Yu Sheng, Mr. Yu, Teacher Su didn't come, but he sent the mission through the phone. Yu Sheng immediately looked at the mission. Chen phone, 3-time awakening. The awakened weapon is a sharp energy blade, trembling, aggressive, and violent. Next, robbing a bank in Wuhai City, killing 2 police officers, then running to Gangchang. Note, the target's personality is calm and extremely cautious. The mission reward is 300 points with no time limit. Yu Sheng read the mission and commented, 3-time awakening, huh? This might be a bit troublesome. In the distance, Sun Wen was still reporting to the system leader, Zhao Zicheng, as they all approached. Mr. Yu, this mission is so vague. We only know the person is in Gangchang, but how are we supposed to handle it? Yu Sheng didn't explain much, simply stating that he would find him and kill everyone. The surroundings grew frantic. How could there be someone like this? Atai, unwilling to accept it, thought to himself, no wonder he's Mr. Yu. Just like that, he already knew what needed to be done. This was surely the aura of a top-tier genius, even a triangle-level powerhouse could only find and kill. After reporting, Sun Wen turned around to confirm, Mr. Yu, this mission is a collective effort. Shouldn't we plan it properly? It just so happens that we need to go outside this time. It's like the heavens are helping us. Sun Wen thought that after managing to avoid the seniors, he would invite Yu Sheng to lunch. Yu Sheng considered it, and agreed that it might be a good idea. At the academy's dining hall, Bai Hai Yang and Lu Yu were eating while discussing. Recently, things were not going well on the Yensek side. Though it was a task assigned to the old heads in the school, Mao Mu had gone to inspect, and the danger was still considerable. When asked if Lu Yu still wanted to go, he agreed. Lu Yu then asked Hai Yang, do you remember when we first enrolled here? We weren't mature back then, still young, and every day we thought about surpassing everyone else. Being handsome was the best thing. But over a year has passed, and for our class of 139, those who died are dead, those who were crippled are crippled, and there aren't many left. The so-called 3-year graduation was the biggest scam of the academy. Our strength was insufficient, the completion rate was low, and some even remained stuck in the 2nd year forever. After Lu Yu finished speaking, he took off his apron and hung it up, continuing, want to graduate? Who knows how many people are still stacked up in the waiting zone? Bai Hai Yang sat there, continuing to listen. Lu Yu kept lamenting, wanting to stay in humanity, to leave his mark on the demon suppression gate without taking any risks. He wondered whether it was possible or not, as overthinking was not the style of the secret academy. After saying this, Lu Yu left, but not before turning back to thank Bai Hai Yang for the help he had received over the past year. At the same time, Yu Sheng's group was entering. Upon hearing this, Bai Hai Yang thought about graduation. Zhao Zicheng saw this scene and wondered why Lu Yu, his senior, seemed so different from before. Yu Sheng, hearing this, paid attention. Everyone started thinking, is this really just an academy? Yu Sheng's group began to sit down. Sunwon spoke, everyone should take me as the standard. On the way here, I arranged for someone to investigate the latest whereabouts of Chen Feng. We should receive news soon. He continued, before the news is verified, I think everyone should explain their awakening abilities to each other, so we can coordinate better in future actions. After finishing, Sunwon turned to Yu Sheng. Hearing this, Yu Sheng didn't hide anything. The awakened item is an iron staff. He asked the group, would they believe that he had awakened in one go? It was almost unbelievable. Everyone fell silent after hearing it. Indeed, it was hard to hide. Yu Sheng sighed and continued explaining, I awakened twice. My skills are hiding my aura and teleporting over short distances. Sunwon was stunned upon hearing this. The second skill is teleportation? I've never heard of it before. Mr. Yu, did you have your ancestors carry you on their backs or something? He began to be serious. He swore by his grandfather Sun Ing Xion's lifelong legacy of eternity. He solemnly vowed that not a single word of today's information would be revealed. His expression was very serious. Zhao Zicheng served as the defensive punching bag. Atai was better at attacking, growing stronger with each strike. Lin Xiao was awakened by the Great White ability, which could bite people, while Muyu's second awakening was triggered. The object was a tombstone, incapable of absorbing power. Before he could finish speaking, everyone became alarmed. Sunwon immediately asked, with this speed and compatibility, Muyu must be a control mage. Muyu confirmed, the tombstone is also the method of activating the power. Zhao Zicheng, sitting below, was in awe. He asked further, then, with this fighting style. Muyu interrupted, don't you think that the tombstone, being so heavy and hard, really works well for throwing people? Lin Xiaoxiao ignored that and asked about the class leader's ability. He quickly responded, Sunwon, awakened the gold ingot ability, awakened 3 times. Lin Xiaoxiao, hearing this, became very excited, class leader, you're really strong. So, what about your ability? By now, Sunwon started to feel embarrassed. My ability? Fortune, enhanced fortune, super enhanced fortune. A hissing sound echoed, what's that? Sunwon was angry, don't you dare underestimate me. Though he had no combat ability, he had plenty of money. He began bragging about his father's gold ingot group in the Northern Humanity District, claiming that his intelligence-gathering ability was definitely top-notch. As long as he was here, their logistics would definitely be without any issues. Sunwon smugly said. Yu Sheng felt that everything was too scattered and signaled to everyone to focus on the main issue. Sunwon was stunned, thinking that he had been ignored. Sunwon no longer had the strength to fight, so how would the others prepare for battle? Once again, the team leader voiced his opinion, you've fought before and have 2 plans. The goal is to use swords, so my original plan was for Atai to hold Muyu's tombstone in front. Then, Zhao Zicheng will be by his side to support Atai. Great White and Yu Sheng will wait on the flanks for the opportunity to kill the enemy. Sunwon continued, but now they know Muyu's abilities. If we follow this plan, Muyu's power will be wasted, so I have a second plan. Zhao Zicheng beside him had a dark expression. Sunwon continued to explain, first, Zhao Zicheng will hold them off for a while. During that time, Muyu will use his power. After Muyu activates his skill, he will pass the tombstone to Atai, completing the rotation. The targets are those who have awakened 3 times, Zhao Zicheng. Zhao Zicheng, feeling like he had a chance, proudly said, I've awakened twice already. The next morning, Sunwon led the group to a hotel, excitedly saying, he received information that the target is most likely in this hotel. Then, he turned to his companions and said, he has devised a plan. There are too many people in the hotel to strike directly, so it's best to have Yu Sheng lure them out. We'll be lying in ambush outside. Once the target comes out, Zhao Zicheng will find a way to block the opponent and coordinate with Yu Sheng. While Sunwon was still rambling about his plan, Yu Sheng brushed past him and directly entered the hotel, saying, I'll go ahead and check it out, you all continue. Seeing this, Sunwon couldn't help but be startled and quickly reminded him, just lead them out of the hotel, don't get involved in the fight, and be careful. Zhao Zichang, who was standing next to him, patted his shoulder reassuringly, don't worry, Yusheng has always been very cautious. Meanwhile, Yusheng went straight into the hotel, approached the reception desk, and asked, how do I get to room 603? The receptionist pointed him toward the elevator, telling him to go upstairs and turn right when he reached the top. After receiving the directions, Yusheng nodded in thanks. He then swiftly entered the elevator, where there was already someone inside. The man in the elevator looked at Yusheng as he entered, smiled, and asked, which floor are you going to? Yusheng honestly replied, I'm going to the 6th floor. The man pressed the 5th floor button and then conveniently pressed the 6th floor button for Yusheng. The atmosphere in the elevator fell silent. Soon, the elevator reached the 5th floor, the door opened, and the man stepped out. Yusheng watched his retreating figure, feeling a sense of suspicion arise. The way he walked seemed a bit unnatural. At that moment, the elevator door closed and quickly ascended to the 6th floor. Yusheng stepped out of the elevator and slowly surveyed the surroundings. The hallway was very quiet, with no signs of anyone nearby. The carpet on the floor was thick, and his steps made no sound. Yusheng walked deeper into the hallway, gradually approaching room 603. When he was nearly at the door, he stopped. Earlier, he had confirmed at the reception that room 604 was unoccupied. Sure enough, Shin Feng was very cautious, so he must be hiding in room 604, watching the situation in room 603 to make his escape. Yusheng thought for a moment and then walked up to the door of room 604. A small syringe appeared in his hand, and without hesitation, he slipped it through the crack at the bottom of the door and into the room. After completing the task, he covered his nose and carefully moved away from the door of room 604. However, to prevent any unexpected circumstances, Yusheng also went to room 603 and dropped a few drops inside. Once everything was done, Yusheng moved to the wall between the two rooms, sat down, and quietly waited, a crossbow now appearing in his hand. After a while, as if sensing the time was right, a loud noise from room 604 caught Yusheng's attention. He took a small wire from his pocket, bent it, and inserted it into the lock. When a click was heard, the door was unlocked. Yusheng gently pushed the door open, but instead of entering immediately, he tossed a small, multifaceted mirror inside. Soon after, the figure of a man, panting heavily on the sofa, appeared. It was Chen Feng. Chen Feng. Seeing Chen Feng reveal himself, Yusheng calmly took aim and began firing arrows from his crossbow. Despite his weakened state, Chen Feng still had speed and was able to dodge the arrows. Taking advantage of the openings where the arrows missed, Chen Feng quickly leaped over the sofa and took cover behind it. Then, he coldly spoke, the effect of the soft bone dispersing finger lasts no more than 2 minutes. In that time, Yusheng, you won't be able to kill me. So, I suggest we make a deal. However, Yusheng indifferently responded, thank you, but I don't accept. With those words, the sound of footsteps grew louder, and Yusheng noticed that, at some point, a homemade bomb had appeared in his hand. Yusheng stopped in front of the door, gripping the crossbow tightly, and coldly said, getting shot by a crossbow would be more refreshing than being blown up by a bomb. Chen Feng squinted at the bomb that had rolled up to him, the countdown already starting. Chen Feng originally wanted to reach out and grab the bomb, but suddenly an arrow shot out, embedding itself right in front of the bomb, causing him to retract his hand. At that moment, Yusheng's voice rang out again, low and controlled, the explosive power of your bomb is enough to blow away half of a life or shatter internal organs. As Yusheng spoke, he adjusted the crossbow in his hands, seeming not entirely confident in his understanding of explosive power, often misjudging the amount of explosives needed. Hearing this, Chen Feng couldn't help but bite his lip in frustration. His face darkened, but he still forced himself to stay calm and said, impossible. The shadow sex lackeys would never dare to do something like this. However, no sooner had he spoken than an arrow pierced through the sofa, grazing his neck and startling him enough to jerk his head to the side. At that moment, Yusheng's cruel voice rang out once more, kill him, and you'll still have a chance to collect the bounty from the shadow sect. Chen Feng curled up in fear, watching the bombs continue their countdown. Unable to suppress his anger, he cursed Yu Sheng as a madman in his mind. What should he do now? Should he gamble and hope the bomb is a fake? As the countdown reached 3 seconds, Chen Feng decided to take a chance. He pulled the arrow out of the sofa and, gritting his teeth, used the momentum to roll out from behind the sofa, shouting loudly at Yu Sheng to surrender his life. However, as soon as he jumped outside, the sight before him horrified him, his eyes widening in shock. He couldn't see Yu Sheng at all, only a hand holding a crossbow protruded from the door, and without saying a word, it aimed directly at his head and shot. This strange turn of events startled Chen Feng, leaving him with no way to dodge. The arrow from Yu Sheng pierced straight through his head, and he collapsed on the spot, blood staining the floor. The entire scene of Chen Feng lying in a pool of blood was seen by someone in the room next door. 2 men sat facing each other, silent and still. One of them gently swirled the wine in his glass and said regretfully, "It's a pity that the Academy's people are watching from this side, otherwise, there would really be a good opportunity to take action." At this moment, the middle-aged man across from him suddenly removed his disguise, revealing a beautiful yet seductive young woman. She smiled maliciously at him. "If we can't kill those freshmen from the secret academy to prove our worth, then he will be sent to accompany your brother to the grave." In an instant, the room was filled with a murderous aura. The man, however, still smiled calmly and replied, "If the goddess wants to kill him, she wouldn't waste words. The fact that he's still alive means he holds some value for the divine religion." Hearing this, the goddess snorted coldly, and the woman's expression darkened as she gave an order. She needed someone who could cause chaos in Gangchang at any time. The man narrowed his eyes slightly, then smiled. "The people from Gangchang are not viable now, they can only serve as cannon fodder. He needs a few new faces, and high-ranking members along with several teachers from the secret academy must be obstructed." The woman spoke without hesitation, "No problem. When the right opportunity arose, she would send someone to inform him. If he handled this well, she would promote him to the position of divine envoy." Having said that, she walked up to the man, reached out to touch his face, and sneered. His face, after the disguise, made people uncomfortable. The man did not push her hand away, smiling awkwardly, flattering as he said, "Don't worry, he will definitely handle this well and won't give you a reason to be angry." Upon hearing this, the woman snorted coldly, slightly dissatisfied, and swayed her waist as she pushed the door and left. At this moment, only the man was left in the room, gently swirling the wine glass in his hand, looking somewhat lost in thought. Gang Chang is about to take action, and I fear he's also a member of the Bulletproof Association. How is he going to break this deadlock? At this point, he suddenly stopped, slowly closing his eyes, as though he had fallen asleep. Yet, his finger continued to move on the wineglass, not letting him truly go and deal with the divine woman. Back at school, Xiang Yuanqing and V sat on the school steps, looking somewhat lazy. Upon seeing Yu Sheng and the others, he asked, "Have they returned?" Everyone nodded in confusion, still carrying a hint of a smile on their faces. However, the next words from Shuicheng Yuan were not going to keep them in such a good mood. This time there were a total of 300 points. Yu Sheng got 280, and Sun Wen got 20. Is there a problem? Immediately, the group shuddered, but they quickly fell silent, having no rebuttal. Xiang Yuanqing glanced at them again and continued, "Sun Wen's intelligence work was inadequate. He didn't even consider the possibility that Chen Feng was in room 604. If they had trusted his intel and barged into room 603, it's highly likely that they would have been caught by Chen Feng and wiped out completely." Xiang Yuanqing explained the reason to him, then directly asked Sun Wen if he had any issues with the 50 points deduction. Upon hearing this, Sun Wen did not object, nodding honestly. Clearly, he also recognized that there was a problem with his intelligence report. After the lesson, Sun Wen and Xiang Yuanqing turned their attention to Yu Sheng. "You acted on your own, separating yourself from the team. Your teammates trusted you unconditionally during this mission, yet you did not show trust in them. Xiang Yuanqing paused, then calmly looked at Yu Sheng before continuing slowly. Perhaps the survival method in Zui Cheng is solitary combat, not trusting anyone, and you, as a teacher, would not ask him to completely abandon Zui Cheng. However, there are still many valuable lessons to be learned from the outside world. For example, friends, teammates, only by learning to trust others can you fully utilize your greatest strengths. His tone was very slow, and he carefully observed Yu Sheng's reaction before continuing. For this mission, I will deduct 100 points from you. However, Yu Sheng did not react and simply nodded casually. Seeing this, Xiang Yuanqing sighed in relief, a trace of joy appearing in his heart. The fact that he didn't refute his words meant that Yu Sheng had seriously considered the differences between the inside and outside of Zui Cheng. With this shift in mindset, his future path might become much clearer. With that thought, Xiang Yuanqing smiled and looked at Yu Sheng. However, Yu Sheng seemed a bit confused by this smile. At that moment, Xiang Yuanqing pointed toward the three people, Zhao Zicheng included, and shouted loudly, "And you guys too." When Zhao Zicheng and the others heard their names mentioned, they immediately lowered their heads. Su Yuansheng began his lecture, referencing their behavior on the way to the hotel. If he were a bad person, he would have received news and run off by now. They are on a mission, not out sightseeing. You should have deducted 10 points from each of them immediately. Also, have someone write a 2,000-word self-reflection, make sure it's serious and includes a summary of what they would do if given another chance. After finishing, Su Yuanqing sighed in frustration, saying, "This is the worst group of students I've ever taught." The more Su Yuanqing scolded them, the more fervently he went on, and Zhao Zicheng's group walked into the school, dejected. At that moment, Yu Sheng appeared from behind Su Yuanqing, whispering in his ear like a ghost. "This time, teacher, you earned 190 points. You must be really excited, huh? Seems like 100 of those points are mine." Su Yuanqing turned slightly, stepping back 2 paces. He cleared his throat and said, "I deduct points for the school. As a teacher, I can't just take their points for myself." Yu Sheng narrowed his eyes at him, making Su Yuanqing feel uneasy, but he quickly adopted a serious tone, saying, "The silkworms are tangled when they reach the river, and the candle hasn't melted, yet the tears are still far. As an excellent teacher, please don't use such filthy thoughts to judge me." Upon hearing this, Yu Sheng nodded lightly. He took out his phone and seemed ready to call someone, pursing his lips as he said, "You don't see the problem, but you should still confirm with the vice principal." When Su Yuanqing heard him mention making a call, he immediately panicked, snatching the phone away and flattering him, saying, "Don't call. If you're talking about that 100 points, don't worry, he won't deduct it." Yu Sheng was finally satisfied, snatched back his phone, and even thanked politely. That night in the student dormitory, it was already late. Everyone was deeply asleep, and the sound of snoring echoed continuously. At the same time, a ghost-like figure silently appeared in the quiet hallway and stealthily entered the dormitory. When the figure stopped in front of a room, they gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. They quickly walked over to the bed, where Zhao Zicheng was sleeping soundly. The figure let out an exasperated chuckle, then, without saying a word, threw a punch into Zhao Zicheng's stomach to wake him up. Zhao Zicheng woke up in pain, but the person didn't stop, continuing to throw punches at him. Fortunately, Zhao Zicheng quickly grabbed his mattress and used it as a shield, managing to block one of the punches. The person was immediately surprised. "Why is this thing so big?" With that, they swiftly jumped aside, and by the time they reappeared, they were already behind Zhao Zicheng. They kicked him hard and scolded him angrily for daring to block. What followed was a one-sided beating inside the room. The person in black treated Zhao Zicheng like a punching bag, hitting him without holding back in the slightest. As Zhao Zicheng curled up and covered his head to endure the beating, the lights in the room suddenly switched on. Lin Xiaoxiao and Great White appeared at the door, still groggy, asking Zhao Zicheng what all the noise was about. But as soon as the girl snapped out of it and saw the face of the person in black, she was instantly stunned. That person was none other than Su Yuanqing. Hearing these words, Zhao Zicheng also turned his head and asked, "You're a teacher, yet you resort to sneak attacks like a former student? Realizing he had been exposed, Xiang Yuanqing immediately removed his head covering, snorted coldly, and said, "I came to test his vigilance." The result was extremely poor. Zhao Zicheng basically didn't believe him and sneered dismissively. "He's just using his position to take personal revenge." Upon hearing this, Xiang Yuanqing immediately turned his head, narrowing his eyes at him. Clearly, the meaning was that if he said one more word, he would be in for a beating. Zhao Zicheng, being quite perceptive, quickly changed his tune and flattered him, "I know I was wrong." Xiang Yuanqing nodded in satisfaction, then coldly snorted and scolded, "They are full of loopholes. Before taking on the mission, perhaps we should arrange some intensive training." Upon hearing the word training, Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Su Yuanqing in fear. However, he was unconcerned and instructed her, "Go and inform everyone. Except for Yusheng, gather everyone at 7 a.m. tomorrow at the training ground for special training." With that, he snorted once more and turned to leave. The next morning, at the Secret Academy's training ground, Zhao Zicheng's group had already arrived early. However, Zhao Zicheng was quite dissatisfied and scolded Xiang Yuanqing for using his position for personal revenge. Bai quickly denied it, "That's not true. Although he's not trustworthy, he is very serious in class." Hearing this, Zhao Zicheng walked up to her, asking, "What has Su Yuanqing taught them?" Lin Xiaoxiao frowned, thought for a moment, then fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, Zhao Zicheng, over on the side, was holding a sandbag and hitting Lin Xiaoxiao. For this, he could only apologize to her. This unexpected move of his caused Lin Xiaoxiao to panic and flee, but she did not forget to order Great White to bite a tie. This is what Su Yuanqing has done. Upon hearing Lin Xiaoxiao's words, Great White immediately ran towards Atai, preparing to bite him. Atai, frightened, began to run away, constantly shouting, "Mu Yu, save me!" However, Mu Yu had no time to save him at the moment. The night before, Mu Yu had received a very confusing task from Su Yuanqing. First, do not use the tranquilizer. Second, beat Sun Wan. Thinking about the task and his score, Sun Wan couldn't help but sigh. He then took off the tranquilizer from his back. After that, he looked at Sun Wan, intending to apologize. However, before he could finish, Atai ran over from a distance and slapped him in the face. Atai apologetically said, "This is what Su Yuanqing told him to do." Looking at Muyu lying on the ground, Atai, instead of showing any concern, urged Muyu not to run. He assured him that he would be gentle. Hearing this, Muyu, frightened, ran off, seeking help from Sun Wan. Upon hearing Muyu's words, Sun Wan's face grew even darker, and he angrily scolded. "Yesterday, I received a message from Big Head Su, forbidding me from leaving the training grounds. I knew then that nothing good would come of it." He also warned Muyu not to come over. Meanwhile, Zhao Zicheng, carrying a sandbag, chased after Lin Xiaoxiao. The two of them had already run several laps around the training ground, causing her to cry and beg him to let her rest for a while. However, Zhao Zicheng did not stop at all. He even apologized, blaming Xueqing Yuan. He said, "If he lets the girl rest for more than 30 seconds, tonight I will go and beat him." Due to his own integrity, he could only let the girl suffer a little. Lin Xiaoxiao persistently ran away, her eyes unwilling to compromise. She quickly ordered Great White to bite Atai, unless Atai helped her stop that bastard Zhao Zicheng, otherwise, she would not stop. On this side, Atai was chased by Great White, unable to stop, but he still chased after Muyu. Atai told Muyu not to run, he would only knock him out once. Muyu naturally did not stop. While running, he also chased after Sun Wan in front, telling Sun Wan to let him knock him out just once. Sun Wan ran in front, his face immediately turning grim as he cursed Xueqing Yuan, calling him Big Head Su. "He will deduct points from you every time you're hit." At this moment, the training ground had turned into a scene of chaos, with people chasing and beating in groups. The whole scene was captured by Su Yuanqing, sitting on the rooftop. Hearing himself being cursed at, he just smiled and scolded them, saying their training was insufficient. Then, he turned to a teenager beside him, raised an eyebrow, and asked, "Is that right?" This teenager was named Siwan Xian, a student from the 138th class, who had awakened 3 times. In Siwan Xian's hand was a national sword, and he nodded, praising the group of seeds as decent. After thinking for a moment, he suggested handing them over to him. Before he left the academy, he would train them to be qualified students. Su Yuancheng agreed without hesitation, narrowing his eyes as he looked at the training ground. Su Yuancheng suddenly sighed, wondering if it was finally time for that person to step up. A moment later, on the training ground, Zhao Zicheng's group was exhausted, lying flat on the ground. Sun Wen angrily scolded, "Muyu, you fool, why did you use your strength to hit him?" Muyu, not backing down, snorted, "Who told him to run?" A Tai, bitten all over by Great White, his body covered in bite marks, still smiled and praised, "Great White is amazing, he bit him so painfully." At that moment, Ling Xiaoxiao glared at Zhao Zicheng with a face full of hatred, firmly saying, "I'll find a way to invite Su Yuanqing to help the little girl take revenge." Upon hearing this, Zhao Zicheng's face immediately turned sour, and in a panic, he said, "When will this endless cycle of vengeance ever end?" Finally, after 3 days of exhaustion, the ordeal came to an end. Su Yuanqing joyfully welcomed everyone back to Su Teacher C, completely unaware of what they had been through or whether they wanted to take on any new tasks. In contrast to Su Teacher's cheerful mood, everyone was exhausted, with dark circles under their eyes and their bodies filthy. But no matter what the others thought, Xiang Yuanqing didn't care. What mattered to him was that if they needed new tasks, they should just hit the person behind him really hard. Zhao Zicheng found the request ridiculous, having to hit a former student. It was completely unreasonable, and being hit by a former student sounded even worse. Confident, Su Teacher said, "I'm not bullying anyone, I specifically chose this for all of you." The student's performance was also good, ranking at level 5, having awakened 3 times. When they heard that this senior had awakened 3 times, both Zhao Zicheng and Sun Wen were very surprised, as this phenomenon was similar to Chen Feng's situation in the past. The senior didn't explain much. He took out his weapon and told everyone that the best way to confirm it was for them to see for themselves. He also mentioned that if they were comparing awakening times to Chen Feng, the two of them were truly alike, as both had awakened 3 times. While Sun Wen was holding the gold bar in his hand, he couldn't stop thinking about the 3 awakenings. Although the phenomenon resembled Chen Feng's, it was still uncertain whether it was truly powerful or not. Zhao Zicheng had drawn his weapon, preparing to fight against the senior. Since the senior was a triangle, he apologized if he did anything inappropriate and got ready to engage in the battle. Moreover, the other members were also excited about this duel. Some even said, in the future, I'll use his points to buy food as compensation for the senior. Everyone was full of enthusiasm, carrying their weapons and charging toward the senior. The senior, however, stood still, as if waiting for the prey to fall into his trap. Sun Wen still didn't understand what was happening, but he was quite astonished by how eager everyone seemed. Su Teacher merely patted him on the shoulder and comforted him, saying, "Please don't be too sad." In an instant, Zhao Zicheng had fallen, leaving Sun Wen both shocked and frightened. The faint bones gradually dissolved, and the members had all collapsed. Zhao Zicheng didn't understand what had happened or what technique had been used to paralyze him, and the other members could no longer summon any strength either. In stark contrast to his immense power, the senior still wore a friendly smile and walked straight toward Sun Wen, who had witnessed the entire scene from a distance. As the senior approached, Sun Wen fearfully backed away. He pleaded, "Senior, please spare me, as I didn't participate in the siege." But the senior kept his cheerful smile and replied, "Live and die together, advance and retreat together." Knowing that no words would change anything, Sun Wen tightly shut his eyes and said, "Let him come." As soon as he finished speaking, the senior executed a strike to the knee, one to Mr. Sun's chest, and a final blow to the left side of his neck. With just 3 moves, Sun Wen was completely immobilized. The senior hoisted him onto his shoulder, and he cried bitterly, knowing this would happen. Afterward, the senior happily lined up the members in an orderly row on the ground. Looking at his work, he dusted off his hands, smiled, and said, "Those in the same class must be neat and tidy." As night fell, the moonlight illuminated the door, creating a romantic scene, but there was a drunken man lying right in front of the entrance. Suddenly, a strange girl walked out from inside. The drunken man noticed her and mumbled, "The dog. It's time for me to go out." It turned out that the person was Su-do. She said, "I'll go with him." It seemed that the drunken man, realizing it wasn't his concern, fell into a deep sleep in just a few seconds. Su-do found the senior sitting alone on a large rock, gazing at the twinkling sky. She sat down beside him, unsure if he was the designated challenger for the new students this year. He said, "Yes." The senior used his lightness skill to leap down from the rock. He didn't know that if he lost, he would be persuaded to withdraw. The senior thought, "If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have dragged out my time in the academy for 2 more years. And I wouldn't have left just like that." Su-do expressed, "The senior is her best friend." He lay down beside Su-do and thought, "It's sad that he's still alive." Hearing the senior speak like that, she shyly denied it, saying that it wasn't true, and she really didn't mean that. Su-do wanted to deny it further, but the senior patted her head, "I know that." Moreover, there was a truth that he really wasn't suited for the secret academy, or simply, he wasn't fit to become an awakened one. In fact, he still vividly remembered the faces of the new students he had beaten into submission. The senior thought, before leaving, laying a foundation stone for the growth of the juniors could be considered the greatest achievement of my life as an awakened one. The senior turned to look at Su-do. He remembered her issue, but didn't know if those people were truly capable of solving the side effects she was facing. Additionally, he shared, "I'm also waiting for the day when you achieve success, so I can proudly tell everyone that you're my classmate." Seeing that it was getting late, the senior comforted Su-do, telling her that he was fine and that it was time to return. He extended his hand. Looking at the senior's cheerful spirit, Su-do smiled and agreed to return with him. She raised her hand to take his. At the door, Su-do turned around to look at the senior. She thought that he truly was no less than anyone else. And in the future, she believed that the pinnacle of humanity in the hall of the MCSN Tower would someday bear his name. Hearing those words, the senior was pleased. He smiled and said, "Go on, hurry back." He stood still, watching as Su-do slowly stepped inside. Suddenly, the drunken man muttered strange things: secret academy, mental hospital. Building the pillar of humanity. A step to the sky, falling 1,000 feet. Crazy, crazy. At this moment, the senior student revealed a sad expression on his face. He believed that, no matter how much he said, in the end, it was all her fault. In the red light district of Hongdang Gangchang, Lu Yu is disguised as a fruit donut vendor. However, with his handsome appearance, he attracted the attention of a red-haired prostitute. She walked up to him, took his hand, and invited him, "Come with me, I'll make it free for you." Lu Yu quickly pulled his hand away, his face flushed with embarrassment. Seeing this, she left him her phone number and said, "I'll be waiting for you to contact me." The reason Lu Yu was blushing wasn't because of the prostitute, but because he had eaten something that gave him a stomach ache. He angrily turned to ask, "Mr. Sun, are your cold noodles fresh or not?" But Mr. Sun, confident in his cooking skills, replied, "With my years of experience selling cold noodles, there has never been any problem before." The stomach pain became unbearable. Lu Yu grabbed the toilet paper roll and warned Mr. Sun, "Wait for me to finish in the bathroom, then I'll argue with you." Making an excuse to go to the bathroom, Lu Yu took the opportunity to carry out the task he had been assigned. He had managed to record the video he needed. Looking at the result in his hands, he felt pleased. After days of waiting in the red light district, the big fish had finally shown itself. He hid behind the wall, but the distance was a little too far, so he could only hear short segments. Half a month later. Yen sect. The temptress who leads by example. He thought to himself, if he brought this intelligence back to the shadow sect, this point would be settled. A loud noise suddenly sounded. Thinking he had been discovered, Lu Yu hurriedly hid behind the wall, not daring to breathe. It turned out to be a drunken man, frustrated because he couldn't find a prostitute. It seemed like everything was fine, and Lu Yu let out a deep sigh. Suddenly, the red-haired girl walked out from the front. She looked disappointed to find out that he wasn't there to look for her. Suddenly, her expression changed, and she assumed that Lu Yu had come to seek death. She reached out her hand to grab Lu Yu, but he was quicker, dodging her by a step. With his abilities, he swiftly drew a knife. After assuming an attacking stance, Lu Yu looked at her with disdain and said, "If you want to kill me, you're still far from being able to do so." But before he could feel any sense of triumph, he was stabbed by a sword from behind. It turned out that Xiao 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 had struck him with a blow using a copper bead. She knew that Lu Yu was from the Lu family, and it was a shame because he really wasn't bad looking. As the pain surged, Lu Yu trembled, but he remained calm, thinking, her aura has been sealed tightly. Even if I die, she will certainly be buried with me. Before closing his eyes, Lu Yu tried to use his power one more time. The red-haired girl saw this move, but she had no idea what kind of black copper it was. Xiao 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 placed Lu Yu's corpse against the wall and then ordered the red-haired girl, "Handle the body, then inform your ghost hunter organization to send someone here for the handover of his remains." With a smile on her face, Xiao 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 left, while the red-haired girl said nothing, only watching her retreating figure. Meanwhile, neither of the two girls knew that Lu Yu was actually still alive. He had left a blood mark on the wall. Elsewhere, Mr. Sun sat leisurely, observing a tall figure cloaked in a full-body robe. He took out his phone and called Mr. Sun from the Shadow Sect to inform him. It seemed like he had just spotted a high-ranking member of the Dark Sect on Nok Lam Street. Apparently, it was the goddess of the Dark Sect, Xiao Xiao Xiao. Mr. Sun introduced himself. "My surname is Ri, my name is Ri Xin Shermin, which means a passionate citizen." In front of the dormitory, the senior was training his juniors. Since none of the juniors could keep up with his pace, the senior happily said, "Everyone is too slow." Suddenly, a bell rang. After waiting for a while and still not hearing the senior continue, one of the juniors poked their head out to see what had happened. The senior couldn't believe the sound of the bell he had just heard. He froze and started thinking. Bai Hai Yang heard the bell. She immediately wondered if it was related to knock. The teacher didn't say much, simply nodding, as if agreeing with her thought. Bai Hai Yang got straight to the point. "I accept the Yen sect mission. Send me the materials immediately." After that, she angrily left. The senior told his juniors. The geniuses of class 139 were really numerous, but after suffering a huge loss in one mission, only Bai Hai Yang and Lu Yu remain. However, after the sound of the bell just now, class 139 only has her left. The senior didn't forget to remind them. Freshmen can overlook it this time, but if you hear the bell in the future, remember to show respect. Because this sound represents that the secret academy has lost another member. Turning around to leave, the senior said, "Everyone, quickly go train. Right now, the freshmen still can't fully harness their power. I also don't want this bell to ring one day because of them." Looking at the phone in her hand, Zhao Zichang reminded herself to try harder and push forward even more. In the evening, at Hongdeng District, when Bai Hai Yang appeared with her weapon, people around her whispered for everyone to run because the academy's agents had arrived. Bai Hai Yang dragged the edge of her blade across the ground, creating a sound to attract everyone's attention. She ordered, "Stop." Though terrified, no one dared to move. Bai Hai Yang coldly shouted, "Bring out your vice sect leader right now." Seeing Bai Hai Yang in such a terrifying state, someone, trembling with fear, stammered, "The vice sect leader left early this morning." Bai Hai Yang turned and left without a word. She silently walked into the alley where the battle had taken place. Seeing the bloodstains on the wall, her expression darkened as she stepped over the bloodied ground. Standing in the middle of the alley, she wasn't sure whom to ask, but she suspected that the two had been involved. Suddenly, a phone call came through. Bai Hai Yang answered, receiving two new pieces of intelligence. The first message, Lu Yu had used the black copper to lock onto the target. The second message, the dark sect's divine maiden from the Xiao Xiao region might be involved in this matter. After grasping the situation, she hung up the phone. Staring at the word soul hunt that Lu Yu had left before his death, Bai Haiyang couldn't understand what he was trying to convey. The words soul hunt, written in blood, were still clearly visible on the wall. Without hesitation, Bai Haiyang picked up the phone to contact the Lu family. She introduced herself. I am a classmate of Lu Yu. Please tell me the location of the dark pupil seal. After learning the location of the dark pupil seal, I should thank you, and then hung up the phone. In one of the buildings in the Hongdang district, the red-haired girl jumped in, smashing the glass doors of the building. Behind her, Bai Haiyang was chasing to track her down. She told the red-haired girl, "Don't think you can escape from me. You dared to harm my classmate. Today, I will personally send you down there along with him." The red-haired girl landed and couldn't believe that this damned dark pupil seal could pinpoint her so accurately. As she fled, she still firmly insisted, "I didn't kill Lu Yu." Bai Haiyang asked, "The one who killed Lu Yu was Xiao 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 from the dark sect, right?" The red-haired girl also didn't expect Bai Haiyang to know that. Instead of answering whether she knew or not, Bai Haiyang threw a dagger at her. She said, "I'll send you off first, and then, not long after, I'll follow you down myself." If she hadn't dodged that strike in time, what Bai Haiyang said would have turned into reality. Seeing the terrifying force of the attack, the red-haired girl was frightened and lay on the ground. She justified herself, claiming that it was unintentional for her to go against the academy. Bai Haiyang's face was cold, and Bai Haiyang didn't need to hear her explanation. Bai Haiyang didn't listen to a single word from the red-haired girl. She swung the knife and said, "If you want to explain, go down there and explain to Lu Yu." It was truly lucky, because if not for the distance, that knife would have not only grazed her coat, but it would have split her body in two. At this moment, the red-haired girl had calmed down and leapt backward. There was no escaping now, she began to shout, preparing to counterattack. Originally, her Yen sect could have collaborated with Bai Haiyang's secret academy, but if Bai Haiyang was seeking her own death, then she couldn't be blamed for acting ruthlessly. Bai Haiyang lowered her head, saying nothing, but silently acknowledging that today she had to take the red-haired girl's life. Suddenly, a black flower appeared right beside where Bai Haiyang stood. The red-haired girl charged straight at her, raising her claws, intending to finish off Bai Haiyang. Just then, the flower beneath Bai Haiyang's feet bloomed, its petals unfurling widely. Without hesitation, Bai Haiyang slashed her blade directly at the red-haired girl's chest. With just one strike from Bai Haiyang, the girl was sent flying and collapsed on the ground. The red-haired girl tried to crawl away to escape, but Bai Haiyang slowly approached and asked her, "Do you know what soul hunt is?" Hearing the word soul hunt, the red-haired girl's eyes widened. She struggled to suppress the pain, turned around, sat up, and began to explain. Soul hunt is. It turned out she was trying to buy time for her fox to attack and sneak a strike at Bai Haiyang's shoulder. But the flower beneath Bai Haiyang's feet grew larger and then finished off the fox. By this point, Bai Haiyang was no longer patient enough to hear another word. Coldly, she swung the blade in her hand and said, "This is the fate of those who dare to betray." With one swift strike, she severed the red-haired girl's neck. Even in her final moments, the red-haired girl could not believe that she had been defeated. Bai Haiyang looked at the corpse of the red-haired girl, then slowly crossed her name off the list. Currently, the only remaining target for Bai Haiyang was Xiao Xiao Xiao. After finishing the task, Bai Haiyang contacted the Shadow Sect. She reported, "Vice Sect Leader Yen has been dealt with by me. Please send someone here to handle the body. The reward can just be transferred to my card." Bai Haiyang read her name aloud and mentioned that she was from the secret academy. Once done, she left. Xiao 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 had been observing everything from a distance. Looking at Bai Haiyang's retreating figure, he didn't understand why she knew his name, nor did he know who had leaked his information. Xiao 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 pondered deeply. He thought, could it be a member of the Qingmu clan? If it really is him, it's a bit regrettable to use him as a scapegoat. He had prepared paper and a pen to write a letter of delay. The content of the letter was, due to the recent event, the matter will be postponed by 10 days. There may be changes in the situation in the future. In the meantime, we must wait for the new coordinator of the soul hunt. After finishing, he signed the letter and prepared to send it. Once done, Xiao left. He remembered Zhong Rin and wondered if he would bring him any more surprises. A few days later, at the training ground, everyone was resting from exhaustion. Great White couldn't understand why, as a logistics staff member, it had to endure the same punishment as the new students. Lin Xiao comforted Great White. She said, "Very good. This time, its claws almost hit the chest of that last person. That's already a huge improvement." Zhao Zichang asked the friend lying next to him, "When will Great White undergo its second awakening?" The friend thought, it should be soon, because recently it's been particularly hungry. Its first awakening was the same way. Zhao Zicheng pointed at himself with pride, wanting to announce something to everyone. Sunwen treated Zhao Zicheng's words like a fart and said, "Why don't you speak up already?" Zhao Zicheng pretended to be silent, then wore a smug expression. It turned out the announcement he wanted to make was, "This young master is about to awaken for the third time." Upon hearing this, Sunwen was instantly scared, pressed Zhao Zicheng to the ground, and shouted loudly, "Absolutely not. Awakening will only make things worse. You must not do it." Zhao Zicheng, enraged, grabbed Sunwen by the neck and yelled, "What nonsense are you talking? Who are you to stop me from awakening?" Sunwen retorted, "You are such an idiot." The two kept bickering. The classmates around them, seeing their childish behavior, didn't know what to do and couldn't stand it any longer. Finally, Sunwen explained, "Because your third awakening is fake. With just this much, someone who has awakened 3 times is already beating us up. So, if you truly awaken 3 times, what we will have to face in the future will definitely be someone who has awakened 4 times and will beat us even worse." Recalling the recent days of being tortured by Ciwen Xian and imagining the future where they would have to face even stronger opponents, Zhao Zicheng hugged his head in fear and shouted, "Mom!" In the past few days, because he had quickly increased his strength, he had transferred all his energy and sandbags to himself, while focusing on having others beat him up. Perhaps now, Zhao Zicheng was not only crying on the outside but also crying a lot on the inside. Ciwen Xian and Su Du, who were standing outside, had witnessed the conversation of the new students. Seeing his juniors having fun, Ciwen Xian sighed, "Ah, youth is truly wonderful." Su Du then asked with concern, "How long do you think he can last?" He turned back to look at her and wondered if he was being a bit foolish, because he could only hold on for another half a month. Hearing Ciwen Xian call himself a fool, Su Du immediately shouted in denial. "No, you're not. You think he'll forever be just an older brother you can rely on. Just by awakening the 3 scrolls and suppressing the top graduates of the academy, she already held him high in her heart." Ciwen Xian patted Su Du's head. He knew she was trying to comfort him, but he said, "I'm fine, so there's no need to comfort me." Even though he had been ranked last for many years, he still took pride in that fact his abilities were still intact. He also advised Su Du, "You should go back. Until they've resolved the side effects of your powers, it's best you don't go out again, for your own safety." Before leaving, Ciwen Xian still turned back to look at his juniors. There was a lingering attachment to his youth, and he kept reminding himself how wonderful youth truly was. The image of those juniors, exhausted but still striving to reach their goals, was perhaps etched deeply into Ciwen Xian's memory. Yu Sheng was walking alone on the road when suddenly someone appeared in front of him, asking him to stop. Yu Sheng didn't understand what was going on. The woman pointed straight at him and asked, "Are you the one who completed all the low-level beast hunting missions on the bounty board?" He replied calmly, "Yeah." Suddenly, she dropped to her knees with a loud thud. Kneeling on the ground, she cried and pleaded, "Yu Sheng, please spare the demons. The low-level demons outside the city are about to be wiped out by you. So please, move on to a different tier of missions." Yu Shang had no idea what was happening, but he quickly sidestepped her. He stood there silently for a while, thinking, then was about to say something. In the end, Yu Shang still rejected her because he didn't like killing people. Besides, the money earned from killing was really too little. She sat on the ground, unable to believe that after going this far, he still refused her. She raised her hand, crying and pleading with him, "Please, just leave me 2 demons. I can't even eat anymore." Ignoring the woman begging him, he still walked away without looking back. Yu Shang felt that this person looked somewhat familiar, as if she had followed him in by Xian City before. He didn't want to kill her, so the best option was to stay as far away from her as possible. In the morning in Mo City, at Mogu headquarters, Mr. Sun sat in his office, reflecting on the current situation. I wonder how many people will have to leave. A knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. He invited the person inside. The person informed Mr. Sun, recently, there has been a shortage of personnel for the protection at Breaking Insight Gate, and reinforcements are needed. However, the latest group of reserve soldiers has only been trained for 2 years, and if we use them for reinforcements, the casualty rate will be very high. Mr. Sun listened silently to the report. He had his own thoughts and then ordered his subordinate, relay this to Sun Mo. We must try to at least buy another 6 months. If we can't do that, then be prepared to run naked at Breaking Insight Gate. After the subordinate left to carry out the task, Mr. Sun stood up from his seat. He walked over to the window, gazing at the clear sky, murmuring the name. Zhang Yushu. He didn't know whether they could hold out this time. Lin Feng was reporting to Zhang Yushu about past events. Back then, humanity and the demon race signed the pact, agreeing that only 2 mountains could be mobilized each year. Marsh Mountain had been damaged some time ago, and Mr. Jiang Shan was likely temporarily subdued. However, recently, their efforts had become too focused. Before Lin Feng could finish speaking, Zhang Yushu interrupted him. Do you think someone like him, a hexagon, would care about the great matters of humanity? Does he want to replace Sun Goxiong and take over Mogu? Lin Feng defended himself. Because recently, I've heard that there has been considerable movement from the demon race at the Breaking Insight Gate, and I'm worried that the demon race might be trying to abolish the treaty. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yushu grew furious and kicked Lin Feng a few times. He said, "What you're seeing is just his laziness, unwilling to move supplies. If there's anything, you should scare him into running for another 2 hours." Lin Feng, though clearly in pain from the kicks to his back, continued speaking. He thought, regardless, I am the provincial Mogu chief, I should at least be given some respect. It seemed that Lin Feng realized he had spoken out of turn only after finishing the last sentence. He quickly dropped to his knees in front of Zhang Yushu, repeatedly muttering, I was wrong. Zhang Yushu turned his back and cursed at him. What does a vice pavilion master at the provincial level like him have to offer? Guangdong province already has 4 of these, so what's the big deal? He was also frustrated because Lin Feng had interrupted his plans to watch the sunset. Suddenly, the sentry shouted a warning. Enemy attack. It's a red alert. On the other side, a large number of demons were rushing towards them at an incredible speed. The enemy's momentum was overwhelming. How would Zhang Yushu and his group handle this? The next morning, at the academy, the sky was a deep blue, and the air was fresh. Xiai Wenxian gathered everyone together and shared some good news, freedom, they were all officially qualified. After a long period of hard training, they had finally succeeded. Everyone was ecstatic, shouting in joy. Only Xiai Wenxian's back seemed sorrowful. He was lost in his thoughts. Later on, all the students wore. But his juniors interrupted that negative mood. Xiai Wenxian turned around and saw them bowing in gratitude. We thank you, senior, for your guidance over the past days. He smiled and replied, why such sympathy? Breaking the emotional atmosphere of his juniors with their senior, everyone quickly moved on. It turned out to be because of the red alert. The vice president of the secret academy issued an order, calling for the people on the hexagon to follow him, reinforced the demon suppression gate to assist. Before leaving, he instructed Su Yuanqing, recently, the situation in Gangchang is unclear. Quickly take the teachers and students of the secret academy to protect Gangchang. Without hesitation, Su Yuanqing obeyed the order. I will ensure the mission is completed. He turned and jumped high into the sky, heading toward the secret academy. Xiang Yuanqing stood above, sending a message to the secret academy. All teachers and second-year students are above. Immediately form a formation, retreat to the city, maintain order, and ensure the safety of the people. Anyone who manipulates the hearts of people, oppresses the common folk, or takes advantage of the chaos, must be killed without mercy. After sending the message and reminding everyone to stay safe, Xiang Yuanqing moved towards the new students. He explained that this situation occurred suddenly, with the entire strategy of the secret academy being out in the open to protect everyone. Therefore, his side would hold off all those from the 4 sectors and above, while the remaining ones would be entrusted to the new students. Before leaving, Xiang Yuanqing warned everyone. Inside the academy's inner grounds is something extremely important. For the entire nation, you must protect the academy well and not allow anyone to enter. If you fail, they will lose their lives. Everyone there swore that, even at the cost of their lives, they would complete the tasks assigned to them. Then, Xiang Yuanqing left. Meanwhile, on the barren land, a car was speeding quickly. It turned out that the person inside the car was Yu Shang, along with the girl who had been crying and throwing a tantrum. He was directing her to keep driving forward. The target with the reward was right in front of his eyes. The girl hesitated and said hopefully, "Can we renegotiate a little? The portion you're giving me seems too little, doesn't it? Even this car is mine." Suddenly, Yu Shang shouted, "Stop the car!" The girl was frightened, thinking she had upset him, and quickly said, "If you don't agree to negotiate, that's fine, 1 portion is enough." But it wasn't because he was angry with her talking too much. Yu Shang had received a message notifying him that Gangchang was in danger and needed him to return quickly. To save their lives, they had to turn the car around and head back to Gangchang immediately. At that moment, everyone was gathered at the secret academy's entrance. Sunwon, carrying a large bag of items, shared. "My awakened item, under these circumstances, is nothing but trash. This bag seems very heavy, and as soon as it was gently put down, it made a sound." Originally, these items were meant for Yu Shang by Sunwon, but he never expected that everyone would need them now. Inside, there were only weapons. Zhao Zichang held the demon core in his hand, examining it very closely. Seeing this, Sunwon told him, "Please try to wait a little longer. He has sent someone to find the most suitable demon core for your awakening item. If you don't use this demon core, it won't work." Zhao Zichang interrupted him. "There's no such thing as perfection in this world. Only constant progress will do. And we can't wait for the right opportunity later, because even if we do, there won't be any chances left, and the boss responsible for it will be gone." Without saying much more, Zhao Zichang placed the demon core into his awakening item. The power of the awakening item exploded. Although it was somewhat painful, Zhao Zichang probably managed to endure it. The fellow student shared Zhao Zichang's point of view, though he didn't know how to express it as well. Unlike Zhao Zichang, this friend directly inserted the demon core into his body. Immediately, the power from within erupted outward. As for Yu Shang, he was still in the outskirts of Gangchang, quickly speeding on his motorcycle to rescue everyone. The girl accompanying Yu Shang continuously reassured him. "They're almost there, so could you please put the weapon away?" But Yu Shang responded, "I don't want to. I feel like you'll listen to me more if I keep it." When they arrived at the site, a golden light surged from below, illuminating the sky. Yu Shang was confused about what was happening, only to realize that it was Su Yuanqing's phoenix fire. He declared, "The dark sect has stirred up such a commotion, how could there not be a hexagon at the checkpoint? No more talk, let's fight." One person introduced himself, "I am Xia Long Jiaoyi, a divine servant of the divine religion." Another person, with a face full of murderous intent, introduced himself. I am Long Tao, a divine servant of the divine religion. Long Jiaoyi intended to use his national treasure to attack Su Yuanqing's phoenix, but with just one kick from the phoenix, the fierce little tiger now looked like a kitten. Su Yuanqing punched Jiaoyi so hard that his face twisted, then declared, "Today, I'll show the dark sex people what respect is." Tao tried to launch a sneak attack from above, but Su Yuanqing noticed him. The phoenix immediately counterattacked, using its tail to knock Tao down. Su Yuanqing moved there in a flash and landed a powerful punch to Tao's stomach. Having been thoroughly beaten, Jiaoyi thought that Su Yuanqing was truly vicious and ruthless, someone who could never be spared. Unable to bear it any longer, he called out to his teammate and said, "Let's attack together at the same time." His teammate appeared from nowhere, charging straight at Su Yuanqing as if wanting to devour him. The three of them surrounded Su Yuanqing like beasts hunting their prey. Yu Sheng sat in the carriage, watching them as they fought. He ordered the girl, "Change to the other city gate." Her small hands immediately turned the steering wheel to head toward the other gate. Both of them left Su Yuanqing behind with the three enemies. In front of the academy gates, countless enemies were waiting to rush in. Behind the gate, only Sun Wen and Ci Wen Xian remained. Seeing the number of people standing in front of her, Su Wen felt quite confused and wasn't sure if they would actually go to the main gate without climbing over the walls. Ci Wen Xian said, "The academy has been like this for many years." Su Wen even thought, can anyone really climb the wall to get in at any time? No sooner had she spoken, when an enemy was engulfed in flames, leaving Su Wen unable to believe her eyes. Witnessing what had just happened, Su Wen was somewhat reassured. Ci Wen Xian thought that Zhao Zicheng's group would need more time to break through. What the two of them needed to do now was to buy a little more time. Other members of their group also wanted to go help. He used his awakening artifact to frighten the enemy outside, forcing them to flee. Su Wen watched as her teammates tried to stay focused and continue fighting. At this moment, they truly needed Yu Sheng and hoped he would return as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, the girl and Yu Sheng had arrived at the city gate but encountered a problem. The gate was shut and couldn't be opened. Yu Sheng immediately said, "Hurry up," and rammed the gate open. But this was her newly bought vehicle, so she felt a lot of reluctance. Yu Sheng didn't seem to care much and sharply ordered, "Just ram it." Without further argument, the girl drove the vehicle straight into the gate. Just before the car collided with the gate, both of them jumped out of the car to ensure their safety. With the speed they were going, the collision with the gate caused a huge explosion and a cloud of black smoke. Seeing her brand new car destroyed, the girl knelt on the ground, crying uncontrollably and unable to say a word. The vehicle had created a large hole in the gate, allowing Yu Sheng to quickly make his way inside. He carefully drew his weapon and slowly advanced into the city. Noticing someone in danger, being attacked from behind by an evil person, Yu Sheng stepped away from the wall and loaded his weapon. Each shot flew directly at the villain's shoulder, freeing the innocent citizen. Without wasting any more time, he continued running to assist others. Suddenly, a voice was heard from someone who had witnessed the previous events, praising him. "Not bad, you look decent." It turned out to be Xiao Xiao Xiao. That mad woman felt regretful that Yu Sheng wasn't lucky today, as she had expected him to die at her hands. Suddenly, a painful slash came from above, and it seemed that the person who would die today was Xiao Xiao Xiao. It was Bai Haiyang. After much effort, she had finally tracked down the one who killed Lu Yu. As the two were about to clash, Yu Sheng withdrew, while Bai Haiyang wielded her long knife and struck directly at Xiao Xiao Xiao's arm, causing blood to splatter, shouting, "Die!" Xiao Xiao Xiao, still in her coquettish tone, responded, "Wow, you're really terrifying." Yu Sheng frowned, looking at the two of them, unable to decide what to do. In a hurry, he turned and ran, leaving Bai Haiyang behind. As the girl was fighting, another figure appeared, and his voice made both of them turn to look. "Xiao Xiao Xiao, I found you an opponent of equal strength." This person was a divine servant clan member. He stepped forward, looking at them and smiling. "Next, let me see with my own eyes what it is that has always occupied your thoughts and those of the higher-ups of the divine religion within the secret academy." Returning to the gate of the city, Atai, Sunwon, and Muyu were now fully prepared to confront the group of black-clad men. Atai looked down at Muyu, spread his hands, and spoke, "Muyu, I'll borrow your tombstone for a moment." Beside them, Sunwon held up his protective amulet, deep in thought. "This is the only thing I can do right now." Sunwon stepped forward and placed the amulet around Zhao Zicheng's neck, making him wonder, Sunwon simply responded, "Quit wasting words." The eyes of Atai and Zhao Zicheng began to glow, their gaze filled with resolve. Both of them cracked a smug smile, then immediately charged forward. "You need a tombstone." The man holding the sandbag shouted loudly. Zhao Zicheng rushed forward, using the sandbag to block one of the men. The man, holding a sword, was preparing to strike him while still sneering, "You think you can stop me just by showing up? Too naive." But Zhao Zicheng was unfazed, responding confidently, "Get lost." The man's face suddenly became confused and panicked. He couldn't understand what was happening. Then a massive explosion occurred. He was immediately blasted away, slamming into the wall with a painful grunt. Zhao Zicheng, still holding the sandbag in his hands, grinned with satisfaction and said, "Enjoy my third skill. Unusual." Meanwhile, Atai swung the tombstone down with full force. The internal energy generated caused the ground to shake, knocking several of the black-clad men far away. From a distance, Wen Xian, holding a knife to the throat of one of the black-clad men, glanced back at them, silently thinking, "These two have immense potential. I can't let them die here." Wen Xian rushed through each name quickly, slashing with precision, leaving each one severely injured, but still not forgetting to remind them. "You two, make sure to conserve your energy, don't let them surround you." Zhao Zicheng glanced at him and smiled. "Don't worry, senior." But he wasn't paying attention, and someone had already approached him. Seeing this, Wen Xian shouted loudly, "Watch out!" Zhao Zicheng immediately turned around to look, but before he could react to dodge the blow, the person struck him from behind, causing him to cough up blood. He sneered. Traveling with a god." As Zhao Zicheng fell to the ground, the bracelet that Sunwon had given him earlier suddenly started to glow. Zhao Zicheng, having been slashed with a long cut across his back, collapsed onto the ground. At that moment, the teacher, seeing this, drew his sword in anger. "Damn it, you even have a protective treasure. One slash didn't kill you, then I'll give you another." Immediately, Wen Xian rushed forward and slashed at the man's neck, causing him to freeze. Then he collapsed, weakly saying, "Why? Why are you?" Wen Xian didn't pay attention to his words and turned to leave. Zhao Zicheng pushed himself up. "Ugh! It hurts." Wen Xian then asked, "Hey, are you alright?" Zhao Zicheng stood up, lifting the sandbag as if nothing had happened. "Still able to fight?" Wen Xian reminded him. "Conserve your energy, our goal is to protect the academy, not to wipe them all out." Suddenly, Great White charged forward. It was extremely aggressive, launching an attack on the group. Using the power of the tombstone, he slammed it onto the ground, sending the black-clad figures flying. Wen Xian shouted loudly, "Fall back! Narrow the front lines!" Wen Xian and Zhao Zicheng slowly retreated, fighting against them. The men in black gradually shifted position, and the battle became even fiercer. Muyu felt uneasy as he looked at the scene before him, not knowing what to do. Suddenly, Muyu grabbed his sword and charged forward. "Muyu, I am not a useless piece of trash." Sunwon saw Muyu charging and immediately stopped him. "Hey, you're a mage. Stop charging in recklessly." Wen Xian then unleashed his ultimate move, attacking while instructing everyone, "Now, kids, I'll teach you the last lesson, remember this." Wen Xian leaped toward one of them and stabbed him. Rage-inducing objects are just support, the body is the eternal weapon that never changes. Another man was pushed lightly by Wen Xian, causing him to fall backward. By properly using the joints of the body and moving gently, he stabbed another man in the neck. In the blink of an eye, even a healing system could The man preparing to thrust his sword at Tian was stopped by Sun Wen with his own sword. When Xian raised both hands to block, looking exhausted, soon, we will retreat to the academy and close the big gates. Zhao Zicheng, carrying a sandbag, rushed forward, looking at Xian Xian with a confident tone. Senior, though we're rookies, we're not afraid. Xian Xian shouted loudly. Right now, I, as a level 52 senior, command you to retreat to the academy and close the gates. Before I die, do not open them. Zhao Zicheng turned to look at Xian Xian and called out, Senior. Filled with concern, he simply responded, This is an order. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoxiao smiled brightly and pointed into the distance. Look over there. A red magical thread cuts through the crowd of black-clad figures, severing their heads one by one, and that thread belongs to Yu Sheng. Seeing Yu Sheng appear like a god, everyone looked at him with joy. It's Mr. Yu. He made it back just in time. Tai ignored Xian Xian's words, still standing there, using a tombstone to crush each enemy one by one. Mu Yu and Sun Wen, each with a sword in hand, hid behind Tai, ready to rush out. The two immediately charged, dispatching one enemy each. Seeing this, Xian Xian shouted. Are you guys crazy? Get back here. Zhao Zicheng glanced at him. Senior, this time, let me show you the true strength of our 140th class. Zhao Zicheng charged forward and attacked two enemies. He shouted loudly. Blood-red twin blades, merge. Zhao Zicheng rushed towards Yu Sheng, calling out. Mr. Yu. Yu Sheng, who was in the middle of a fight, turned to look at Zhao Zicheng. Good thing, this time I wasn't late. Yu Sheng charged towards Zhao Zicheng. As he passed another enemy, he swiped his hand, taking the enemy down in one move. Zhao Zicheng saw him and smiled happily. Mr. Yu, I knew you'd make it back in time. Yu Sheng responded to that with just one word. Yeah. Yu Sheng rushed forward and grabbed the neck of another enemy. He asked. Why aren't you guys running, being surrounded like this? Yu Sheng threw out the magical thread, taking down all three enemies in a single strike. Zhao Zicheng, fighting another enemy nearby, still replied to Yu Sheng, scratching his head. We have to protect the school gate, we can't leave. The two people stood with their backs to each other, glancing at each other before Yu Sheng spoke up. Well, then let's head back to the school gate. Great White appeared right in front, with Xian Xian standing beside him. Yu Sheng and Zhao Zicheng flew straight through the crowd of black-clad figures, heading towards Xian Xian. As they flew, they swiftly took down each person one by one. Xian Xian was so stunned that he nearly stumbled. Is this the new batch of students from your class? Xian Xian, holding two daggers in each hand, was caught off guard as Zhao Zicheng let out a sigh. Zhao Zicheng turned to Wen Xian with a proud expression. So? How do you like the strength of our new batch, class 140? Have you heard of the blood-red twin slayers? Sun Wen, sitting nearby, shouted. You've already taken the slayer part, but without my protective talisman, that knife would have pierced through your back and ended your life by now. Annoyed, Zhao Zicheng raised both arms, ready to lunge at Sun Wen. Sun Wen, do you dare insult me? I'm ready to fight you. Furious, Zhao Zicheng grabbed Sun Wen by the collar. Damn it, you still have the strength to move? Yu Sheng, along with Great White and Tai, charged into the battle with the group of black-clad figures. Yu Sheng swiftly moved past them, taking down each one. Xian Xian stood behind, smiling as he thought to himself, this time, it seemed like he wouldn't have to die. The Divine Servant clan member, observing the battle from above, realized that his time was running out. He thought about the battle between Bai Haiyang and Xiao Xiao against an opponent of equal strength. Xiao Xiao wouldn't fight to the death. Sensing that things were going awry, he quickly considered planning an escape. Add an image of Xiang Yuanqing fighting alone, shouting fiercely. Now no one can disturb us anymore. One-on-one is very fair. He thought to himself that although his assistant Mo Xiu Tiao was very strong, facing a graduate student of the secret academy, defeat was just a matter of time. He frowned, it seemed like the end of the battle was approaching. If he lost, in order to save his life, he would have no choice but to temporarily escape from divine religion. A divine servant clan member squinted his eyes to look more closely and continued to think, if he could infiltrate the secret academy and find what Xiao 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 was after, his status in divine religion would certainly rise. At the very least, he would gain something. Secondly, 2 new students from the secret academy were at the door. Xiao 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 had no reason to kill him. He looked at Zhao Zicheng and Sun Wan, who were lying exhausted in front of the city gate, and thought, it's a gamble. Immediately, he stepped down into the crowd of black-clad people, trying to appear cool. But before he could do anything, he was scratched by Great White's claws, causing blood to spill and sending him flying. He quickly grabbed a knife and thrust it into Great White's stomach, shouting, accompanying the god. Suddenly, a knife swung across his neck, startling him, and he screamed. He was immediately subdued by Yu Shang. Lin Xiao Xiao soothed the injured Great White. Yu Shang, standing in front of him, slammed the face of the divine servant clan member into the ground. Yu Shang picked up the knife from the ground, then with both hands holding 2 knives, he charged straight at the 2 black-clad figures standing there. Xiao Xian, who was fighting another opponent, saw one person raise a sword to sneak up from behind, but he noticed just in time. With his swift agility, he immediately crouched down, avoiding the sword's path. Xiao Xian turned his face and shouted loudly towards the academy. All of you, go inside and recover first. Lin Xiao Xiao immediately led Great White inside to heal. Sun Wan and Zhao Zicheng were still sitting at the door. Sun Wan pointed ahead and turned to Zhao Zicheng, hey, do you still have strength left? Go over there and help Xiao Xiao. Zhao Zicheng responded, I'm a combat staff member, and after recovering my strength, I still need to fight. Sun Wan continued, right, you're fighting alongside your class monitor, me, aren't you? Suddenly, Sun Wan felt something behind him and widened his eyes in surprise. Turning around, he saw a member of the Divine Servant clan appear and shouted loudly, someone's sneaking up here. The person, filled with anger, thought to himself how unlucky he was to have been discovered. He then jumped down to the surprise of everyone. Grinding his teeth in fury, he said, too bad I'm a 4-time awakened, all of you are destined to suffer at my hands. Xiao Xian, furious, yelled, you dare. Xiao Xian, holding a knife, rushed towards the Divine Servant clan member. He shouted, die. The member of the Divine Servant clan simply smiled lightly, unfortunately, the Emogu Academy is only your base, and the rest is just the triangular gate of the school's protection. As Xiao Xian prepared to strike at his neck with the knife, the member of the Divine Servant clan blocked it. The Divine Servant clan member punched straight into Xiao Xian's stomach, causing him to scream loudly, ah. Then blood spurted out. Xiao Xian was instantly sent flying far inside the door. His body collapsed, and with pain in his face, he looked at the enemy with deep hatred, thinking, is this really how it ends? Before Wen Xian could regain his composure, a Divine Servant clan member immediately charged toward him. The Divine Servant clan member mocked, unfortunately, because I have to conceal my identity, I cannot summon the awakening artifact. Otherwise, this strike could have killed him. But suddenly, he glanced toward Sun Wan with a cunning expression, thinking that the newly graduated GC could only stand in an undefeated position. He changed his target and charged straight at Sun Wan, his eyes burning with rage and his fists filled with killing intent. Sun Wan, exhausted, could only raise his hand in front of his face to block. Sun Wan shouted loudly, in 2 years, I'll become a true hero. But the target of his punch was not Sun Wan, but the large sandbag belonging to Zhao Zicheng. The Divine Servant clan member stood bewildered, unsure of what he had just struck. It was at that moment that he glanced toward another direction. Zhao Zicheng sat nearby, taunting him, today, Zhao Zicheng will not die, and in the future, I will definitely kill you. He suddenly realized who Zhao Zicheng was. Changing his target once more, he charged toward Zhao Zicheng, shouting loudly, worth it. Yu Sheng, holding a combat knife, heard the commotion and quickly turned to look at them. In a swift motion, Yu Sheng threw something sharp at the Divine Servant clan member. He quickly raised his hand to block it, sneering at Yu Sheng, know your limits. With that, the Divine Servant clan member's hand slammed into Zhao Zichang's stomach, causing him to cry out in panic. At that moment, the ring Sunwon had given Zhao Zichang began to glow once more. He turned his gaze toward Yusheng, deep in thought, why does this kid look so familiar? He changed his plan and moved towards the spot where Lin Xiaoxiao was standing, no longer in a hurry to enter the secret academy. Lin Xiaoxiao was also very weak due to the heavy injuries on her body, but she was not afraid. The girl held the knife out in front of him. Back outside, Sunwon looked towards Zhao Zichang, who was gradually running out of strength, hoping that the protective talisman he had given him would really work. At this moment, Sunwon also had no more strength left, collapsing and falling into a state of unconsciousness. Inside, Lin Xiaoxiao held the knife in front of him, shouting loudly, "Don't come any closer, I won't let you through." His eyes were filled with scheming, and he gave a savage smile as he looked inside. The situation was already decided, and the secret of the academy was now Zhongren's. Lin Xiaoxiao looked towards Xiaowen, who was crawling towards his legs. He crawled over, his body covered in blood. He struggled to scream, absolutely not allowed. At this moment, the scene outside the academy was a tragic one. Xiaowen was lying on the ground. Zhongren, full of vicious intent, was about to enter, but was stopped by Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao gripped the knife tightly, clenching her teeth, and firmly warned Zhongren, who was attempting to enter the secret academy, "Unless you step over my dead body." Zhongren smiled with a murderous look in his eyes as he gazed at her. Even if she let him in, he would still swiftly send her to reunite with her classmates. With that, he raised his foot to step inside. However, at that moment, his ankle was suddenly grabbed by a hand. It was Xiaowen, struggling with the last of his strength to hold him back, refusing to let him enter. Zhongren was once again stopped by him, and his expression immediately darkened. He warned, "Xiaowen, let me go now. Otherwise, I will take your life right here." Xiaowen ignored his warning and simply smiled. "You're not afraid of falling here today? Your decision is to protect the gate of the secret academy." At that moment, a fire phoenix suddenly appeared from the sky, startling Zhongren. He bit his lip fiercely, feeling that everything was over. He could no longer afford to linger here. Thinking this, he immediately shouted, "Then let him have his wish, Xiaowen." Without hesitation, he viciously kicked Xiaowen in the back, causing him to cry out in pain and spit out a mouthful of blood. After dealing with Xiaowen, Zhongren quickly lifted his foot and ran. However, in his heart, he was still unwilling, only a little bit more and he would have been inside already. These damned idiots who didn't value their lives had stopped him. No matter what, he had to run first. Yusheng had also noticed his escape, but there were still enemies in front of him, so he could only watch as Zhongren fled. Yusheng swiftly slashed the throat of the person in front of him with his knife, then looked toward the direction Zhongren had run off to. "Very well. I'll remember his face. This debt will be repaid." Meanwhile, the fire phoenix, having just appeared, ferociously spat flames, attacking the divine religion members below. In the blink of an eye, the flames spread everywhere, burying the people along with their screams in the sea of fire. Xiang Yuanqing also appeared, though his expression looked somewhat weary. He lifted his foot and walked to the academy's gate, then weakly leaned against the door and sat down. Lin Xiaoxiao looked up at him, a trace of worry in her eyes. The group of students had all been knocked to the ground, badly injured. Xiang Yuanqing weakly slid his back down the door and sat down, saying in a broken voice, "Let them sweep." Unfortunately, he hadn't finished speaking before his eyelids drooped, and he fell into a deep sleep. Outside the main gate of the secret academy, the ground was littered with corpses, alongside injured and unconscious students. Only Yusheng remained standing there, carrying the gravely injured Xiaowen on his shoulder. Inside the academy, the scene was similarly tragic, unbearable to look at. Yusheng leaned the weakened Xiaowen against the wall. Xiaowen groggily opened his eyes and gave a bitter, sorrowful smile, not knowing whether the academy bell was ringing for him. At that moment, Xiaowen let out a sigh of relief, feeling that, in a way, humanity had saved some good seeds. With that thought, his eyes fluttered as if to close for the last time. It was finally his turn. But just then, Sudu's image appeared before him. Sudu rushed to his side, tears streaming down her face as she cried loudly. Xiaowen Xian helplessly reached out to pat her head, gently saying, "You won't be able to leave that door again, wait until everything is settled." Sudu looked in panic at the hand that was slowly sliding away from her head, and the arm of Xiaowen Xian fell lifeless to the ground. She pulled him into her arms, crying bitterly. Before his breath completely faded, Xiaowen Xian still quietly encouraged Sudu. She was the hope of humanity, she had to hang on. A few hours earlier, at the demon suppression gate, the demon race had aggressively attacked. The ground had turned almost entirely blood red, with countless bodies lying scattered everywhere. The demon howled endlessly, its cries relentless. More and more demons appeared, attacking this place. The soldiers continued to hold their ground, driven by the hope of humanity. In the sky above the demon suppression gate, a massive golden eagle appeared, incessantly calling for Zhong Yishu's life, claiming that today was the day he would meet his end. Meanwhile, on the ground, a 1,000-headed serpent filled with hatred for Zhong Yishu appeared. It vowed to destroy humanity's demon suppression gate today. Zhong Yishu was not afraid at all. Gripping his spear firmly, he shouted resolutely, "As long as the person is alive, the gate is alive. If the person falls, the gate falls." With that, he immediately charged toward the two demons, sneering as he scolded, "Two mere low-level 8th-grade demons dare to break my gate?" In the blink of an eye, behind Zhong Yishu appeared an illusion of the blood dragon, radiating a fierce pressure as it slammed into the golden eagle. Xiang Lu below did not hesitate, spitting a toxic breath toward him. However, Zhong Yishu stood firm, unafraid, and began to spin the spear in his hand. The smoke and dust dissipated in the air. Zhong Yishu rode the wind and advanced, reaching the head of Xiang Lu in an instant. He viciously thrust his spear into its head, snorting coldly and sneering, "Such petty tricks, still trying to show off in front of an expert." Xiang Lu, wounded and enraged, yelled loudly, "Zhong Yishu, do you think you're the one with the advantage?" At that moment, a man suddenly appeared in mid-air, holding a flag. He swiftly waved the flag, forming a seal with his hand, and a layer of spirit power rose around him, attacking the demon. Xiang Lu, unwilling to accept this, glared at Zhong Yishu and said, "As long as we can hold him off, our Marsh Mountain forces will be able to break through the demon suppression gate. What's the point of his strength?" Hearing this, Zhong Yishu quickly turned his head to look back. Sure enough, demons had attacked the demon suppression gate, and his face immediately darkened. Why hadn't the reinforcements from Gangchang arrived yet? But just at that moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck from the sky, startling everyone. When the lightning gradually dissipated, nearly all the demons attacking had been wiped out. A man wearing a hat, hidden in the smoke and dust, smiled arrogantly and muttered, "This scene is truly tragic." This man was none other than the headmaster of the secret academy Gao Xiaonan. Not only him, but behind him was a group of people dressed in black. These were the reinforcements from the secret academy, including the director of education Bai Wenguang and the vice principal de Gong Ringu. At this moment, Gao Xiaonan, still in a playful mood, teased, "I'm going to take a photo of Zhong Yishu's miserable state and blackmail him." Meanwhile, Zhong Yishu was still attacking Xiang Lu, his mouth never stopping with curses. "Beast! Does it think everything will go its way?" Saying that, he immediately swung his spear through the air. Blades of sword chi continuously slashed into Xiang Lu, causing it to bleed profusely. At the same time, at the master of the Lin Pavilion's location, demons were attacking in increasing numbers, and the situation was becoming more and more critical. Without Zhong Yishu's help, the battle on the city walls wouldn't last much longer. Realizing the urgency, the master of the Lin Pavilion hurriedly pulled someone beside him and asked, "Have the messages for reinforcements been sent?" The other person nodded and said, "It's been sent. Both DNMO Academy and the Shadow Sect have responded." Hearing this, the master of the Lin Pavilion finally felt a bit of relief, hoping that no unpleasant incidents would occur. Beneath the city walls, the demon race launched increasingly fierce attacks. Many of humanity's soldiers had already lost their lives at the hands of the demon race, and the entire battlefield was in a state of utter chaos. Zhong Yishu wanted to help, but he was powerless, as he was being surrounded and attacked by Xiang Lu. Suddenly, he sensed danger from behind, and with a start, he furrowed his brow and quickly turned around. He saw Xiang Lu opening its enormous mouth, intending to swallow him whole. Zhong Yishu swiftly leapt to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack, which instead clamped onto empty air. Gao Xiaonan led someone to the front of the demon suppression gate and shouted, "The secret academy is here to reinforce the battlefield." Immediately afterward, he gave the order for the person behind him to proceed. Without hesitation, the person soared into the air, their white wings spreading wide. In that moment, strange light suddenly emanated from their wings, falling down to the ground. Once the lights touched the soldiers, the atmosphere of humanity's forces changed drastically. Just a moment ago, they had been sluggish and tired, but now, their morale surged with renewed vigor. In unison, the soldiers shouted, "Humanity long live!" Then, they fiercely cut down the demon race before them. The demon race on the city walls looked down at this scene in confusion. But at that moment, the person continued to flap their wings, sending down another wave of lights. This time, faint pink sparks fell on the demons, causing them to clutch their heads in pain. De Gongren walked up from behind and patted Gao Xiaonan on the shoulder, complimenting, "Every time that old man uses the awakening artifact, it feels so cool." However, Gao Xiaonan was not impressed. With a cold snort, he replied, "Useless. Didn't he get hurt as well when he slammed down with it?" With that, he turned and paid no further attention. Looking at Zhong Yishu, who was fighting Xiang Lu in the sky, I couldn't help but sigh, "Old Zhong just leveled up to 8, even if he's equipped with the divine beast soul, he might not be able to handle this." De Gongren, hearing this, nodded in agreement. "Do you think the old white-haired guys like us can handle it here?" As soon as the words were spoken, Bai Wenguang descended from the sky in front of the two and boldly declared, "Whether we can or not, we must." With his words, the three of them joined the battle on the sky's front lines, where those who violated humanity were not to be spared. In the blink of an eye, the aerial battlefield grew fiercer. The Golden Eagle saw the three of them and disdainfully sneered, thinking that these mere junior 7th-tier opponents dared to stop it. Immediately, it violently flapped its two massive wings, and golden light instantly burst forth, with feathers shooting out like sharp arrows, aggressively flying towards them. Gao Xiaonan, seeing this, was unfazed. He sneered coldly, eager to see how it would try to take his life. In that moment, a protective barrier appeared around his body. The feathers, slicing through the air, were about to reach him when they collided with the invisible barrier before him. Behind this barrier, De Gongren held his hand in place, stabilizing it, and then helplessly said, "Then take my life." De Gongren maintained the barrier, blocking the feathers rushing toward them. Immediately afterward, he quickly withdrew his hand, and a loud explosion rang out from below. Bai Wenguang used his wings to shield him from the impact of the blast. Seeing the battle scene of the three people behind, Zhong Yishu was very satisfied and praised them, truly saying that they deserved to have killed the old demons who had died earlier in the secret academy. At this moment, Zhong Yishu's face had turned a little pale, holding his sword as he stood there, with the blood dragon wrapped around his body. His gaze, full of hatred, was directed at Xiang Lu in front of him as he sneered. "Now, it's one-on-one." In Mo City, Suning Xiong was a bit absent-minded. After a while, he sighed and asked the man in front of him, "How is it?" The middle-aged man put down the phone in his hand and reported. "According to the news from the front lines, the situation is currently at a deadlock." Hearing this, Suning Xiong lightly nodded to indicate he understood, then ordered the middle-aged man to leave. The middle-aged man quickly stepped out, and the sound of the door closing followed. Suning Xiong stood up, sighed softly, then picked up the phone and dialed a number, speaking in a low voice. "The deadlock on the front lines has begun. Proceed." After saying this, he hung up the phone and placed it on the table. At this moment, his face was filled with helplessness. Being stationed at the rear was truly unsettling and confusing. At the same time, at the demon suppression gate, not far away in the deep mountains, a strong man was on the phone, standing at the city gate, with thousands of soldiers lined up below in neat rows. A moment later, after hearing something on the other end of the line, the man nodded, his face showing a hint of fear, mixed with excitement. Immediately after, he raised his sword high to the sky and roared loudly, "The reserve team has sharpened their swords for 2 years, and today, the sword shines." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire reserve team immediately raised their swords in unison, repeating his words. The sound echoed throughout the mountains and forests. Silent for 100 years, humanity's first counterattack was initiated by the reserve army. The reserve army, led by the man, crossed several dense forests before joining the battle with the demons. The sound of battle raged on. Outside the demon suppression gate, Zhong Yishu hovered in midair, looking at the demon before him, laughing loudly. "Xiang Lu, you've lost." Xiang Lu seemed unwilling to accept defeat and tilted his head back to call for the Golden Eagle's help. Immediately, the Golden Eagle swooped down from the sky, its sharp eyes glinting, its wings sweeping across the crowd in front of it as it charged towards Zhong Yishu. But before it could reach Zhong Yishu, it was blocked by the blood dragon, causing the Golden Eagle to scream in anger. Zhong Yishu, holding a spear, stood atop the blood dragon, sneering coldly, "It really can't take a single blow." Immediately, the blood dragon's massive tail swung violently towards the Golden Eagle, forcing it to retreat in fear. But it wasn't over yet. Gao Xiaonan suddenly appeared from behind the Golden Eagle, delivering a fierce punch to its body, while continuously cursing, "Whether you're a level 8 demon or not, you still have to take a punch from me. How does it feel, huh?" Xian Lu, standing on the ground, observed the scene, a surge of anger welling up inside him. The cult of 10,000 gods, on the brink of death, dared to use their demonic abyss as a weapon of control. With this thought in mind, he turned toward Zhong Yishu and said, "Do not get too complacent. This debt will be reckoned with. Sooner or later, they will destroy the demon suppression gate." With that, he commanded the Golden Eagle to retreat. In the blink of an eye, the demons swiftly withdrew from the demon suppression gate. Zhong Yishu retracted the spear in his hand, and the blood dragon behind him soared into the wind, circling in mid-air, separating a man from the group. He gazed at the man and spoke. "They've won this battle." The man, seemingly indifferent to his words, quickly sought to leave, promising to meet again later. As Zhong Yishu watched him depart, he murmured to himself, "Though he believes humanity is unjust, the actions he has taken are also impossible to justify. Once you deal with Xiang Lu, it will be his turn." Soon after, Zhong Yishu walked to the city gate and shouted loudly, "With the covenant between the two races in place, there will be no major war this year." At that moment, the voice of the academy's dean, Gao Xiaonan, reached Zhong Yishu from behind. This was after the demon race had suffered such great losses and agreed to honor the covenant, meaning there could be no relaxation of vigilance at the demon suppression gate. Zhong Yishu agreed, sighing and nodding. However, Gao Xiaonan suddenly changed his tone, flashing a mysterious smile as he addressed him. "How do you view this picture? How much are you willing to pay to buy it?" Zhong Yishu, confused, turned around and saw the photo of herself struggling on the phone. Her expression immediately darkened, and she angrily cursed, "Gao Xiaonan, looking for death." 3 days later, the funeral of Ci Wenxian officially began. All the students, including Zhao Zichang, Muyu, Atai, and Lin Xiaoxiao, even those who were injured, came from their sickbeds to send him off. Su Du looked at the body covered with a white cloth on the stretcher, tears streaming down her face. All these years, he had always protected her from behind. She had truly always wanted to fight alongside him, but now there would be no more opportunities. Su Du tilted her head back, forcing the tears to flow back inside. She knew Ci Wenxian didn't like to see her cry, but he was the last friend she had. How could she not feel heartbroken? Su Du lingered in her sorrow for a long while, then suddenly shouted fiercely, "Su Du sends off Wenxian on his journey." At the sound of her cry, Lin Xiaoxiao and Zhao Zichang behind her solemnly bid farewell to senior Ci Wenxian. Mu Yu and Atai also followed suit. Yu Sheng, standing nearby, looked at everyone with a solemn expression, a little confused. After hesitating for a moment, he finally copied their actions, calling out his own name. Yu Sheng respectfully bids farewell to senior. Bai Haiyang stared blankly at Ci Wenxian's body, then stood straight and shouted loudly, Bai Haiyang respectfully bids farewell to senior. Immediately, all the new students present on the field simultaneously shouted their farewells to Ci Wenxian. The sound was so loud it seemed to shake the sky, and the air was filled with a deep sorrow. After the mourning ceremony was completed, the coffin lid was officially closed, marking the sacrifice of another person for humanity. Sudu silently watched the vehicle carrying Ci Wenxian's body as it drove away. The funeral proceeded without a word, but her figure could not hide the pain she was feeling. At that moment, the sky suddenly opened up, raining heavily as if grieving for those who had fallen in the battle against the demon race. Sudu walked quietly in the rain, her presence exuding a deep sorrow. As soon as she entered the door, she saw the deputy dean standing there. She passed by him and softly said, I believe we can begin the experiment now. With that brief statement, she returned to the inner courtyard. The deputy dean watched her retreating figure, slightly startled, before he couldn't help but sigh. Meanwhile, Su Yuancheng, upon returning, began recuperating. His body was covered in bandages, yet he had not forgotten that today was Ci Wenxian's funeral. Sitting on his sickbed, he let out a bitter smile, his thoughts truly unbeatable under such circumstances. He raised a toast in his heart to Ci Wenxian. At the same time, at the demon suppression gate, the battle had ended, but Zhong Yishu had not yet left. He stood, staring down at the city gates, his back filled with sorrow. After a while, someone approached from behind, handing him the will of the master of the Lin Pavilion, who had wished for his carriage to be given to Zhao Qingyi of Gangchang. Upon hearing the name, Zhong Yishu suddenly became enraged, shouting loudly, What are you talking about? What does being a master even mean now? What good did this battle do? Seeing him getting angry, the other person awkwardly asked, So what about this car? He snorted coldly and ordered someone to take it away. Even in death, you're still disturbing others. The other person quickly accepted the order and left, but as he looked at the solitary figure standing at the city gate of Zhong Yishu, he found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, Zhong Yishu silently stood in the rain, his expression changing as soon as he turned away. The previous arrogance and disdain had disappeared, replaced by an expression of deep sorrow. Is it really impossible for this world to let anyone live in peace? Zhao Zicheng slowly opened his eyes, his face still dazed. His entire body, from head to toe, was covered in bandages. He stared tiredly at the ceiling when he heard a knock at the door. It was Yu Sheng. Open the door, I'm coming in. Before Zhao Zicheng could respond, Yu Sheng entered uninvited. Zicheng didn't mind, he replied softly, Yu Sheng smiled and looked at Zicheng, speaking up, Since the battle at the school, I think I've understood the joy of helping others. I've never experienced this feeling in Zuicheng. Zicheng didn't know how to respond, so he simply mumbled a soft Yu Sheng stepped forward to help Zicheng stand up, reassuring him as he did so. Last night, I posted a new move online, and the experts said it's very helpful for muscle recovery. Zicheng hesitated a bit. Mr. Yu, I won't let you refuse. Yu Sheng then said, No need to thank me. This is just something I should do. Now, let's go outside for a bit and get some fresh air. Zicheng pushed Yu Sheng's hand away from his body, flustered as he explained, Mr. Yu, there's no need for such trouble. I feel that the air in the room is quite fresh. Yu Sheng swiftly wrapped his arm around Zicheng's neck, startling him. One hand tightly gripping Zicheng's neck, the other pointing at himself, he spoke, We're friends, I'm not afraid of trouble. Outside, the female students were whispering and gossiping about something. It turned out that in the distance, Yu Sheng was carrying Zicheng somewhere. A gray-haired boy approached and asked Yu Sheng, are you helping Zicheng recover his body? Yu Sheng coldly replied, Yes, Zicheng is being carried. Zicheng clenched his hands tightly, curling them up, his face contorted in tears and a miserable expression. He thought to himself, Why didn't you just die at the hands of that dark sect guy? This must be a plot from Sunwon. Yu Sheng placed Zi Cheng down next to a tree, in a place where few people passed by. Let's practice recovery here. Yu Sheng raised both hands behind his back, then shook them back and forth in a playful manner. Come on, let's practice together. Zi Cheng, seeing this, was both startled and embarrassed. He nervously said, Not Mr. Yu, I'm not good at learning these things. Yu Sheng thought for a moment before replying, So you haven't really learned it properly, right? Let me help you. He then approached, lifting Zi Cheng's hand, with his other hand resting on Zi Cheng's waist. Zi Cheng blushed deeply, feeling embarrassed, and hesitated before speaking. Mr. Yu, there's really no need for you to do this. Yu Sheng smiled brightly in response, It's fine, I'm not afraid of the trouble. The two of them were so absorbed in their discussion about training that they didn't notice the numerous cameras behind them, all focused on them. At this moment, Yu Sheng was holding Zi Cheng's hand, making him jump up and down. Zi Cheng couldn't resist, so he ended up crying while dancing along with Yu Sheng. After finishing the training session with Zhao Zi Cheng, Yu Sheng went over to Sunwon. Sunwon spoke first. Mr. Yu, do you know? The demon race has broken their pact with humanity today. The 6 immortal leaders have teamed up to attack the demon suppression gate, and the situation at the gate is extremely dangerous. Yu Sheng supported Sunwon as they walked, replying, Yes, I saw it on the news this morning. The demon suppression gate is in danger. Our academy's leaders and the strongmen from nearby cities have all gone there to provide support. There's no point in worrying about these things right now. We should focus on recovering our bodies and improving our strength. I found online that it's best to use the bathroom within 5 hours after drinking water. It's been 4 hours since I gave you water, so you should go now. Yu Sheng led Sunwon to the bathroom. Hearing this, Sunwon appeared a bit flustered. Mr. Yu, I'm really not comfortable with this. Yu Sheng drew a sword with a smile and replied, It's fine, I'm here. Without saying anything further, Yu Sheng used the hilt of the sword to strike Sunwon's lower abdomen, causing him to cry out in pain. Sunwon's legs continued to tremble. His hands were also shaking, trying to cover himself, but Yu Sheng urged him on. All right, now clean up. Outside, a fierce battle had just taken place, with flames burning intensely. 2 people were standing and observing, Old Zhong and his friend. Old Zhong spoke up, Damn demon race, no sense of trust, destroying the agreement themselves. 6 immortal leaders attacking the demon suppression gate. Do they really think there's no one in humanity to stand against them? His friend waved his hand, signaling him to stop. All right, just a few less words. They haven't left yet, don't provoke those 6. Old Zhong, hearing this, became angry and retorted, So, should we just let them do whatever they want? His friend quickly tried to calm him down, Don't rush, let's wait a bit. Unable to hold himself back, Old Zhong pointed forward and shouted, Wait? Wait until they kill those 6 bastards in the sky? Or wait until they destroy our beloved disciple and beloved grandson? Before he could finish his sentence, Old Zhong suddenly fell silent and looked up at the sky. Around the moon, there were red, ominous streaks of energy swirling. Seeing this, Old Zhong trembled in fear, gripping his staff tightly. This is Eagle Ravine Mountain, my Eagle Ravine Mountain. A red bird, like the color of flames, descended from the dark clouds. It spread its wings, soaring across the sky. Suddenly, a tornado appeared before it, startling the bird, forcing it to halt in mid-flight. Without waiting for it to turn around and run, the whirlwind advanced and sucked it in. It screamed in fear. Xiang Lu, save me, slash. A red beam of light streaked across the bird, causing it to cry out in pain. Ah! The beam had caused the bird to vanish and transform into a piece of stone. The stone flew into the hands of Old Zhong, leaving him surprised. Kid, you're not bad. Humanity has gone mad, we're not attacking the demon suppression gate anymore. Retreat quickly. She shouted loudly, commanding her subordinates to withdraw swiftly. A muscular old man stepped out of the smoke, holding a pipe in his hand, with a sickle hanging from his pants. He spoke. Demon race, listen closely. Today, we exterminate both the demons and Mogu. He exhaled and continued. The demon race has violated the pact. 6 immortal leaders have joined forces to attack my demon suppression gate today. From this day forward, the demon race shall be confined to 1 year as punishment. If not, the others will surely kill you all. The old man declared in a firm tone. Hearing this, the green dragon angrily shouted. You dare! The old man immediately pulled out the sickle, and a strange blue light radiated from it. What's there to dare? The old man yelled fiercely. After his shout, a burst of yellow light exploded, striking directly at the green dragon. Today, I will exterminate the 3 demon tribes. One of your immortal leaders even brought an extra one. The old man finished speaking and slowly disappeared into the yellow smoke. The green dragon in the sky had now been split in 2, falling before old Zhong. Old Zhong hurriedly knelt down, hands pressed to his chest, and looked up at the sky. Mentor, go in peace. 2 days later, it was raining. A black car drove into the city. It headed toward a fortress deep within the forest. Around it were only trees, grass, and hills. The car moved further inside. After a while, it came to a stop. A man stepped out of the car, followed by a bodyguard. The man instructed the bodyguard, "Wait for me at the entrance." The bodyguard promptly replied, "Yes." Understood. The man climbed the steps alone under the rain, heading upward. He stopped in front of a rather old and small house, surrounded only by grass and trees, extremely secluded. His face was sorrowful, thinking to himself, who would have thought that the place everyone from humanity ends up in is this godforsaken place? He stepped inside, his footsteps seemingly heavy. He put his hands in his pockets and looked around, not yet having broken through the weak point of humanity. He approached the wooden plaques engraved with the names of individuals. He picked up the one with the name Wenba. He looked at it and thought, mountains, rivers, sun and moon still remain. He took out an ink pen and wrote a sequence of numbers 3,141,592 onto a sheet of paper. When he finished, sorrow filled his face. 149 years have passed, and for the sake of survival, our humanity has sacrificed tens of millions. He looked at the 3 wooden boards and exclaimed, "Everyone!" He pasted the piece of paper with the sequence of numbers from earlier in between the other boards, then lit a few incense sticks and prayed for those whose names were on the board to rest in peace. After completing his task, he quietly stepped outside. The silhouette of his figure clearly expressed a sense of sorrow. Day after day, year after year, in the blink of an eye, 149 years had passed. Outside, it was still raining heavily. He stood absent-mindedly amidst the grass in front of the house. He looked up at the sky and asked, "When will this path finally reach its end?" "Sooner or later, there will be a day when I will join you all." As he thought this, he shut the door firmly. His eyes now held a deep sense of determination. "But before that, I will strive to change this world for the better." Stepping out to the car, he asked the bodyguard, "I remember the new student competition at the academy is coming up soon." He got into the car and instructed the bodyguard, announced to the outside world that the champion of the academy this year, Mogu, will be provided with resources. The champion student will be awarded divine beast blood infusion and a demon core with perfect compatibility. The bodyguard quickly responded, "Yes, I'll arrange it right away." The car began to roll out of the forest. He gazed outside, his face still reflecting the same melancholy as before. Mr. Wan had offered this grand task as a sacrifice to him. In the management room, the vice principal and Xiang Yuan Cheng were discussing matters with each other. The vice principal was holding a piece of paper in his hand. He handed the paper to Su Yuan Cheng. The latest notice from Mogu. The freshman competition of the academy will be held as usual this year. Su Yuan Cheng took the notice and read it, his shock evident. "What is this?" "The final battle is a group battle, with each team having at least 2 people, and no more than 5. Does that old man Sunning Xiong not know that his own grandson is in our hands? The vice principal coughed a few times before responding. Su teacher, please mind your words. Don't imply that our academy is like a group of kidnappers. In any case, the situation is as it is. For the honor of the academy, please lead a team to show the style of our academy and win the first place. The vice principal placed his hand on Su Yuanqing's shoulder and pleaded. Su teacher, irritated, stormed out, slamming the door behind him. From inside, the vice principal shouted. If our academy doesn't win first place this time, as a substitute teacher, I will cut your salary for a year, along with 3 years' worth of scholarships, and you'll also have to run around naked once. Su Yuanqing gritted his teeth in frustration. That old man is using public office for personal revenge. Be careful, or a dead fish tears the net. In the student dormitory, Su teacher, looking anxious, handed the notice to Yu Shang. Xiao Yu, look at this. For the honor of our academy, shouldn't you voluntarily participate in the freshman competition and help us secure first place? Without hesitation, Yu Sheng declined, to Zhao Zicheng's surprise. No, I want to stay and take care of my classmates. Yu Sheng turned around to look at him and then spoke. Let's go, we have to go train now. Hearing this, Zicheng became even more anxious. He quickly tried to persuade Yu Sheng, Mr. Yu, you have to participate in the competition. Even if it's not for honor, you can still make some money by betting on it, which you could use to buy better medicine to heal our wounds. Zicheng urged Yu Sheng on. Xiang Yuanqing chimed in, that's right, even if we disregard the competition's reward, the news of your injuries has already spread. The betting odds around our secret academy will definitely be very high. Zicheng became even more enthusiastic. Give it a try, Mr. Yu. Yu Sheng was speechless after hearing their chatter, but he was somewhat swayed. Their enthusiasm was too overwhelming, so he reluctantly took out his phone. Wait, teacher, let me make a call. He called the frenzied outsider, and the person on the other end picked up immediately. Hello, what's up? Yu Sheng asked coldly. Is there a spot for betting on this national competition? The person on the other end, wearing black glasses and a black mask, sounded puzzled. Huh? What do you want to do? Yu Sheng answered calmly, I want to place a bet, but I'm afraid I might be scammed. Upon hearing this, the person on the other end's eyes lit up, and his tone became excited. Boss Yu, we're all from Zuichang, just be honest with me. What's going on with the secret academy this time? Yu Sheng replied, this time, the secret academy has to go to battle. The person on the other end became even more curious. Can you give more details? Yu Sheng answered, Su Yuanqing is leading the team, and then paused, noticing how pale Su was at the moment. Is this really Yu Sheng? Zicheng, however, wasn't surprised at all. As expected. The person on the other side seemed to be sweating in fear. Go ahead and name your price. Yu Sheng didn't give a price but asked back, how many of the private banks that are scaling up this time belong to you? The person quickly answered, 9 in total, 2 of which are mine. After hearing that, Yu Sheng simply responded, okay. Yuanqing's face turned even more pale. Heavens, the big boss owns 2 private banks. Yu Sheng immediately hung up the phone. Su Yuanqing then asked, why did you hang up? You could have made the deal. He's the major investor in 2 of those casinos, Mr. Yu, even taking a small share of his profits would have already doubled your earnings. Yu Sheng remained sitting quietly, not moving, when suddenly another call came in. On the other end was the same person from before, now angrily asking, you hung up on me again. Could you at least say something before you hang up next time? Yu Sheng replied with no expression, sure, alright, I'm hanging up now. Then, he hung up the phone. The person called back and said, fine, I admit that out of the 9 casinos, I own 6. Let's continue. Yu Sheng calmly stated his price, okay, that I want 5 shares this time. Professor Yuanqing beside him was left speechless, his face still green. At the secret academy's dormitory, Yu Sheng opened the door with a cheerful expression, Sun One, I'm here to visit you. Sun Wen's face looked forced, with a hint of fear. Mr. Yu, you've come. As usual, Yu Sheng helped Sun Wen to the restroom. While walking, he reminded him, after I leave, you must make sure to go to the bathroom on time. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Sheng pulled out a hammer that had been left in the bathroom. As usual, he swung it mercilessly at Sun Wen's little brother. After striking, he calmly spoke, from now on, remember to tell the doctor that this part should be kept, in case I forget. I'll leave the hammer here. When I'm not around, you can do it yourself. Sun Wen sat on the floor, trembling, curled up, and replied, okay, thank you, Mr. Yu. Then, Yu Sheng turned and walked away. After seeing Yu Sheng turn his back and leave, Sun Wen secretly felt relieved. Phew, Mr. Yu was going to the competition. Finally, there would be a few peaceful days. This money was well spent. Yu Sheng had already reached another room, and he looked inside, asking, where's Xiao Xiao? The little girl, who had been playing with Great White, immediately ran to him with joy when she saw Yu Sheng. Gij, today Great White took the medicine and also trained the way you taught him. He immediately put on an expression that was as bad as it could get, and it was quite terrifying. He instructed Xiao Xiao, is that so? Then, while I'm not here, make sure to take the medicine and train him. Xiao Xiao was utterly terrified when she saw his face. Then, he slammed the door and left. Xiao Xiao sat there, holding Great White and crying like a river. Great White, Yu Shengij is so scary. At the entrance of the dormitory, Su Yuanqing, Zhao Zichang, and Yu Sheng were standing in front of the schoolyard. Teacher Su handed Yu Sheng a shirt. Here, Yu Sheng, put it on. Boss Sun generously sponsored it. Yu Sheng took the shirt and put it on. He struck a cool pose, even showing off the messy lettering on the left sleeve. He flicked the hem of his coat, turned to face forward, and spoke, let's go. While he was performing, Su Yuanchang and Zhao Zichang had already moved ahead, so he hurried to catch up with them. As they were about to leave the dormitory, many people called out his name from inside the rooms, Mr. Yu. Sun Wen shouted from above, Mr. Yu, if you don't win first place, you absolutely cannot come back. Mu Yu also cheered, Mr. Yu, focus on the competition. We'll take care of the recovery. Xiao Xiao was equally enthusiastic, Yu Sheng, it's fine to stay a few more days in Mo City. Atai smiled brightly and gave a thumbs up, I think so too. Hearing these encouraging words, Yu Sheng, along with Yuan Chang and Zi Chang, waved goodbye to everyone at the academy's main entrance. Su Yuan Chang smiled warmly and said, this time, Boss Sun even sponsored us a luxury 3-row commercial vehicle, it's right in front. Zi Chang looked a little worried and asked, Su teacher, aren't we taking the train? Su teacher comforted Zi Chang and replied, the train is so crowded, with all that noise, you won't be able to sleep well. Why not just drive over? Zi Chang looked over at Teacher Su, who was standing at the back door of the car, and asked with curiosity, Teacher Su, aren't you driving? Su Yuan Chang led Zi Chang to the front and pointed at Yu Sheng, who was sitting in the driver's seat. I feel that classmate Yu Sheng seems very eager. Zi Chang sighed helplessly and fell silent. Teacher Su, I hope you won't regret this. Hearing Zi Cheng's words, Su Yuanqing felt confused. Yu Sheng, however, was eager and without hesitation stepped on the gas. The car sped off so fast that all that could be seen was a cloud of dust, the car itself nowhere to be seen. Yuanqing screamed in fear, Mr. Yu, when shifting gears, you have to watch the road. In the end, the car was completely wrecked, with thick black smoke rising from it. Su Yuanqing, holding his head, was speechless, and they had to stop right at the foot of the mountain. And so, in the past, the demon suppression gate would have ended right here.